Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. So my right hand here. There's a covenant. We got 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, we deal with this fear. I have a couple of things I want to play for you. Try to emphasize, underscore what's about to happening. Because it says men's hearts be failing in anticipation. Anticipation what's going to happen. But what you think their hearts be doing, right? When the actual event takes place, having strokes, heart attacks, anticipation, brothers and sisters. In anticipation. So what will happen once it's realized? And I'm going to give you a couple of examples here in a minute. But first, again, I can't emphasize this enough, brothers and sisters, because fear is racing to America, racing. And now you're going to see in a minute that some people are already starting to feel its presence, its nearness. Great fear, brothers and sisters. What is fear? There's a couple of examples here. It's an emotional reaction. Right? Critical. Emotional reaction to something harmful. And we're approaching unprecedented times. That means you can almost put unprecedented on everything they talked about. So you can say the fear will be unprecedented. Say, well, how's that? Unprecedented. Unprecedented fear. I mean, we've seen fear before. The wars that bring fear, people, but unprecedented. What could that mean? Because when you analyze it, if men's hearts be failing for fear, those things come upon the earth, right? And so what will it be when they experience that fear? When they experience those heart attacks and seizures, strokes. What will they be when this happens? They be driving. They be flying a plane. See what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Will you be in that plane? Be an Uber driver? What will it be, brothers and sisters? Terrible thing, unprecedented. And the scripture said it'd be a strange thing. It means something you can't understand. Strange is like beyond comprehension. Can't say it enough. But some of you are going to experience it firsthand. Great fear. And here's your Messiah supposed to deliver you. He can't deliver you. See, you're hearing all this stuff, brothers and sisters. It's not mathematical. Oh, America, all the evil they did for 500 years. All they got to say, I'm sorry. And God says, okay, good boy, he did it. And that's it. What about what you went through? I mean, no accountability. So you went through all that for nothing? You suffered all that for nothing? All you got to say, we repent. And God said, hey, right? And just got to say it. They don't have to give anything back. You have to apologize to anybody, anything you say. Right? Well, they say, they might say, I'm sorry. That's it. And they want you to believe that. Because that's not mathematical. It's not even logical. They want you to believe that. But why would want you to believe that? The devils want you to believe that. Because they want to keep everything. They don't want to give back anything. They want to keep it. They want to say, we got everything we want now. Let's say we're sorry. That's a good deal. That's a fantastic deal. I mean, they say crime doesn't pay. Hell yeah, actually it does pay. Because all you got to do is do all the criminality you've done, and rape, murder, and terrorism, and then they got paid. Remember, if you repent, that means you were paid, rewarded for what you did. Now you have to pay a penalty for it. There's no sense of consequence. It says no sense. It says there'll be no sense of consequence, no fear of consequence before their eyes. And so who's promoting this stuff? So my ancestors, they were raped and murdered, and for nothing? So that means they were worth nothing. See, you got lion, dog, shit, Farrakhan saying stuff like that because he's one of them. Oh, they do all this stuff. Your people that did all this stuff, Farrakhan. It's your people. You're a devil. You're black skin. Your father. I mean, that's so simple. That's a simple concept. You don't need a college degree to understand that. A child can be made to understand that. Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, I came out of you, Mommy. How did he get into you, Mommy? How did he get into you, Mommy? Why is Daddy over there? Oh, Daddy had to put something in. Oh, that started from Daddy? Oh, so he put me in you. So I'm with Daddy. I'm Daddy. The child can understand the concept. And it's not hidden. Because all you got to do is Google Farrakhan, and it says his father's name is Percival Clark. It says it right there. And then you can just get a picture of it. And he's not no light-skinned Jamaican. He's stone cold, 100% devil. And that should be case closed. And he said, whoa. I'm thinking. I understand the demons. I'm thinking. Because those people, Elijah, they were thinking. Elijah was the only one doing the thinking. He was the only one doing the thinking. All praise be to Allah for the army, Elijah Muhammad. I was there. All praise be to Allah for Elijah, army, Elijah Muhammad. All praise. You know what I mean? And you better be saying that too, because they look at you like you might get stepped on. What's wrong with you, brother? You better be around too. And the man wasn't even gone 5 seconds. God damn him. Yeah. Because my brother-in-law was, he was a minister in Indiana. And we went down in Louisiana to take care of some business with him after it happened. This is like a week later. And boy, the stuff he was on that plane, ooh. If it wasn't him, I would have all these children. He made have these children. They turned to him on a dime. I learned from that experience, because I know the people with me, they're not with me. They're not with me, because if those people were thinking with Elijah, that wouldn't have happened. If you're not thinking, that means you like the weather. And the weather's unpredictable. The weather it can be hot day and cold tomorrow. You're still at an emotional level. somebody tell you with me, that don't mean anything to me. Because if you ain't breaking if you're not breaking the seals, and you ain't using the angel key, then you still in an emotional state. And that means you're going to, whatever the wind blows, it's like they did. And you can't tell me anything I might hear and anything else I know better. I'm not going to be stupid. It's like they did. Because they knew the lessons. You had to recite the lesson to get the X. They knew the lessons, you had to recite them. You had to write stuff down. You have our meetings every Saturday morning. So we knew all this stuff. See? They had the knowledge. That computer got knowledge. That was it. They had a mind. See? And so they turn on a dime, all of them. And you see these clowns out there right now? Oh, well, I'm with Elijah. No, you ain't. No, if you was with Elijah, and all you out there claiming, then why so many groups out there then? How come you all work together? You got the same knowledge. You got the same lessons. How come why so many of you out there? Because some of you are agents, and some of us want to be, and some just answers. And you're going to pay, unprecedented. You know, I can't even imagine. I mean, I'm not even going to tell you, because what you're going to see in a minute says we'll be a gnashing of teeth. Because death would be too good for them. They'll be putting a furnace and that burn up. Ooh, can you imagine that? That's what they call hell, ain't it? So let them keep on. I'll be laughing at them. There's no one right now because it tells you that nation didn't rise to the four wind blaze. It was still dead, dire bones. Someone come tell me they're alive, because that's what they're probably be wrong, then, wouldn't it? They're not alive. You know, people claim they were injured. They're alive. They're alive. They're not going to come to that four winds hit their ass. And then that's when you come together. I've been doing it for 30-some years. If I didn't understand that, I'd been doing it for a long time ago. I mean, I didn't know it was going to take this long initially. Once I got a grip on that, okay, people have come and gone, come and gone, come and gone. Okay. You ain't got nobody. I said, no. God says, no, everyone that happens like Noah. Right? It's going to take this long to build an ark. Was it 800 some years? I know it won't happen until it happens, and that won't be until just about now. Then the resurrection take place. It didn't say it was any exceptions except for the elect. The elect, Shabazz, says they were not deceived. They're in the Lamb's Book of Life. No one seems to know who they are. A lot of things you don't know. A lot of things you're not allowed to know. At least not yet. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. See, this world is not used to hear mathematical talk. The mathematical talk tells you how it is. Emotional talk tells you how you want to hear things or how you really like things to be, which is bullshit, which you get in trouble. See? And they want the God to come, they want the prophets to come. But why do they kill the prophets? Because the prophets talk like I'm talking. They tell you how it is, and you don't want to hear that. Man, I've been studying for 4, 5, 6 years. What that mean? I didn't mean to fall out that building, so gravity's going to be nice to your ass because you didn't mean to fall? We didn't put the stars and everything out there and put the heavens out there on bullshit, on emotionalism. And everywhere you look, you see mathematics, cold, pure mathematics. Even our beautiful sisters, that's mathematics. It's not emotionalism. Even they We all have emotional level, but that's mathematics too. It's built in. And so that's why they kill the prophets, because they talk like I'm talking. As the Quran said, they try to get the prophet Muhammad to be pliant. Oh man, relax, ease up, man, ease up a little bit. Once you ease up a little bit, ease up a little more. Next thing you know, man, you walk down with a cane cripple. Totally eased up. Because that's not going to get you a tribulation. Cold, stone, mathematical facts. It's going to get you through and get you, if you get through it all. They don't want to hear it. They want to hear, everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. It says unprecedented trouble. In scriptures, right? They're mathematics. And you'll come to understand after a while. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Yeah, see, the counterfeit power. Counterfeit power, and that counterfeit is about to be revealed. Because counterfeit, and all of a sudden somebody come along with the real bills. Counterfeit power. About to, right? Like I said, counterfeit. It's about to hit. It's going to momentum. It's going to hit something. You realize there's no power there. And that's about to happen. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Hell awaits. Now, I'll play a couple of things, brothers and sisters, right? Because to give you some understanding of what's happening. Because this stuff is all over the place now. And what you're going to hear right now is like someone who was my minister, because they're saying exactly what I've been saying for years when none of this stuff was on the horizon. None of this stuff was on the horizon. Even 5-6 years ago, it wasn't on the horizon. Even 4-3 years ago, it wasn't on the horizon. And what he's saying is almost exactly, he's outlining a scenario that I've been warning you about that we're here now. And now they're nervous. And then this person here, right, he's already in a state of fear. Anticipation, he's in anticipation of the powers that have been shaken. These people's hearts failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth because the power, they fear because they see the power of heaven has been shaken. But this person is in fear of the power of heavens ought to be shaken. Before they're shaken, first thing going to happen to him once they're shaken. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. See what happened here. Before I do that, right? I hope I can get this out of order again. For it's written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. See, you don't understand the way of these things. You think I get it, that analogy about the winter and the spring is like a lightweight? No. Because the wisdom of the winter is totally destroyed by the wisdom of the spring. Totally. Unless you live in Antarctica and spring and summer is the same thing, or spring and winter, same thing. Right? It's totally destroyed by this spring. So that means the knowledge you had and the prudent, because you was prudent, always taking care of business, man, always make sure this and this, and I took care, all that stuff doesn't work when spring comes. It just fails. It's I would destroy it. When you destroy something, but that means you totally eradicate it. That means you can't, when you destroy something, there's nothing beyond destroying. So when you destroy it, there's nothing beyond that. And destruction is coming upon America, and it's coming upon all these clouds out here with this bullshit. Destruction is coming upon the son of perdition. You don't understand that word destruction. Total eradication. Their seed, them, everything they built, everything be totally eradicated, destroyed like it didn't ever existed. The offspring, everything. That's what we're talking about. Destroy. They say it will cripple them or chastise them or break them. They just burn them up and say destroy. This whole knowledge, it says the wisdom. That means everything that you think you know is going to be destroyed. You won't even think like that. You won't be able to think like that, like you think right now. That means you won't even be who you are. Because who you are is not who you are. Who you are right now is not who you are. That means you won't even think, you won't even know yourself. Because if that's the wisdom of the wise, that means that mind says to be destroyed it. And yes, the mind you still have. That means you'll be totally destroyed. That means you're going to be something totally different. It says you'll be transformed in the twinkling of an eye. Totally transformed. You won't be able to even connect back to where you're thinking now. You might not even remember what you're thinking now. I mean, how could you? Because you won't be able to connect to it anymore. If it's destroyed, you won't be able to kick. Because that's another thing I haven't talked about that much. But remember the hereafter, right? You become a new creature because you be told divorce from this. Elijah said, you wouldn't even remember this. He said, you wouldn't even remember this. He went that far. Because if it's destroyed, what connection would you have to it? You'd be a new creature. You don't have this language anymore. You don't have this idea anymore. You don't have any of this anymore. You'd be totally different. That feeds into talking about relationships and things with different people. Your whole perspective be totally different. That's not Alzheimer's. It said destroy the wisdom of the wise. See, I shouldn't have went into this, but I'm going to move on. See, I'm going to stuff that I didn't mean really get into. Yeah, I probably shouldn't touch on that one today. You'll be a new creature. You'll be conscious of yourself, but you won't be conscious of this anymore. Like Mama said, you wouldn't even remember this because you have no connection to it. You'd be so far removed from it. You won't speak this language anymore. You won't think to speak this language anymore. You won't want to. And why do you want to remember this anyway? No, you moved on. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. When they use that word destroy, they mean that's exactly what they mean. Okay, listen to this.
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging Freedom. Today is Monday, March 3rd, 2025. Colonel Douglas McGregor is here. We will shortly be discussing, is Egypt getting ready for war with Israel? And what is the fallout from the famous or infamous press conference in the Oval Office on Friday afternoon? But first, this.
This is Colonel Douglas McGregor, CEO of Our Country, Our Choice. Today, we stand on the threshold of potentially a very large regional war in the Middle East. A war that could ultimately reach us here inside the United States. Many of you know me, some of you don't. I'm not the sort of person to shrink from combat. I was a professional combat soldier. I liked it, and I have fought against the enemies of this country, and I have killed men in action. But there has to be a good reason. And I think over the last 25, 30 years, we haven't had very many good reasons to sacrifice American lives and treasure overseas. The fact that this large-scale war could break out and involve us concerns me deeply. This is a time when you, if you share my concern and oppose involving us in a large Middle Eastern war, should stand up and be counted. It's time to say no. We don't want to fight in another war in the Middle East that could cost us dearly and result in the loss of millions of lives. Too many lives lives have been squandered at this point. We don't want to lose any more. If we're going to fight, let's find a damn good reason to do so. Today, that does not exist for us in the Middle East. So give it some thought. Tell the people that are in Washington what you feel, what you think. Believe me, you have an impact. And we will join together with other organizations. Some of them may be where you live. Organizations that involve veterans and many other good citizens who are equally concerned about the potential for the war in the Middle East to spread. We don't want that. We want a powerful United States that is prosperous, but we want peace abroad. And we can't build up this nation to what it should be unless we have peace abroad. We have the border to think about. We have illegal immigration to think about and criminality here at home to think about. We need to act on those. Tell the people that represent you in the House, in the Senate, at your local level, this is where we want to focus. Our focus at Operation Focus is very clear. We are opposed to another large regional war in the Middle East. We don't want to be part of it. We don't need it. And we think it's the wrong war in the wrong place for all the wrong reasons. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, brothers and sisters. Yeah. Now this person, he's not lightweight. He's a personal friend of Donald Trump, man. He's one of the advisors. And he mentioned that. He's going to mention in the next president, the next I'm going to play. And if you notice, maybe I should talk about that place next one. But the scenario that I've been talking about for years, playing out right now before your eyes. No one saw any stuff coming 2 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, even 2 years ago. Talking about peace 2 years ago, right? Hey, I said, no, it had peace and safety. Right? It started happening like having birth pains. Right, that was what 2023. Oh, it's peace. And I said, oh no, and then it was October. Bam. We're talking about there was a Middle East country. I actually found it later on. I said that's where we're trading. There it is, Egypt. I'll talk about that in a minute. All these other clowns out there. They talk all this garbage. My mission is to get rid of demons first, and then they gonna follow right behind it. Because they just run their mouths. So any of this coming is running their mouths on how they're talking about. They have no solutions. Because some are outright agents. Some are demons. Some are traitors. It doesn't matter. But said anybody that resists this mess, this stone, be broken. Anybody that stone falls on, be crushed. It's about to fall on them. It's about to fall on them, brothers and sisters. Anyway, look at this. Here it is. Men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking at those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Now, this person right here, right? Remember, he's in fear, and the powers of heaven haven't been shaken yet. He's in fear, and the powers of heaven haven't even been shaken yet. I got camera issues, bro, sisters. They have given me camera. I got all kinds of issues. Plus, I think they get ready to shut down this YouTube site anyway. Cause I got, hey man, you've been sending bad comments in your material, whatever. Doesn't matter. You should have thought about this years ago, because they're literally days away from hell. Hell waits. Okay. And then shall see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with great power and great glory. with dark skin and and woolly hair. They can try to match Muhammad's. Well, unless you're going to do a Jerry curl and do a deep pan, a deep tan. See, this stuff is clear, brothers and sisters. And that's why you know these people either agents, demons, or outright ignorant. Because, as Elijah Muhammad said, the truth be made so clear in the fool with error. So the things I'm telling you, you don't need a calculator, you don't need a computer. It's very simple. It's like Farrakhan's father being a devil. That right there. It should be case closed. A deal sealer. Right there, just that fact. And you don't have to go and say, well, it's not a debate. He admits it. It's right there on the Google them. So that's what I'm saying. The judgment will be so severe on these people. Because they say, hey, well, how do you want to explain that? We say, hey, well, hold it, wait a minute. Is Farrakhan saw a devil? You know? We don't call them devils anymore. The devil's a lesson say? Who told Farrakhan that? How come no one knows but him? You know, nobody's going to ask a bunch of questions because it's like you get in the ring, right? And they're so weak and so stupid, you don't have to hit them. Just throw a fake, boom, and that knocks them out. They try to duck the fake and fall out, knock her, and fall, knock the head, hit the head, knock themselves out. Because that's how weak they are. This truth is so powerful that I believe if they had a defense, they would knock it down. But the point is that it's like well, no, I can't think of an analogy. But the point is that so you got an army of Hulks. And in the army, you got little elves and stuff, right? They can't defeat the elves. How in the hell are they going to do the Hulks? Because it's just a simple truth that's destroying them. Like, you don't need an engine for that one. You don't need an engine for that one. You don't need an engine to find out. And Malachi says that person will come in. He will take it on, rob the nation. That Farrakhan's rich multimedia, was he produced nothing. And then he'd be cursed with a curse. You don't need the engine for that. Aaron, you don't need the engine for that one. The one that followed Elijah, Moses, because if they accept those scriptures, these are things you don't need. They say, it's like, you can't withstand the wind, that's messing, baby. You can't stand a breeze. I know you can step against a damn hurricane. That's what the angel is. It's a super tornado. Super hurricanes can wipe out every damn thing in the way, and you couldn't stand up against the breeze, a little summer breeze. And you have to explain, well, hey, you see what I'm saying? Imagine trying to explain that. They can't. Just first question destroys them. Just ask one question right there. Did you know his father was the devil? Good. Right? You don't have to go any further right there. And you have 17 million people full of rage, full of get back, revenge. I suffered all this. I got to go through tribulation. All this because of your bullshit. What do you think will happen to you? Hang in there, Silas. Hang in there, Minex. Hang on in there. Jeffrey and Daniel, hang on there. Because see, once you get the engine, once you get it, you see the future just like you see the present. And I see right now, I already see what's happening to you. I'm looking at you right now. If you see what I saw, boy, ooh. Repent. That's repent. You better check repent out again. And repent means you give everything back to you too. You make it be whole. That's a concept in American judiciary. Right, make you whole. Or when you sue, they got to make you whole, put you back in your original condition. If they can't, they have to give you, like I said, if somehow you cripple, and you can't, well, they have to pay so much money to take, people have to take it, to make you as whole as they can. Right? You can't go and tell the judge, hey, judge, I've been raping and murdering and killing people out there. I'm making, but I repent. I ain't gonna do it no more. Oh, you repent? Okay. You say you're sorry? Case child's over. You repent. Okay, I come over, man. You had a nice match you stole, man. Let me come over and have lunch next week. Let me move on. I keep thinking the reason why I masked from Muhammad delaying this. That's the reason, because I'm getting more angry by the day. I mean, before it's really under control. I mean, I just be patient until the time that the angel says, now, cold. This. But the more I think about this, whoa, I'm not going to mention it. But remember, wrath is an emotional reaction. So it said to God, and a high priest going to be an emotional state on your ass. Full of wrath. They're going to go emotional on your ass. He said the day of their retribution. See, they said the day of retribution. That's the little thing. The day of retribution has come. That little thing, they go, okay, now there's consequence. They say their wrath has come. God damn. I'm getting a little emotional, ain't I? It ain't fake either, I tell you that. Let's play this, brothers and sisters.
Well, Colonel, you did not know we were going to run that, and you sent that to me, and I was so impressed with it that I thought we would air it for you. What is the war in the Middle East? What is the likelihood of war in the Middle East? Who would be the combatants? How would this come about? What do you fear there, Colonel?
Well, first of all, thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. My concern right now, today, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu has cut off water, food, sustenance to the people living in Gaza in the ruins. And this happens during a period that they call Ramadan. In other words, these are holy days. Now, this is not the first time this has happened, but right now this is extremely dangerous for the lives of the people who are clinging tenaciously to life in Gaza. But it is also pushing the Arab states in the region to the point where they cannot help but declare war and fight Israel. This has become the cause célèbre throughout the Islamic world. Right now, Egypt has poured more than 50,000 troops into the Sinai in close proximity to the border with Israel. And I think this is conceivably the last straw. Tomorrow, all of the Arab states will meet in Cairo, and they will discuss their plan to resolve the Gaza crisis. In other words, the plan to rebuild Gaza. And I think it will be presented effectively as an ultimatum to Mr. Netanyahu. Now, it could be that the Israelis decide to strike before they become the targets themselves. They've done that before. But I think they'll find that the Arab states are actually ready for that. And the Arab states will ultimately, if this is rejected, they will fight Israel. And I don't think it will stop there. I think Jordan will be pulled into this unavoidably. I think this will involve Syria, where in southern Syria, all the way up to Damascus, the Israelis have essentially essentially declared a buffer state under their control. This is a provocation to the Turks, and I think the Turks will find it impossible to avoid conflict with Israel. And at the same time, the Iranians and the Egyptians are close, and the Iranians have said that they will stand by Egypt. And obviously, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, is close to President Sisi. Again, I think you're going to see unity across the region and across the Islamic world. And this is the last thing that I think we as Americans and frankly Israelis should want to see. We want Israel to survive. And this is a prescription for destruction that once unleashed could consume Israel completely. And it'll do a lot of damage to us. We can't even begin to talk about what happens at home in the markets, to our economy, the financial system, and ultimately behind Iran, and I think increasingly Egypt, we will find Russia, because the Russians have no interest in seeing these countries destroyed by Israel or us. This is what I'm concerned about, because President Trump has just led us courageously down the path of peace in Ukraine, and it will happen. And I think President Trump got a foretaste of what he's going to get from those who have pushed this terrible, evil proxy war under the leadership of this criminal regime in Kiev. I think he's going to brush that aside. He's going to make peace with the Russians, and we're going to find a way forward together. But this could also be jeopardized if something is not done to arrest these forces that are running out of control in the Middle East. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what I see happening.
Well, thank you for that explanation, but it seems to me that it's politically impossible for him to brush aside Netanyahu because of the political influence that Netanyahu's allies and colleagues have here in the United States, both donors and members of Congress and members of the president's administration and members of the president's inner circle. If the Arab League or if select Arab countries attack Israel because of its now genocidal behavior against the Palestinians, and the law defines the denial of food and water and medication as a war crime, would you expect the United States to get involved in that conflagration? In other words, would the effect on the United States be more than economic? Would it be military?
Yes, unfortunately I do, because I think the trigger is already set. In other words, we've cooperated closely with the Israelis, and I think the predisposition is to automatically launch whatever aircraft, missiles, air and naval power is required, perhaps special operations forces on the ground. We have been beefing up our positions in the region. Large numbers of National Guardsmen have been sent over there because the Army today is too small to operate without the Guard and the Reserve. They are all going to be at risk. Americans will ultimately be drawn into this. I don't think there's a way to avoid it. However, I would simply point out that President Trump is still the commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces, and he is the leader of the United States. He is the head of state. And regardless of whatever pressures are exerted on him, he is in a position to take decisions that his own supporters in some areas may not care for. And ultimately, that's something presidents have to be prepared to do. Wouldn't you say, Judge?
Yes, I fervently hope so, particularly in this instance. Is Egypt alone preparing for war against Israel? Are there indications? You know armor, you know tanks, that is your field. Are there indications that the Egyptians are preparing to invade?
I think there are. I think there are several things happening. One, you're going to see targets inside Israel involving airplanes, aircraft, airfields, air defenses undoubtedly will come under attack. And there will be an attempt to move rapidly around the southern area of Gaza and across the desert straight into urbanized Israel. In other words, in the direction of Tel Aviv. So I'm sure that that's under consideration. I imagine they've planned for it. There have been some statements by Egyptian generals to that effect. Now, can they do that? Well, I'm sure they'll be opposed. And much depends on their own air defenses. Because if we've learned anything from Ukraine, it is that if you do not have effective air and missile defense, no matter what you put on the ground, it's at risk. And now you can move quickly in a tank, especially in that part of the world, very, very quickly, cover a lot of distance in a short period of time. But that's not enough. Israel will ultimately be compelled to fight in more than one direction at once. And I think that will happen with other Arab states. I don't see how Jordan holds itself together without joining this tragic war. I think it's very unlikely that southern Syria will sit quietly and wait for something to happen. I think HTS and its Turkish backers will become involved. And then, of course, in addition to that, you have Iran. And Iran doesn't have much incentive anymore to think that it's going to receive some sort of special treatment from Washington. That in fact they see every piece of evidence tells them that Washington is solidly behind Israel. And they may decide they have no incentive to exercise any restraint, in which case they could level large parts of Israel very quickly. You know, remember, thousands and thousands of these 2,000-pound bombs have now been delivered. Israel is replenished with all these lethal munitions from the air. They've got a lot of artillery ammunition now they didn't have before. So this is a tinderbox. This is waiting to explode.
Colonel, is there or will there be an impetus for war on the governments of Arab countries by the populace? Jordan,
Yes.
Egypt, Turkey.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. It can reach the point where public rage is so overwhelming that the people in charge fear their removal, brutal removal, if they do not act. Because we know that the elites in the region, particularly the Arab elites and the Iranian elites, do not want a war. But I'm not sure they have much choice in the matter at this stage, particularly in view of what Mr. Netanyahu did this morning.
Okay, brothers and sisters. You what he said? He says it's imminent. He says tinderbox. He's afraid. So what you think what you think his level of fear would be once the powers haven't actually shaken when America and Britain is kicked out? While Israel under siege. This is not a game, brothers and sisters. This is not lightweight people here. And that judge, he used to be like a main contributor to Fox News. That's where we are, brothers and sisters. And I told you about Egypt. Now, you hear about this before? In fact, even a month ago, in the silence, all of a sudden, Egypt preparing war against false Israel. I told you that southern neighbor would join against them, turn against them. Everything I'm saying is coming into focus. And right now, if you listen to that person, he says a tinderbox. Tinderbox means any spark. Look up tinderbox. Any spark set off. See, that's what they say happened in California. Said everything was a tinderbox. So it took one little spark and the whole thing just blew up. That's fires. That's what we are, brothers and sisters. I'm not excited about it. Because I keep telling you, this transition period is going to be it's not going to be pretty. Especially for most of you, it's not going to be pretty at all. Most of our people, it's not going to be pretty at all because first of all, they can be confused. Now, if you know that you're transitioning, you have thorough knowledge of it, it's still going to be tough. Still going to be tough. Because what's happening is that You're going from winter to spring. And then you know about the winter. You already got used to the winter. You got control of the winter. I got my heat. I got my clothing. I got mastered the winter, man. See. And then all of a sudden the winter's cut off. And all is gone. So what happened? See? And you don't know. Spring is coming. All you know is total disaster, man. I got nothing. I was gone. Now, if you know spring is coming, then you have an advantage. But if you don't, you're sitting there, oh man, what am I going to do? I'm totally lost. I have nothing. I'm lost. So the person that knows spring is coming have the advantage because now they know, right? What direction to move in. But even so, they still got to bridge that chasm of not having anything to move into the spring. That's tribulation. So you can't go back to the winter because you know when to go back to. But the other people, you got people telling me, hey man, we lost everything, we can rebuild it. They tell you, because they don't know about spring. They don't know about Abraham's covenant. They don't know that stuff. And the demons say, man, we can rebuild this, man. Come on, help us rebuild it. That's the danger. So someone's going to follow that. Because what else are they going to do? And then you got other ones saying, they heard about the spring. But man, how do you know it? We ain't got nothing here. And these people saying, we could build this. I mean, I know about this. Right? We can rebuild America. We can take America. But you tell me that we got to go right through this hailstorm, tribulation, something that you says on the other side over there. I don't know anything about. How do you know? You said, Master, who's this Master from Muhammad? I don't know about no Master from Muhammad. Where's Elijah? And we got to fight all. And how do you know there's something over there? And you tell me what's over there is the promised land. And I looked up and where was the promised land? Ain't no goddamn sand over there, man. What the hell are you talking about? You think this is a joke? No, that's the mindset you're going to have because remember, they still don't have your mind. That's the mindset that's going to be out there. And that makes sense. I mean, I can understand it. You tell me that I got to go through it and fight through all this shit and all this and go through this tribulation and everything else for something. And then first, how am I going to get there to begin with? Oh, this match from Muhammad is going to come in and transform me over there? And you tell me these people come in to take America and I got to... You said these people coming here to take this country, they come to the West Coast, they come to kill everybody, and I have to go another direction. What am I going towards them for? See, it don't make any damn sense if you don't understand angel. That's what I'm saying. You people are playing that you think you don't understand any damn thing because the point is that those are good arguments. Those are solid arguments for someone that has no idea the angel. Those are solid arguments. But you tell me that these people come in the street and I'm going there. I can't defeat them. I should be going towards the East Coast. And you said when I get there, they're going to just let me pay. Why are they going to do that? Why they care about me? Because who's this match? I'm not told him to do it. And then he going to lift us up and take us across the sea, and then we're going to finally get to Arabia, and then when we get to the number of sand, and then we're going to fight these crazy people over tomorrow. They commit serial bombers and carry on. Man, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not even staying with these demons trying to build. I mean, the economy's gone, everything going, but they still got the buildings, they still got the stuff. Maybe we can reactivate it. I mean, I see something here. I'm familiar with it. See? That's what you get faced with. And then, if you have knowledge of it, and you're not clear, and you're not 100%, they're going to know that. You 99 point, they're gonna know that one little 0.% is gonna be enough to tell them, get the hell out of my face, nigga. Cause if you get 100%, even 100% is they're gonna make them nervous, cause they gotta believe in you. And the first thing they're gonna ask, well, how come you going through tribulation? If you know someone, how come you going through tribulation? How come you didn't get out with the rest of them? Yeah, I'm just hitting you, telling you directdirectly. See, I try to tell people, I try to warn them about pay attention. Get that angel, upload that angel, try to activate it, because that's a good question. If you know so damn much, how come you going through tribulation? You cut off, you get hit just like me. So why should I listen to you? If people that knew, they're out here. You don't think those items will come up? That stuff come up? One brother and sisters, and said, I come to send fire upon the earth. Where I will, if it be already kindled, for I have be baptized with, and I'm straight to accomplish. He had to go through all that. What? The baptism, that's getting that angel activated. It's not easy. No lightning bolt hit him in the ass. So no one could do it, but he had to make the sacrifice to go ahead and do it. 100% devotion, 100% energy. But that's what it took, right, to achieve. That's the baptism. That's the same baptism. Ain't that what it says about the angel? I mean, about the tribulation? It's a baptism. You got to get that angel uploaded, activated. He did. Okay. Suppose that I come to give peace on earth. No, I tell you, nay, but rather division. For henceforth there be 5 in the house divided, 3 against 2. And why is it 2 against? So you can understand when I show you the angel key, understand exactly who you're talking about, because they don't explain it when they say the father. When they say the father against the son, that's 2, and son against the sons against the mother, that's 2, right? I mean, mother against the daughter, then mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law, and back forth, right? Well, that's really, that's 5 in a way, right? Because you got the mother mentioned, you got the mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law mentioned, so that's the 5th one. But you need to, but when they say 5, 2 against, you have to, they use that to underscore it, so when you get here, you don't get confused when you get to here. See, because it says be 5 altogether. So here's the 5. Here's 3 of them. Here's the other 2. It's not including Satan. So these 3 against these 2. Like Magog, that means that underscores the fact that EU and Russia will be against, and also the demons. It says no thing. All of a sudden, in the last 2 weeks, right? Last month, in Egypt. I told you that. I wanted to tell you that was going to happen. Yes, nobody saw that coming. No one saw that coming. It's true. America against EU. No one saw that coming either. Told you. And now you see all this stuff coming into play. So I'm the false prophet. Yeah, okay, we'll see. And right now, this is our people. That's their mind they got. The information they're getting in is and that information is about to be wiped out, destroyed. The information they're getting in is why they act like they're acting. The media with their bullshit, history, their lying history. I wanted to play this all things got tomorrow. Like America. Oh, America's what the word he used? American values. What the mess? I tell you, boy, that word, I'm restraining myself, but I'm telling you, that's about the most accurate word in the English language. Boy, that's about the most accurate word in the English language. It's worse than that, but that's the most accurate word. Right? Whoa, hard not to use when you talk to these people. We got to return to America. What was American values? And America, we got how America was set up. How it was set up, and when, since America was how was America established? Like this blind spot. When they wrote the Constitution, everything, it was you was out of it. You was 1/6 of a human. You was being beat. George Washington, Jefferson was kicking you, was pissing on you, and everything else, pissing in your mouth. Oh, I don't even go there. I already told you the story. I mean, if they crap in your mouth, boy, brother, let me move on. Let me move on, because see, that kind of stuff, it gets an emotional reaction with me. And these kind of we fish bumping and all that kind of stuff. See, let me say this. I ain't talking enough about the tyrant because I'm hoping I don't want my people to have to go through that. But when I keep seeing these clowns with that bullshit, they're not to meet the tyrant. And if you understand what Elijah Muhammad taught about the tyrant, he wasn't clear, but he gave you enough information, enough hints. See, these clowns that dismiss our heritage, I ain't talking about the demons, I'm not our people. I do their bullshit, dismiss our heritage. They want to love devils, they want to marry devils, they like all this kind of stuff, right? I mean, that's like Condoleezza Rice, right? I don't know if she's a demon or not. That's just what she called it? What she called it? She called it. It was America. That was slavery was a birth defect. A goddamn birth defect. So that's when you use the F word on her. I mean, they say this all the suffering, the Holocaust. That's unbelievable suffering. No other nation what kind of suffering ever before. And they dismiss like, oh man, well, let's get past it, man. That's happened 40 years ago and all this. Those people, everyone of them, knows what happened? They're put under a tyrant. And that's what Elijah Muhammad talked about, this tyrant. And Elijah Muhammad said they're going to be put under the worst treatment. It's like we went through. So now they're going to experience themselves, see if they want to dismiss it. They want to experience it. They're going, and so they won't come out of it. They spend whole lives in there. They say their children will be allowed to come out only after they checked, and then they tattooed so everybody know that they're children of those folks, and that tattoo will remain them forever because their children have to carry that tattoo, so everybody know that was them. And that gets back into this thing, agreed. I'm gonna go there. I get too complicated. That's what happened. So now, it wasn't nothing. That was 40 years ago. It was a birthday. Okay, now you're gonna experience it firsthand. You're gonna experience it firsthand. Since you dismissed it, this is not a goddamn joke, brother and sister. What you about to see? Prophet Muhammad said he didn't know he could survive the judgment. You have 17 million black folks beating down on you, and you know how folks are, and when they wake up, goddamn. You're gonna have to answer some questions. Are you gonna have some answers? Because they ain't want no excuses. Muhammad's excuses and mistakes are not in the law books of Islam. So you come with excuses, you might as well just pull your eyes, snatch your eyes out, and say, burn your tongue. But you know your excuses. Come on, brothers and sisters. Check my sound again. I'm gonna close out in a minute. Get myself riled up. I guess every day I think more and more. I say because every time, every day that man find me delays, boy, I find myself getting angry and angry every day. And all of a sudden they got fire coming over the internet, like he's relevant from 2 or 3 years ago. Man's out of it. But he ain't gonna die. Well, we're gonna revive him a little bit. Right? And all that. Come on, brothers and sisters. I just want to point out quickly, right? Our culture age, I know you understand this stuff. Our culture age was age when the Earth was not able to produce enough for everybody. The energy was low level. Remember, it was not enough energy for us, for the Earth. Remember, it's momentous. Heaven and Earth had absorbed it and converted. But if there's nothing to absorb, that means the Earth became suffered energy deprivation too. Oh, both of us know, because the Earth is suffering energy deprivation. That means we are, because we get the substance from the Earth. So the Earth was, right? That's why you start having deserts and all that kind of stuff. Because the Earth, all is fertile land. So you have deserts and stuff because Earth's energy deprivation, and so it's not producing enough. So that's where we get our energy from Earth. We're not getting them out of there. It's coming there, Earth has converted to a form we can use. So in our culture age, that means that's ultimate energy deprivation, because you got to go on and force the Earth to produce. You got to plow and all that kind of stuff. You know, the blight and all that kind of stuff, like an island. That was because they didn't know how to do that stuff. They had to learn from Africans to rotate their crops and stuff. They was creating the same land. That's why our land wouldn't produce anymore. Potato blight and all that kind of stuff. So now, what happened is that, and I explained to you yesterday, I believe yesterday, that we the one brought the industrial age in, because not our minds, but our spirit brought it in. That's why he calls the spirit also, right? Because our nature, because we benefit from it, because now we're more energized, now Earth's more energized, right? Okay. But the point, remember, it's energized, but it has to be, yeah, I'm getting Alzheimer's, right? The quality of energy. And making machines and stuff. Because you can just say, well, it's more food and stuff. But that person, because we move back towards the computer. I want a better word, but I haven't a better word yet. Right? That's why I got that computer up top there, right? So industrially, it's that benefit because we're not in the fields anymore, because now the Earth is producing more. That's why I said capitalism, all that kind of stuff will not work soon, because we only go work for somebody because you need him to get money to buy food and stuff. But if you're out here and there's food everywhere, say you live on an island, there's food everywhere. You ain't got to work for nobody. If you want something, you eat it. There'll be so much food and stuff that you don't have to work for anybody. That camera and stuff, that was the wisdom. Remember, going to destroy the wisdom of the why? That was the wisdom of the industrial age. Because they weren't much food, so people to control the food, who's Adam, you had to work for Adam to get the food. So, and Adam was greedy, so he didn't want to feed you. You worked, but he gave you less food he could to make a bigger profit. The industrial age come in. Now they got you working in factories and stuff. And then the computer age, now you move to the next level, because we're the one motivating that. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But see, that means we're motivated, but that's them lose control, because that's spring, summer stuff. And if the devils can't control you anymore, if there's food everywhere, how are you going to control you? Now, if he's controlling the food, if he's got food and stuff, how can he control you? Even if you got devil mind, how can he control you? You don't need him. You just wake up, you go out there, and some food everywhere. He has no control anymore. He loses control. He has control when there's supply and demand. He has supply and you have the demand. But there's supply everywhere, then that doesn't work anymore. Capitalism doesn't work anymore. So he's in the fields, and then you go to industrial age. Now you got to work in the factories, so you got to give more. Right? It's more, right? And then next, AI. But that means they're losing control of you. And so they're doing everything to prevent it. And I'm going to, maybe I'll explain that more. I talked about yesterday. I'm getting more in the wars aspect of it tomorrow, maybe. And this is right here. Hey, this is person. See, that shows, what is showing here? I got a lot of energy, but none of that where it should be. This tells you right now we have a lot of energy. We have a lot of energy now, but it's mismanaged. That's what it's telling you. I got a lot of energy. Look at all the energy I got. I'm a powerhouse of energy. I'm a dynamo. I'm dumb as hell. Energy mismanagement. That's where they want you. There used to be a poster, and they said it was a female. It was a female lip type of thing, right? They said ideal man was a man would look like this with no head. Anyway, so he said, look all I got here. It took energy. That means we have a lot of energy, brothers and sisters. Where is it? So he put it this way, but some of you got other way. I got a house, I got a car, I got a Lamborghini and all this stuff. But I ain't got a goddamn thing right here between my ears. That's where it got to be because the war is here. The war is not here. A bullet was put into this. The war is here in the head. The mind war. Well, Superman's fight. But see, you can't fight a war with your house and your mortgage and that kind of stuff. This is a primary example of energy mismanagement. Because you couldn't have this back when you're in the fields. You couldn't build up like this. You had the energy for that. You was all, you wouldn't. You didn't hardly have any muscle, even though you was working your ass off because they wouldn't feed you. So you probably worked hard enough to produce this, but they wouldn't feed you, so you need to know no muscle bound people back there. See, I got look all them energy I got. Mismanage. So if he somehow makes it, he's gonna be an ape in a cage. And I mean that literally. Because he ain't gonna have no idea how to do things. He probably can't do much. It's reality. He probably couldn't handle internet and all that kind of stuff. Probably couldn't handle any of that. It's another story. Here it is. Are you on me? What you looking at me for? Clear. God will come, Elijah, Aaron will screw everything up and smash the covenant. Have to clean everything up. That's clear message here. That's a clear picture. Pharaoh comes, hey. They have to explain that. It's that picture. Okay, look at the scripture. Now, what the scripture said, that this conform to the scripture? That's his father. That's a picture. That's David. That's Farrakhan's daddy. Look it up. Google it. No, this kid Jamaican. Anyway, that's nationality and ethnicity. Anyway, he raped his mama. Produced him. And then he filed like 7 days raping the Nation of Islam and said that's what he be doing. He be robbing the Nation of Islam and raping it. And he got these sisters out there fundraising stuff and me. Oh, Farrakhan. And he admitted a couple of so-called safety again, he was hitting on them. I don't know how he's doing it. I ain't gonna be, I'm move on, brothers and sisters. See how people right here? We're saying he got a lot of energy. Mismanaged, but now they're coming together. They try to use the energy to come together. They come together on your ass because they're angry. Okay? There's energy mismanagement because lack of knowledge. But now that energy start to be focused on your ass. I hope you got some. I hope you got no answers because I know you don't have any. You wish you had some answers. Like, was they interested in the excuses? Oh, brother, I was in. Oh, brother. Ishmael just out himself. He said the devil's in his brothers. See, it's devil. It's skin. It's not skin. It's not skin. That was a big mistake. Man, he make a lot of mistakes. But even some of those really dead Levites over there, some over there just because they want to get away from devils. They don't like the idea they ain't calling devils anymore. Because remember, Colin had a lot of them was with Colin. They'd be no place else. They come back. It was a Colin because he called devils. He was trying to teach lies when I was teaching. That's why they killed him. They shut him down. Okay, you want to call them devils, but they still think devils are devils. They can't say it. And now you tell me beyond that they are brothers? It's hard. I told you they get ready to revolt over there. I told you. See in a few minutes? It says they will cast them down. It says both places. It says to make the point. It says when the thrones are cast down, our brothers cast down. They keeps it cast. When you throw something down the cash, it ain't like you let it down. You going down hard. That's why you use the same word both places. That's about to happen. Oh, everything's in place. Syria, Egypt, EU. It's lined up every day. It means everything's lined up now. I don't know what else could happen other than just. And listen, that guy was talking about. He said the die is cast. He says already. It's a tinderbox. He's expecting to happen any moment now. In your mind, then you get your mind back. Imagine those brothers we just saw just now, brothers and sisters. You got their spirit. You got enough energy to energize their spirit, their nature. That's nature right there. Now they just need their mind. And then, oof. But Jesus answered, said, "You mistaken, since you don't understand the scriptures for it." Okay. We move on to that one, brothers and sisters. Talk about the death sting, death and right? This is where this other side of that hell, this other side that you're working toward, that you don't. That's the vision. Once our people get that vision in their head, they're gonna need that vision to get to the tribulation. Because you're gonna need vision to get to the tribulation, brothers and sisters. If you don't have that wisdom, you're still going to need a vision. It said people out of vision perish. You're going to have to get this vision in mind that the promised land is this. Arabia's going to be turned to this, and that's yours. Those are gone. That's what I said. You're going to have that vision. An angel will give you that vision. And the people that's leading you are going to have that vision. It's going to be burned into them because if there's any flaw, it's going to show up. You got to have that vision. You don't have that vision now. The vision you have right now is we're going to take over America. We're going to have our own McDonald's. We have Mac Muhammad. Right? See? Pop Aaron. Not Popeyes, Pop Aaron. No. See? What's the other one? The chicken place. Right. See? Not the chicken, the other one. Burger King, right? Right. See? Ahmed King. That's the bullshit that's telling you. You ain't going nowhere, you standing. That vision is the vision of destruction. It's not a vision, it's a nightmare. You have to have that vision. You don't have it. Our people do not have that vision. Because when Elijah Muhammad gave that vision to Martin Luther King, and Martin Luther King went out and told that vision, the promised land, he blows his brain out the next day. They don't want you to have that vision. Because you have that vision that brings you together, unites you. And your leaders take a tribulation, they have to come out, you have to come out united and not Frankenstein. Head in the right place, arms, neck, the neck connected to the head, the neck connected to the foot, everything in the right place. Heart cells with heart cells. See, one of the problems that people don't, that's one of the reasons why there's got so many our people so controlling. Because heart cells want people back like heart cells. I mean, you can't understand that. You're a heart cell, you like being around heart cells. And so you want everybody to act like heart cell. Because you don't realize your body, if that's a lung cell acting like a heart cell, you're going to die. But see, we all mixed in together now. And so, hey man, so you're trying to control somebody and you get mad and that's wrong. That's wrong. And how people into that controlling because you can understand it. If you ignorant and you understand, you want all the heart cells to be like heart cells. Birds that fly together. You want but that's not a heart cell. And so they're gonna resist it. And so now you getting all upset, angry, because they acting like a heart cell, but they're not a heart cell, they're a foot cell, they're an egg cell, they're head cell, whatever. And so we're in that controlling mode. You have to break that. that stuff's going to be broken in the tribulation. When you come out there, you're coming healthy, strong. You're going to be a seemingly great army, and everybody going to be, there'll be no Frankensteins walking around. No controlling. Because like I said, everybody you're around is going to be just like you. They're going to think like you have the same base respect. I mean, everybody ain't going to be robots. But everybody going to be, it's going to fall into place. See? And if you were the foot cell going to move over to the foot cell. They'll be happy with foot cells. Happy with foot cell neighborhoods with you. I'm telling you stuff, brothers and sisters, you never heard before. And if you in a thinking mode at all, it should make sense to you. Have 5 pillars. I'm gonna close out, brothers and sisters. Angel, let me see what else I got here. Yeah, let's talk about this. And just as the weeds are gathered, burned with fire, so shall be ended age. The Son of Man will send forth angels. Right? See, burn. In other words, the weeds, that was demons, just burn them up. That was like a blessing. They just burn them up. And part of the reason why that because they're against us, true, right? But see, they was also oppressed by their own people, right? So they just burned them up. Son of Man will send forth angels. They will gather out his kingdom. Well, let me go back to the next one and then I'll close, bro. Just read the whole thing. And he said, the one who sows this, he says, explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field. And he said, the one who sows the good seed is the Son of Man, and the field is the world. That's talking about the angel, right? And for the good seed, these are the sons of the kingdom, and the weeds are the sons of the evil one. That's the demons and devils, right? And that's the demons, right? Farrakhan, primary one. And the enemy who sowed them is the devil. That means his father's the devil. He's from the seed of the devil. And the harvest in the age, angels are the angels, right? So as the weeds are gathered and burned in the fire, that's the demon, it's burned up. So it'll be at the end of the age. And Son of Man will set forth his angel, and they will get his kingdom, not the other kingdom. It's their own people. That's including the angel, the Levites, because we grafted them in, right? We set them as our brothers and sisters, right? And the Son of Man, they are. They're Esau, right? Adversaries, but they chose not to be adversarial. They wanted to be, And Son of Man will send forth angels. They will gather his kingdom, all stumbling blocks, those commit lawlessness. That's X, Silas, all those clowns, unless they're demons, or if they did already burn up. Otherwise, they got to go through this. And they will throw them in the furnace of fire. And that place, they'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth. That means they're going to be suffering in there. Suffering. Oh, I tell you. Then the righteous will shine forth like sun, the kingdom of their Father. Then those come to tribulation, they'll be Frankenstein, they be healthy, clean. That the baptism, remember, came full of soap to clean them, full of soap to clean the filth out. So you got demons out, they get rid of the cancer cells that's carrying on. You think we're the garden while that's that transition period, brothers and sisters. Think you're in the garden while there is not before you like it with fell those who pass away before you. That means when this world's cut down, you can't return to it. Then you're in limbo. What do I do? So now you got to cross that bridge, cross that chasm. So you, stress, affliction befell them. They were shaken violently. Even the medicine said, man, what the hell? This was before you, brothers and sisters. The other side of that is paradise. It's your last baptism. Okay, I'm going to close out here, brothers. I'm going to just run. Hold on a second here. Then I'm going to close out. men's hearts be failing for fear of those things coming upon the earth, for the powers of heaven be shaken. Fear, immense, unrelenting fear, unimaginable fear, unprecedented fear is racing towards America, hypersonic speed. We'll be here soon. Soon. But on its way, men's hearts be failing in anticipation of it. He's having strokes, heart failure, shock, just in anticipation. What do they do when the fear actually gets here? When the event that they fear has reached America. Because what you see happening in the so-called Middle East right now, that's America's obituary that's being written. False Israel is writing the obituary for America and false Israel. As you're done, it says to be done to you. So if you're doing good, America, if everything you're doing is good, you should have nothing to worry about. You have nothing to worry about. Because for the last 500 years, if you've been doing good, there's nothing to worry about, is there? Is there? Great fear. Shock. Don't hear, brothers and sisters. Fear. Shock. 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 Shock of the hour. Oh, the shock of the hour. Oh, it's going to... Heart's failing, trembling. Knees cracking, they banging together so hard. And for those with Farrakhan, oh, shock of the hour. Repentance, they say. Oh, whoa. When the true Son of Man gets hold of them, the shock of the hour. They lie. They say the name of Allah, then proceed to lie. Repentance is not. You steal everything, you beat everybody up, you take everything, you reap. They say, I'm sorry. That's repentance, and then you keep everything you had. That's a great deal. Let's go for it. We get our little repentance game. Let's go and take everything we got. Yeah, when they come to get us, say, hey, repent. Leave us the hell alone. God said, hey, leave us alone. He said, repent. We said, we're sorry. See? Then we go and enjoy everything we've stolen, like America. According to them, America stole us land, stole us, ripped us off, raped us, beat us, terrorized us for 100 years. All they got to do is say, I repent. And it's all good. Just know we ain't going to do it anymore. But sick people, the shock of the hour. You'll see in a few more days, brothers and sisters, it will not be pretty. Not be pretty. Because they said, the day of their wrath has come. Look at wrath. Wrath is extreme anger. Extreme, that's the word you get. And every day delay is making Suleiman more angry. Maybe that's the reason why he's delaying. Make sure he's good and angry. Good and angry. Here's the Messiah. Because when you're in trouble, you look for a savior. Oh, Jesus, help me. He's there, Jesus now. He's going to help America. He's going to save America. And then that's what Ishmael, he's going to repent. You know something? Even if that was possible, that made sense. Every action has an opposite but equal reaction. That's a firm, unbending law of the universe. But they're saying, oh, well, no, that's only if, repentance is not involved. But every action has an opposite but equal reaction. If you don't repent. So if you repent, that true law is not true anymore. It's bullshit. You cannot outrun consequence. Repentance means that you get whatever you get to return everything back. Restore everything you've done. That's the only way you can escape consequence. That's repentance. So if America escaped consequences, they have to get the land back to the Native Americans. They have to return us back our home. They have to get our names back. Right? They have to restore us for 5 years, and they can't do it. There's no way. And the lesson says that even if they want to repent, the scientists will not accept it. But they lied, these guys, and they lie. They know they're lying because you read the lessons, nothing doesn't back up anything they're saying. They know they're lying. In the name of a lie, they're lying. What do you think the consequences of that is? These people, they reaping the soul in the wind. They reaping the whirlwind. The destruction of these people are going to be awesome. Awesome. Because they have to, in the name of a lie, they will see the outright lie. First of all, they did not believe in Master from Muhammad. I can tell you that right now. That's why he's using Elijah's name to verify Farrakhan. And the Farrakhan is on his deathbed. And now they say, oh, Master from Muhammad. They don't believe it because he did. It sure would be saying, using his name and lying right behind it. They need to set up some kind of structure that to keep people's attention. Say, I'm going to make America great again. When was it great? He's not going to do a goddamn thing. Counterfeit power. Counterfeit power. Phantom power. He said, Daniel said they put the trust in arms. But arms have to travel to the atmosphere, don't it? Do they control the atmosphere? Do arms have to, planes have to travel through the atmosphere? Don't boats have to travel through the waters? They control the water's atmosphere? Counterfeit power. 32 trillion dollars in debt. Counterfeit power. Counterfeit. Have no power. They have momentum. If anyone knows anything about momentum, anything slows it down when it hit because there's no power behind it. Power is spent. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to talk about the paradise. I'm going to talk a few things, right? Let's talk about deception. Now, it says Gog and Magog came out. See, that's 5 years ago. They try to tell you millennials in the future. That's part of deception. But let's look at deception. Let's look at deception, brothers and sisters. Now, what's deception? Deception is a mental exercise. Because you're deceiving someone means you're deceiving what's happening. That's a mental function. Mm-hmm. So God can make, I'll go out and see the whole world. That's a mental function. So that means you to see the way you think. See your thought pattern. How do you see someone? How to think them. That's what deception is. You're outthinking them. Deception is outthinking them. You understand, brothers and sisters? That deception is. Without thanking someone, you have to thank yourself. You understand? You have to be able to thank yourself. So Gog and Magog came out with mental power, thinking power. Don't thank everyone else. Understand? Yeah, brothers and sisters. I keep telling you, said mental war. They declared mental war on the whole planet. So let's analyze a story about Adam again in the Quran. Okay. Let me do a little safety check here. Thank yourself. God can make it king. Okay, you got the angels. And angels, their function is to submit, not to think, because they wasn't thinking. Because he said, tell me. He asked them, he said, we don't know anything. That's what you taught us. That means when you think, that means you figure things out. Other people don't teach you. If you only know what people taught you, that's not thinking. If you only know what someone's taught you, that's not thinking. That's remembering and submitting. That's not thinking. Because you're thinking, that means you come your own ideas, your own perspective, your own thoughts. But if you just repeating what someone told you, that's what, and you said, we only know what you taught us. So that means they weren't thinking. You gotta analyze these things. They taught Adam how to think. To tell me your name. They taught Adam how to think. Because he can make a ruler in the earth. What kind of ruler? A thinking ruler. Now, Jim, they weren't thinkers either. They were smitten, but there was a submission into non-thinking. You see, because he says, okay, submit to Adam. Yeah, we submit to you, we ain't gonna submit to that. So they forced themselves out of being submission right there. Because the submission is, you submit to the will of Allah, and the angels were in submission, they were Muslims. The jinn were not. They were disbelievers. So Adam was a thinker. That's he would rule. You know, mission shed blood, yet you think it. Right? So he was a thinker. They said he was a powerful thinker, but he was a thinker. He was more powerful than angels because angels wasn't thinkers, they were just submitters. So we look at the world we see right now. Israel didn't exist 600 years ago. It's an extension of the minds of the people that came from. So in other words, all these things are as a result of thinking. You can't say, oh, Jesus, give me a car. Oh, Jesus, fit me a plane. Oh, Jesus, no. These things are a result of thinking. Result of thinking. And see, when you go back to history, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but you go back to history, right? You got two books. Both of them included together because there's two minds there. It's like you have a book that's grammar school and high school. They're both are there. Because that's the two mindsets, and one is more powerful than the other. One's more powerful than the other. So you have to, got camera problems, brothers and sisters. What's more powerful than the others? Hmm? So you have the two there. And now, for 1,000 years after the book was revealed, for 1,000 years, they was under the force of the power of the Sunnis, not thinkers. Submission. They was under power. And the Catholic Church was not about thinking either. It was about submission too. Hmm? And be taught to think. After 1,000 years in that, right? And the desperation that they start thinking. Newton and all these people, they start thinking. And when they start thinking, they became the most powerful. They became rulers. And no one could stand against because the Sunni could not stand. But since Sunni, they had Arabic, the Quran, prayers, prayer beads, Holy City, got all of it. So why is the devil in control of them? They go, that's not sufficient. Because there's no thinking in Sunni Islam. There's no thinking there. They're going to say, go with the flow. It's pretty much like the sealed Bible. No things, no thinking requires sealed Bible either. You see, when Britain broke away from the Catholic Church, they went to a thinking mode. And it passed on to God. That's God can make God get two world empires. We're from agricultural age, industrial age, to now. Thinking. And you were allowed to think. 20 years, you weren't allowed to think. You had time to think anyway. They kept you busy 24/7, terrorized, beaten, raped, and everything else. Hungry. So you're the thinkers, and they rule. And that was last 50 years. Because energy deprivation, then you start being energized. And so during that time, that mind, that was the mind that ruled the world. That's the mind they gave you. It's your Bible. That's the most powerful mind. Remember, it takes thought. They deal with that because they were thinkers. On a certain level. So they overcame the Catholic Church, they overcame everybody on the planet. Sunnis. Thinking. So after 40 years of, because you see everything around you. Cars, the internet, computers, cell phones, all this. You can't pray that stuff to existence. It's an extension of thought. The level of thinking. It's your Bible level. Like you go to the gym and you got this level and you got a higher level. And then you're on a higher level and you have to match this level before you get to the next one, and you can't, you can never get to the second one. So he's got two. Here you go. You got two realities there. Two minds there. Still Bible mind and angel mind. Angel mind is most powerful. But it's dormant until someone come along and lift it. It's like, if you got weights, anytime before you get to the prime membership class, whatever, You got to be able to lift 1,000 pounds yourself. No help, no hydraulics, anything else. Well, that's what you got to do. 900 pounds is not enough. You got to do 1,000, like I said. That's what angel is. It's a mental gym. Because the one that lift 1,000, he's going to be above all those lift 800, 700, 300, whatever. Same thing. Because remember, this reality extension was sealed by our mind that they were able to upload and activate. But they couldn't move to the next level. That's new minds coming in. Everything, all things will be new. Won't be anything like this. Nothing like this, nothing. The devil's God, they know it's a mental game. That's why I said they deceive the whole world. And the object is to make sure you have developed thinking. Because they know you're more powerful hardware than they do. But on the software, you got the software they have, so you won't get the same result. Maybe quicker, but the same result. But you get the same information. Here we go, make it, bro. I don't know why I'm so hard and carry on. You understand? So, okay, well, if that's what you have to, and angel is a mental gym that will take you to the next level and bring a new reality. It's based on thinking. Our reality, and the division reality was based on our submission and their thinking. We submission them at their thinking. But now we move to the next level and we start to think. But we have a bad mind. We see this bad information, so we get bad results. Now, wicked. He said the lesson say, Master Muhammad says, they never heard of a wicked Muslim and that we are Muslim righteous. Didn't turn around and say, we're wicked people, sick people. I'm just trying to get you to understand it's all mental. And we'll talk more about it as we move on. But when it says you got to read the backstory, it said to see the whole world, that means I think everyone. And our people are not doing any thinking at all. None. There's no doing anything. Even though it's claiming how to injure that thinking. Not thinking. You know how you're thinking? Because you start breaking verse in the angel, then you're thinking. If you ain't doing it, you're not thinking. I don't care what you think you're doing. Because that's thinking on the next level. Because right now you're thinking on the level the Lord and the devil, so they're ruling you. They're ruling you. Because they're outthinking you. And you don't want to think. You haven't had thinking for 40 years. Now you got to use, and now you don't want to think. The devils control everything. If I said all devils died today or tomorrow, we'd be dead the next day. Because we can't run this stuff. We're going to all stay, yeah, okay. We can't run this stuff. You don't know anything. You have no idea about anything that's going on. Nothing. So you get me, well, if master outthinks you, then you're his servant. As long as he not think you're going to remain his servant. You're going to pick up guns and all that kind of stuff. It means nothing to him. If he applies the bullets, how stupid that is. How stupid that is. Not thinking. And so you're ruled by the devils. See, remember, go back to that story again. So Adam was taught to think. He taught Adam all their names. They didn't know him. Right? You can understand what that means. That Michael knew he was Michael, right? But the point is, that's the story. So they'll be thinking, and you wouldn't be thinking, and they make sure you don't think. 100 years. They rule. And there'll be justice. And repeat the story again. That's what it means. But they were just. They were thinkers. The jinn, they got Quran, cherubims, prayer rugs, all that stuff. Who they submission to? You understand? Okay, let's move on. Like I said, deception means outthink you. And you're being outthought. And so you said your master's slave because he has control of your mind. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into this, but now you get energized, you're coming out of energy deprivation slowly. Take 6,000 years for it fully out. And see what happens, you get more energy, right? Your nature's become more energized. Because energy deprivation, nature is depleted, deprived, so therefore you're acting less than yourself. If you're a righteous Muslim, as long as you're in submission, that's what submission means. You understand? So, the mind you have is against your nature. And so as your nature start expressing itself, there's a conflict between the mind that you have and the nature. It's conflict. Because your nature's saying this, but your brain is saying something else based on information you get, so it's contrary. So you're working against yourself. You're fighting with yourself because you got a mind that's fighting against your nature. Got a mind that's fighting against your nature. We'll speak more about that in a few minutes, I think. Okay? So as this conflict grows, continues, and gets stronger and stronger and stronger, something has to give. The more energized you come, the more nature expresses itself. As we overcome the knowledge, the mind, if the mind is inconsistent, incompatible, move on, brothers and sisters. Let's see here. What is written? I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. Now, what does that mean? See, because your static idea of the universe is that, oh, this is going to be like this all the time, right? Nature's coming forward, but you don't see it. You don't see it connect to the universal process. It's momentous in the heavens and earth because of a sudden, but you don't understand it. You think this is the way it's going to be all the time. It's the way it is. You understand justice, the focus, any of that stuff. You sure would get it before you got here. The meaning is doing that season for season. I was taught the wisdom of the wise, so the wise is the one controlling the winter season. That's the devil. And that will is come to a screeching halt because that knowledge and wisdom cannot be exercised in the wintertime. Understand? Get some my belly rocking. Back. Hey, Bill, just come back. Oops. So as I believe I was saying, during their time and deprivation, I'm going to elaborate on that as I go on. That was the knowledge that was applicable for that period of time. And if you applied that, he was prudent and he was wise. Knowing it is wise and acting, So the point is that, but the winter is passing. Adam was only built for the winter. So that's why that wisdom will be no good. The wisdom of the winter is no good in the spring. No good at all. You won't build snowmen, you won't throw snowballs, you won't build igloos, right? You won't be doing ice skating, all that stuff. That wisdom is gone. It worked to the winter. Spring is destroyed. Let's talk about. So it's telling you about a transition between one season to another, which you didn't never think that way because you was told to see a Bible that things gonna be like it always, don't be like it's always. You don't understand the universe continues to change. So I'm going to talk about a few things and try to bring it all together in the end, right? So their way of thinking will be of no value. And I promise you, we'll be given a new way of thinking. No value. You read books about the winter and you're in the spring and say, what's good to me? That's good history. But how is that going to apply to now? Why would I want to go out and buy some ice skates? Buy some roller skates. I want to go skiing. I go, what do you call it, waterboarding or whatever. Especially if, if you're in a situation where it's total spring, ain't no snow mountains, all that kind of stuff in spring, and it's total spring, it's total summer, total winter. This it works. But see, the problem is if you understand that tells you those have phantom power. Because their power is based on the winter. So they're talking winter stuff. Trump is talking winter stuff. What I'm going to do is, no, you're not doing a damn thing. I'll tell you now, I got to put a snow blizzard on your ass in the spring. And if you don't know any better, man, hey, you in the spring. I mean, that guy, he said he's going to put snow blizzard on us in the spring. God said, what you worrying about? Snow blizzard going to touch you in the spring. But you still remember last month, man, December, man, that guy was hitting those snow blizzards in January. He tore us up, right? Yeah, before it's March now. That shit won't work. That stuff won't work. Don't you understand? It's March and spring. Oh, really? No, I know that. Then why he still talking it? Because he's a winter person and he's still trying to hold on to the winter and trying to intimidate you. I tell you all this power he got, but his winter power has no effect on you whatsoever. Nothing. But he can fool you. I mean, I drop a snowstorm on your ass. In the summer, spring, look all the snow I got, man. I put an avalanche over there. In the spring, if you don't know any better, man, don't go down that road. Because he said, if you go down that road, he's going to drop an avalanche on you. Yeah, sure he did. He did it back in December, man. He wiped the whole town with an avalanche. I mean, don't go down there. You don't want me to get you. Hey, fool, it's spring, man. That shit don't work no more. What you mean? Don't you understand? There's no ice in the spring. Oh. See? You understand, brother, sister? They had no power. Phantom power. They have no wisdom. Phantom wisdom. The problem is, you still hold on to that mind because you think it's real. You don't understand about the spring. You hold on. Oh, man, you can put an avalanche on me, man. And you're thinking that way. Because that's what you're thinking. I said, oh, you don't think? No, you're not really. Okay, put it this way. Maybe I should say it a different way. Because I know some people are getting confused. You ain't thinking to the degree you need to think to graduate to the next level. Because India is a mental gym. And it tells you just the level you need to think to go to the next level. So if it takes 1,000 pounds, if you have to lift 1,000 pounds to move to the next level, 900 pounds won't do. And if you see that this world is based on lifting 500 pounds, you got to lift more than 500 pounds to overcome it. And the angel says, it tells you right there, they cannot, your your mind will overpower their mind because they can't touch your mind. They've had it for 1,000, 2,000 years. They couldn't touch it. Once you obtain that mind, then you think you're more powerful. You're more powerful mentally than they are. It's right there in front of you. You got two books right there, two minds. And one is more powerful than the other by definition because they can't understand the other one. They have to think to get it. You have to think to get the injury. You can't, there's no other way you have to think to figure it out. Of course, you have to think. It tells you the level of thinking you need to move to the next level because the next level is based on your mind. It's your mind. And that means you have a powerful mind. That means the whole world will be totally different. Totally different. All things will be nothing like this. Like the spring is nothing like the winter. Tell me something about the spring that's like the winter. Tell me something like the spring's like the winter. You put them side by side, there's anything like, nothing like. Nothing like. Put them side by side. All things are new. So you get the spring mind, that's the angel. Now, if you go into the winter, into spring with winter mind, then you're going to be in a cage in a zoo or something. You're going to be seals or penguins or something in a zoo. Polar bears in a zoo. Because you have no power in the spring. They put you in a zoo and feed you. And that's what some of you are going to end up. Because the world's coming not from here. Here. A new technology. A new everything. And this world right here, you need to think on a certain level to deal with this. Some people can't even deal with this. You think somebody from 200 years ago come here, they be totally confused. I have no idea. No idea. The Sunnis don't have anything to do. Are they producing anything, the Arab Sunnis? They refuse to submit. They're not producing anything. In fact, they're out of tune with this world. So which they're going to be with the next world? They're not producing anything. Not one thing. They got beads, they got the prayer beads. And I was walking with my wife this morning, I asked a question, says, well, you know, Muslims, I mean, they got Quran and the Bible. I mean, they got the Quran and the holy places, and they got Allah, they claim. Prayer beads, 5 prayers a day, Ramadan, everything else. So they got everything they're supposed to have. How come they're in submission to the devils who don't have any of that? What's the difference? Because the devils think. See, Allah told the devils to think, Adam to think. And the angels, they were just so submit. They weren't told to think. Angels weren't told to think, just told to submit. But if you submit to a thinker, how do you overcome a thinker? Superior thought. And it's right there. If you submit, right? In submission, the superior thought is embedded there. Because when you submit to the Bible, the angel is right in there with it. So if you start thinking, that means you move to the next level. It's right there. You have to go find it. It's right there. And you can move up to the next level, they can't. See, both of you got the same Bible, they got the angel too. And you got, so at some point in time, when you become energized, okay, put it this way. You don't have enough energy, both of you don't have enough energy to live on the first floor. You just got enough energy to live on the first floor. So now you get enough energy to move to the second floor, but they can't move to the second floor. And you can't. You see, they got enough energy, but then has discipline. So they can just get more control of the first floor. They can get to the second floor. See? And you can. But first you gotta get to the point where you get enough energy to move to the second floor. So because of discipline, you can move to the second floor. They can't. So all they do is get more power over the first floor. So say for instance, you had 5 rooms on the first floor. But now they got 10 rooms on the first floor. But you got 5 rooms on the second floor. Because you can go to the second floor because you can if you will. It's up to you. They cannot. Because they're here for 2,000 years. They couldn't do it. 2,000 years. When you're in the second floor, now you're the ruler. And then when they keep you down on the first floor, that never happens. I'm just trying to get you to understand the basic principle here. So I got to explain, deception is about thinking. And so right now, right, they have you don't need to think. You play video games, you can watch NFL. That requires thinking. Religion, that requires thinking. Those people would be Farrakhan if they thought. Farrakhan not second they thought, they got to read. Farrakhan doesn't require thinking. It doesn't require you to think. In fact, when Wallace took over, first thing he said was, we know all this stuff the devil's got. Scientology, all that stuff, you don't need to think. Because he can't think at that level either. So that's why you see part of the reason why they live with him, not thinking. None of our people are thinking. Other people coming over the angel, they ain't thinking either. Well, what's the criteria of thinking? The criteria is you have to master the angel. The Lamb's Book of Life. It's as simple as that. That means you have the mental level you need to move to the next level. That's what you did. Move to the next reality. That's how complicated the next reality will be, because that's how level you have to think. The so-called Christians right here, they had to think to produce this. They had to outthink the Catholic Church. They broke away, outthink the Catholic Church, and this is what they came with. Their level of thinking. So now you sitting around here. I remember telling my children, when they was, maybe 15, 20 years ago, I guess. A little more than that, maybe. Yes, around, a little more than that. It would be still in the 90s. I was trying to get them understand how the technology and stuff works. I had my own business at the time, right? Information technology, right? IT. I said, these people write these games, all y'all playing this stuff. They have much fun writing these games as you playing them. But they're a producer and you're a consumer. I said, why don't you let me write these games? Why don't you just play them? And there was this 12-year-old, I think, Jewish boy. I know he was a Jewish boy, but I think he was about 12 years old. He went on the internet and learned how to write some app. And well, I understand, I'm not saying it exactly, right? But I know the basic idea is correct. He went on, AT&T, I think it was AT&T that found out about that. They lacked that. And I think they gave him $12 million from that there, and they put him on board. I think he was 12 years old. I was trying to tell him, see that? Why don't you want to learn to write this stuff? Nobody pay attention to me. Because we want to get too much detail and everything, we don't want to bring this into, maybe I'll get to that later, into fruition, into existence. Because we're moving out now. We went to industrial age. Who benefits from industrial age? We did, because we got us out of the fields. Who's benefiting from the AI age? We are, because it gets out of factories, plantations, working industrial workers. We weren't in the fields, but was working in a factory, and it was almost hard. That's really coming from us. Because our nature arises, being activated in our nature, the conflict between nature and mind. So there's a conflict between our nature and our minds right now. You see it in Mark, the man beating himself up. He's out of, they don't control him anymore. But he's got their mind, and he's got all this energy that he's focused against himself. Because that mind, you got enemy mind. So if you got the mind of your enemy, you're going to hurt yourself. But he's getting more energized because he's got all this power. He done broke everything else. So now all thing he needs to do is now he needs to get a mind so he can inject his energy in the correct way, energy management. You understand? That's what Mark is all about. I got quite a few things I want to cover, so Brown says it might look like I hope to put all this together in the end. I talked about this yesterday, right? Your brain, here's your mind, and it feeds information to the brain. The brain needs information just like your body needs food. So if this information is bad, the brain's going to give it bad decisions, make bad calculations. Right now, they're controlling the information that's coming in because they have their mind. We still have them. We have their mind, the sealed Bible mind, which the mind that we were supposed to have during the 5,000. That time is ended at 2020. And we still walk around with their mind. But now we're energized. We got how many? We'll see. The first energizing came in the 1860s, and be three by the 1960s, right? Okay. So we were in the process of fourth energizing. Okay, 1860s, the 20s. Fix it again. That's 3. And so our nature gets more energized. Start being energized. That's why we broke the chains, like it says in Mark. We broke the chains in 1860s rather. It says we broke the chains. Like control us. Explain all that basic music and everything, right? Now we're on the fourth level of it, fourth phase. It's harder and harder for that mind to keep controlling us. Because there's a conflict between the mind and our nature. And we see that with the man, when the Joshua, the man runs to Jesus, Joshua, when they call him. Because he runs to Joshua, not based on his mind, based on his nature. Nature said, hey, something with his mind I got. The conflict between my mind and my nature, I'm doing other than, it says, the scripture says, I'm doing other than what I would do. So it's talking about, I'm doing other than what I would do. So he knows I'm doing something that I would be doing this, but I'm really doing this. So he's got a mental conflict there. It says, I should have printed that. And that's what's going on right now. It's like people starting to, it's affecting everything around us, weather and everything else. You don't understand it yet. So we're talking about repentance. See, they got a shock of the hour coming. Because that repentance, it's not about America's going to repent. It's about, they're going to repent of Farrakhan. So, repentance means you got to stop doing what you're doing and give up. They're going to stop listening to Farrakhan and they're going to give them up. They'll get them demons, all of them. Turn on them. consequence for what. They don't just walk away. They're going to pay a consequence for what they've been doing for 440 some years. That's why I say destruction. It doesn't say they're going to be chastised. So who will consume with spirits and destroy. When destroy so means you eradicate everything that's done, because destruction actually brings about balance. Okay. If you attend another 10 would destroy you. Consequence. So they destroy it. That means they have to face a consequence for everything they did. That's why I use the word destroy. They're going to face a consequence. Brothers and sisters, I keep telling you, you got to pay attention to these words. That means destroy. When you destroy, if you chastise something, that's not you destroying them. That's they haven't faced the consequence, full consequence yet. Full consequence means that you destroyed the action. Destroy means you destroyed the action. You have a reaction that destroyed the action. Neutralize it. That means consequence. So that means if they destroy it, it means they're going to face the consequence of all they have done. If I say, boy, what the hell? And they will lie, and they go see. That's why I say destruction, they're going to be terrible. Well, I mean, you just say destruction is terrible because destruction itself is terrible. It could be more terrible than destruction itself. So the consequence of them is going to be terrible, which will be destruction. And that's repentance. That's true repentance. Absolute repentance, because now you return everything you took. Everything you take, return. That's just destruction, total consequence. So that's what they're going to face. They repent of Farrakhan. See, they try to take repentance. Oh, you take and you rip off everybody, you steal, you rape, and we say, oh, sorry. And that's it. If that's the case, man, I'm in the wrong, but I should be out there be a robber. Thief and a robber. Just got to do everything I want to get rich. Once I get rich and everything, man, I tell everybody, hey, I got your house, I got your family, I got your wife, got everything, man. Hey, bro, I'm sorry. That's the way it works. No, that's a good deal. But do everything you can to get rich. You know, you got to just say, man, I'm sorry. When they come after you, I'm sorry. And you keep everything. It's a good deal. Let's go for it. What I'm doing this for? That's what they're trying to sell you over there. Oh, America just repent. And go all the shit they've done for. And they say, oh, I'm sorry. Like somebody, they cut their run over you. Now you quit for the rest of your life. I tell you, I'm sorry. God damn. Well, they don't give me out this wheelchair. But you're damn sorry. That's a double thing. So I'm watching them every day. And I'm saying, he says, he who sits in the Most High will be cracking up on these folks. I'm watching this a little bit. They have any idea what's about to happen to them. So the petition, destroy me, all the whole network, all that he built. If it destroy me, destroy everything that's associated with. When destroy something, destroy everything that's associated with it. It means all those clouds it's facing destruction. So we look at what they've been doing for the last 40 years, and then you have some idea how those are going to happen now. Analyze these words, brothers and sisters. They don't use it for no reason. They just throw them at you. So, right now, you got a conflict between the nature and the mind. But man's nature was getting stronger. He still had the mind. Because first, remember, his nature was getting strong. He broke the chains. Chains are designed as suppression of nature. He broke those, so the nature was getting stronger. But because he had in his mind, he was focusing against himself. That story is loaded with information. I tell you, all those stories are loaded with information. I mean, telling stuff now, it's right there in front of your face. But see, none of you thinking yet. Oh, you're not thinking yet. And that's what Master Muhammad, because someone had to be inspired, motivated. Because right now, you're sitting around and the devil's doing thinking for you. You got a house, but who built that house? Who set the mortgage? Who you renting from? That car. Who made it for you? Look, where you getting food from? Where you getting electricity from? You're not doing any of that stuff. You getting any of it? You any black folks producing it? No. They're doing it for you. I said, if the devils all died right there at the bar, we'd all be dead in a couple of days. Because we sit around and let them do the thinking for us. And that's one of the reasons why Farrakhan is saying, let's think about it. Now, if you're a thinking person over there, they still got you. Because you say, okay, if we go home, what are we going to do when we get? We're going to go back to land of sin. Think about it. This is the promise. This is the way some people view the promise. We're going back to Arabia. Oh, but then, wait a minute, hold it. Arabia's covered with sand. I want to go back there. And plus, it's got all those Sunnis over there, crazy Sunni, suicide bombers and stuff. What are we going there for? No, but sand. What are we going to eat? I was in the farmland over there, what are we going to eat? Where are we going to get clothes from? Where are we going to live at? You see? I mean, if you're a thinking person, you might ask those questions. What you go there for? I mean, do we have people that can, engineers, that can build for us? Do we have people that can, irrigation, farm? I don't know, we ain't got nobody. We got people, they can see, they tell NFL, they play video games. They can't go to see Kanye, tell about Beyonce. But just what derivative is, they look like you're a goddamn fool. What the hell is the derivative? What's a trigonometric function? What's a Fourier equation? What's a Pythagorean theorem? How much is 25 divided by 5 plus 2 without using a calculator? How does cell phone work? Where's electromagnetic magnetism? Where's magnetism itself? You see, so what the hell? What are we there for? What are we going to do? So if he's telling you we're going to stay here, they say, okay, yeah, we'll stay here. Master, you're going to take care of all that already. We're going to take America. But see, quiet at that point, because if you take America, you're going to run America? Or you going to troll the white folks and let them, they're going to be engineers, you're going to troll them because you ain't producing engineers. If Farrakhan would be that crap, he'd be producing engineers, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he produce chemists and scientists and physicists and doctors? He'd produce any of that stuff. So he's thinking, man, well, hell yeah, I have to stay here. Okay, we'll go there for. Even Africa, we go to Africa, they ain't got none over there. They ain't producing anything either. So we're going to go. We all know how to do it. You know how to do it. So he said, yeah, I'm going to go back home to Arabia. But even those people say they want to go back home, do you know what you're going back to? Are you preparing for it? Do you know anything? Can you build a house? Are you an engineer? Are you a chemist? So who going to do it for you? Or you think you go back in there? You go back in there. Everybody going to do it for you? They're not even thinking. They did it probably with Farrakhan at that point. What the hell did I get for? All that sand, what went there? You see what I'm saying? When the angel tries to get you, once you get the angel, which none of you have, you see past all that, you rise to the next level, and you see everything from a higher perspective, from a higher vantage point. Because from that level of mental, it's simple. But from this level, I remember when I was a kid, be stupid, right? Guys used to go in and I forgot how they did this, right? But what they did is they would put a mirror on their shoe. Then they go talk to one of the sisters, right? And she don't see that mirror. They look her up on the dress. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. But that's what they did. That's some of the dumbest stuff I ever did. And that was some dumb crap, that was cool. I didn't think it was cool. And then you got the other one, they're looking at this. So if you look at a sister on her face and you look at her on the dress, you can two different perspectives there. Two different perspectives. I don't know why you use that analogy. I probably should. But you're saying, it's two different perspectives. So you look at the world from an engine mind perspective, not from an engine mind, but submission. But in submission, we told the devil they fed us. They chose garbage, shit, and everything else. Because they was outthinking us. They wouldn't even allow us to think. When you get into mind, you outthink them. There's nothing they can do about it because your power, mental power, is greater than theirs. Greater power becomes lesser power. And you haven't got there yet. I guarantee you. And you can tell me, got electricity work, how magnetism work. That's fundamental. That's not our power source, but anyway, even that's fundamental. This power source, you don't understand this one. Well, why do you need oil? Power engine. Why not water? What's the piston? What's the muffler? What's the engine itself? How does the brakes work? What's friction? What's momentum? Any of that stuff. Yet still, how are you going to live here, have your own country, anything? You ain't trying to learn anything. You don't know what a vector is. But these devils do, and that's why they ruin your ass, and that's why they kick your ass, and that's why you got your head up their ass, and you better not move, because next one I did, you better hope they don't move too fast, so they break your damn neck. And it tells you that the wisest person on the planet is the person that can lift 1,000 pounds. The strongest person on the planet that can lift 1,000 pounds. So whoever can lift that angel is the wisest person on the planet. Most powerful person on the planet, because of mental war. Because you can't do it. Oh man, look, boy, okay, you lift 1,000 pounds in. You talking that bullshit. Look, lift it. Oh, well, shut up. Because today, nobody's been able to lift one verse in that. One sister, she did. It showed, and her sister, that's the only by in 30 years ever got any closer. One sister did, and then, so I mean, she has to, was she 1,000 pounds? Nobody couldn't move it. She was ready to crack. Oh, hey, okay. And you all your brothers, you couldn't do it. And the potential was there, but I know you had a potential because it's your book. But you gotta lift it. And that's what I told you. The angel is the mental gym you need. Let's talk about this for a minute. This is man, I shouldn't probably get to this because this gets off the page here for all of you, really. Just give you a taste. You know, I said this would be the new situation. The guys, they brain cells, right? So he turned off all the DNA. He has it. He just turned it all off, except for the brain. So therefore, all the energy is just for the brain. And he let the rest of the body, he leave that to the angels. Well, in this case, no more angels. So we turn the way it is right now, the way it's going to be. We're going to put it under the control of Adam. They can be Adam can be a servant. Because the angels that finally upgraded to gods. It tells you, make man our lax image, so they upgraded. So then Adam would take the place with the angels. But he won't be an angel. The Lord is an angel. Because he's a beast. Angels are human. He's half beast. That's why mankind, he has a structure, form, without the structure, without the substance. He's a speaking beast. And that's what we made it. Because see, all those things, I said from plant life, the insect life, the reptiles, the mammal, whatever, right? All came out of us. And so now they serve functions, till all those functions turn off. That original being had all those functions within them in itself. But now it's turned off. And they serve those functions. They're independent now. So the bees do. If you understand that body, that individual head produces all that stuff. Just like when you talk about the male and the female, that one body still producing. It produced a sperm and an egg. But now you're separating the two. Now one does, one does. So now you separate. So one does part of the reproductive cycle, the other part, but they compatible, have to work together. So all of that's the biological system. All came from us. As the Quran says, from one being came all life. Have all this. That's what it would be. Biological system. Because I said, the devils, they need to bring in an electronic universe. They need to destroy that biological because they cannot survive in the new world. They have to destroy the biological creation and try to come with this mechanical. I'm not going to that detail here. But I said, we have a biological creation. It's superior. So I said, well, yeah, but we moved to the next stage. We went to a culture age was about enslavement and everything else, right? You can note here I want to talk about something historic. Make sure I cover this point too. So now, the creation was finished with the making of Adam. Because the angels, they were doing the physical work. Okay, the trees, they do certain things. They do the atmosphere, talk about as far as breathing. You got insects, they do pollination, all those, all the things. They do all kind of things too. But all these things serve a function to keep the biological world. But right now, remember, that's the form of creation. So we part of the creation, make all the planets, and we're going to live on now. But 72 years, we was building those planets. 72 years, we was building our biological system, making it independent. 72 years, right? All the stars and everything else. Okay? So now the creation was finished with the most complex creation, that's Adam. So now it's finished. That's what it's done. Now we start moving into the 72 years of enjoying our creation that we created. 72 years of development, 72 years enjoying it. Right? Everything reversing. But see, in the creation part, everything's in the wild. The bees in the wild, trees in the wild, all that, right? They're in the wild. Animals in the wild. Right? They fit in the creation, but they were in the wild. They wasn't our direct control. But now, I said, we're coming out of this situation. We go from culture age, that was enslavement, to an industrial age, now to the AI age. And it's going to get more and more. Because remember, we go back to the ultimate computer again. It gets more and more. I don't like to use it. Maybe I say it that way for simplicity. But it becomes more and more. Good word for that. It gets more closer to the original computer that first God brought into existence. I leave it like that, say it that way, because I can't think of a term that would make sense to you. Okay, so now, remember this build to create, put stuff out. It's like taking a house and building it and all that kind of stuff. I said that then you beautify it. That's where sisters come in, because it takes strength to build it. It takes my mind for both to build and to beautify it, but now the beautification side comes in. The beautification, and you make it homely and everything else for everybody else. Right? You build a house now, it's there, you got the rooms and everything else, but now you make it to a home. That's the house phase and the home phase, put that away. Home phase is for the sisters, house phase for the men. They build everything else, and the women, right? Home phase. So now as we go into home phase, they're gonna beautify the planet, they're gonna beautify the universe, they're gonna beautify they're already beautiful themselves, but they're gonna get more beautiful. But to me, boy, it was amazing. So, because these sisters, these sisters, boy, the most beautiful thing in creation. The personification of beauty. There's nothing more beautiful than these sisters, nothing. Because they're the personification of beauty. They're the definition of beauty. Okay. Anyway, it's all in the wild. So now we bring it under control. How do we do that? That's the question you would like to know, wouldn't you? Okay. But what we do is we bring these under control. So, and through Adam. Because now we can communicate Adam. Adam will not be communicating on level. Because remember, he can't get to the angel. We have to communicate Adam on his level. He won't be able to speak our language. But we're able to speak his language. Right? Adam has this, to our point of view, there's an unnatural attraction to animals. Right? Because that's what he had part of it. Now, he's going to be able to speak to the animals. We have a procedure that will be able to speak to the animals. In their language. You got that in the lessons. It says, man from humble can speak to the birds in their language. There's a hint there. It be able to relate to all of these. Now see, what happens is, look. Put it in perspective. Okay, well, I had note now, bring it all together right here, right? It's momentous in heaven and earth, but come to a sudden. I told me to tell you stuff now you never heard before. I'm putting it together, and everything I'm telling you is consistent with everything I've told you in the past. I'm just bringing it together for you. Momentous in heaven and earth, that means Earth's more energized approximately 50 years. So that means, and we're in the process of 50 years. That's the great changes happen right now. We're in the 50 years phase right now. We're in 50-year phase. Okay, it's been about 50 years since 1860, the 1960s, every 50 years. So when energized, it means the Earth produces more. We're more energized. Because the Earth is absorbed by the Earth, and the Earth changes the form we can use. Now we're more energized. So we was getting 1,000 uses a day, now we get maybe 1,500 uses a day, or maybe 2,000. We get more every. So now, all this growth. All this animal life, because everybody's more energized. Yeah, all this animal life, all this growth and everything. See, the Bible gives you a hint, because it says the only reason why he want to destroy all the nations right away, because the animals and everything will take us. It gave you a big hint there, but I know you didn't catch it. It says they read them on the story, Google it. We ran show the nations right away because all the animals, everything will overtake us because they're energized too. So, but I mean, won't they keep getting more energized? We have to get maybe don't get rid of nations altogether anyway, right? Because we want to have the biological system under control. Have it under control. Disciplined. Okay? Through Adam. We have Adam in total submission, and just going to communicate directly to them. And so therefore, right? The birds don't be in the wild anymore. Because we got to communicate with them. It's okay, you birds, we need you to do this. You cows, you need to do this. You want to make machines. Going up biological machines. So we got insects, okay. Because we don't want all this. You got food everywhere. You have fish everywhere. You have animals all over the place. So, and this little sidebar here, but they show you a system depends on what system. Capitalism will work. How does capitalism work? Because you don't have to work for anybody. Food everywhere. You don't have to ask somebody for no food. You don't have to work for anybody. Everything is there. So it still wouldn't work. Christianity wouldn't work because now you have knowledge, have universe work. You have to chat all wonder if God, that fails. Democracy fails because you need people gathering together to work together like that. Because everybody's working a function, it's part of a body. And you have to tell the body what to do. You just you have the brain say, okay, we need to do this, that, the body cooperates. But the point is, you don't need governments and stuff like that. You don't have cities and stuff like that you have here. We don't have cities. We have organization, all that kind. We have all of that. There won't be anything like that. We have gathering places, but we don't have any cities like you see. Nothing like that. You don't need that stuff. All that stuff will give no value. How you get somebody to work for you when they get anything they want, they just get it. So it's okay, but you want this discipline. You don't want just the overflow of bees, overflow of birds. But how do you control that? You control the bees. It's okay. We need y'all to produce so much honey. Okay. We don't need. We don't need to make. We need to be doing farming not like that, too, right? We need apples to go over here. It's so much. Because we're going to be out there. Listen, I know you have enemies, but that's the way our Father Adam can control that. We can control Adam. Otherwise, the nature will overcome us. The nature will not be wild anymore. It'll be disciplined. Okay? You don't need lawnmowers. The insects and stuff to go out there and get rid of the weeds. See? You need that stuff because our biological system will be under control. That's wherever you hit. I'm just giving you a hint on there. That's where we'll do it. Okay? We need machines and that kind of stuff. Biological machines, if you put that away. Because we got biological to do all that stuff. Everything we need to have. If you say, okay, how does trees and stuff pollinate? The way bees do, I say, the bees, okay, just pollinate this much. Just pollinate over here. Just pollinate over there. That means now you got a orchard over here. You don't have more because no pollen. Just you control the whole biological system. It won't be wild anymore. See? Birds need to fly. Go. Fish. You say, oh, well, what about lions? We need to. Okay, I give you a scenario. I'm not saying it's correct, but you got lions still going to eat. They're going to still want to eat. They still eat meat. You see. So I used to get. I'm not saying. I'm saying work. So I'm just getting an idea. You got a herd of zebra. Now you got a herd of zebra there, and some of the zebras, getting old and ain't gonna last too much longer, right? So somehow you communicate. You let the zebra go unconscious, but then you let the lions know where it is. So you got hunting in the morning. They got to be attacking the herd, and then that works out. The older ones, you're still alive. You don't want to eat dead. You don't want dead meat. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying that's where it is. I'm just trying to tell you that's how we control animal control. They be our servants. That's the power of creation. Because they would do direct with the beast and we'd direct deal with them. Now, besides the fact that they'd be our servants too, our servants and everything else. That's the kind of system we talk about, brothers and sisters. Go from here. Because right now, all about, they are servants, but they're in the wild. They have direct control of them. That's part of being laying out the creation. Now we take control of creation. Next 72 years, we take control of it because we control until eventually we have total control of it. That means everything returns back to Allah. Total control. That means you're back to that Richard being again. I thought I put it out there to you, brothers and sisters. So, just trying to get some hints here. I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Don't know if you got any of this. That old fraud show they talked today. He talked to Farrakhan this morning. He's down with this goddamn lie. I tell him to his face, a goddamn lie. Because he did talk to Farrakhan. Farrakhan didn't show up last Sunday. He said, okay. He would call in and say, hey, assalamu alaikum. I would say, this brother speaking for me, just listen to something. He can call him on the phone. He could call in today. If he pick her his voice, say, how y'all doing? Assalamu alaikum, I'm doing something. I'm busy doing something right now. I'll catch up to you in a while. Go listen to something, anything. It's not telling the goddamn lie. I talked to him this morning on the phone. They're desperate over there. And they're lying in the name of Allah. So repentance come. How do you think it's going to happen to them? They told them, America going to repent. They had to start in the Nineveh all wrong. Those that study ancient know you got Nineveh, the great city, and Nineveh, they will repent of them. He's talking his own destruction, the fool. If Islam is going to repent of Farrakhan, it's an addition and destruction of him and all those with him. It's doctrine. Is there such thing as good destruction? And those that enjoy it? Maybe. Paradise. We have a biological paradise. They want to bring the mechanical paradise. We have a biological paradise. Perfect. But it'd be disciplined. The trees will be disciplined. Trees require to be, if I understand it correctly, they need pollination. Well, then the bees would tell the bees, okay, you pollinize these, you don't pollinize those. We don't want the trees, too many trees. We don't want too many fish. We don't want too many anything. When you say too many, I mean too, in fact, it means it's not good. But we're going to discipline our creation. That's time we're moving into. Superior to this. And if you can handle this, how are you going to handle that? And so Master Muhammad pulls this plug. It's going to be sink or swim for you. Because you're not thinking now. But the point is, the devil won't be there to think for you anymore. That's the problem. They think for you. One thing you'll be thinking about is their salvation, their survival. And so you go in head to head them. So they're thinking, and you have to outthink them. But they're going to be trying to do everything they can to destroy you. So they'll come after you and try to destroy you. And you have to outthink them in tribulation. Get the hell out of here. If you don't outthink them, then you get destroyed by them. You turn to devil shit. When you get out, you have to outthink them. Because they'll cut you everything they got. You got the 5 pillars, but what's the first pillar? First pillar is about thinking, consequence. It's all about consequence. You understand that you have 5 pillars, but you're thinking, and you got to have Hajj, those pillars. Energy. You got to apply all of them. Is the angel the first one? Consequence thinking. You can't, if you're going to tomorrow, repeating and reflecting, yeah, that's not doing any good. Oh man, I took a picture. He lived 1,000, I took a picture. Oh, that's great. I mean, how good is that doing you? I tell you, hey, what's the answer's problem? Well, you said, how's it helping you? But I said, what do you say? How was your calculator say? What do you say? What's drag? Oh, you said the drag. Well, how's it helping you? Did you go and figure it out yourself? Or you just repeat what I said? Then you waste your time. Biological creation. See? But it be computerized. I put it like that. I don't like to use that word because it's computerized, because we're going way past what these things called computers. Because you think computers, you're talking about the first God. There's computers, but that's not even a good word for it. I say it's a mind. It is a mind. The mind is the first God. But it's way behind the thing you call what these things called computers. It was not a word for it. Because this thing goes way beyond that. Because look, this thing, what it does, it writes minds. Scripture writes minds in the future, way in the future. But in the general sense, yeah, it's a computer, but it's way beyond anything. I mean, a calculator is a computer. But you can compare that to a, you see what I'm saying? I mean, what's those little motorbikes? What's those little motor schools? They're a vehicle, right? Would you compare it to a Lamborghini? That's a bad, but you understand what I'm saying? That thing we call computers, that's the language we know. But remember, Elijah Muhammad didn't know about computers when he was talking to Master Muhammad. And so the way he explained the history was like, well, discombobulated. But he didn't know anything about computers. And so we use the word computer, but this thing way beyond anything like that. Computer. We don't anything called a computer. And we turn it back to that level of thinking. That gets to absolute, that point, you get to that absolute level of thinking, put that away. It's hard to find the words. But you return it back to that. And so the level of thinking higher and higher and higher, more complex. That's why I like to use that word computer. Because it gets way, we got 72 trillion years of advance. So how do you think we'll be thinking 72 trillion years from now? If we're going to get wiser and wiser probably every 50 years. Would you call that thinking still? I mean, what would you call that? What kind of effect would we have more and more impact on the universe? More and more impact on things around us. Because at that first being, he had total control of the universe. Total. He knew where it knew every atom, where every atom was. That's how I was able to build that. I'm calling the computer. Because you have to have that knowledge to do that. Know where every atom is, what the atom is going to do, where it is, total concept, everything. You can't even imagine that. That first being was total concept, everything you do, there was nothing left. You have to have that. Anybody to understand prophecy will tell you you'd have to have that as a background to even start creating anything that could write history in the future, because you have to know everything, every unit, you have every atom, what the atom is going to do, you have to know all of that. Otherwise, you couldn't be sure of your prophecy. You have to know every atom is. Just think about the procreation process. A man emits what? It's anywhere from a million to a billion sperm. Then you got to track all that and find out which one gets the egg, and then how it goes, was going to male or female and everything. Say, well, gene's going to be born a certain day. Shit. Oh. Really? That's a minor calculation there. You got to consider the universe and everything. Whatever the genius he stumbled and fall and break his neck. All of a sudden, oh man, he never got to be Jesus. You don't understand that. But that first being had to have that thorough, and nothing be left out. No atom could be, it had to be conscious of all of that. And then put that into that thing we call it a computer at that point. And then move forward with that. Otherwise, you couldn't do it. And right now, we need it. Remember, not only we have biological, but remember, at this point, we're going to populate the whole universe. All the planets and everything else. That's kind of world we're going into. As biological creations. Now you think you could walk around like knowing nothing, don't know what a vector is, can determine between velocity and acceleration, and you think that you could get there? How do you think I got to learn any of these things? And when I'm talking about, I know these things. I'm not talking about, I know what a derivative is. I know what a trigonometric function is. I know what a vector is. I know how to use them. How did it happen? No, boy, they both hit me in my ass. Thinking. Constant thinking, studying. I know things. Sometimes most people you ask them when's the closest sun Earth close to the sun, in the winter or the spring? In the winter or summer. And they tell, in the summer it's closer. No, it's not. It's further away in the summer. The planet rotates, how wide it goes faster. It moves faster at certain seasons. So, I don't know this. I didn't learn from them, the devils. I didn't even finish my first year of high school. How did I get this? I said, Jesus, please give me this knowledge. A lot of stuff I'm telling you I knew before I got to the angel. Now I'm passing on to you. But the only thing that's going to get you all to get on this is that Master Muhammad's going to have to shut those that's thinking for you off, and you have to think to survive. You have to sink or swim. That's where it's going to be, tribulation. Farrakhan, no thinker. That's where people Farrakhan, once you start, little people think, you say, how the hell are they with him? Only way you can be with him, that proves my point. You could not possibly be with him unless you're a demon, unless you're not a thinker. Because there's no scripture, nothing that supports Timothy being who he say he is. There's no scripture at all, none, zero. And plus you got Muhammad calling him a hypocrite. And Muhammad saying, we going home. And he's saying just the opposite. You're not following the lesson. All you have to do is read the lessons. You're not following the lesson. None of that. There's nothing support. So why are you with him? Because you're not a thinker. Because you other people to think. So he's always thinking for you. Oh, well, okay. Yeah. The nature's being regenerated, but the mind is still wrong. It's a conflict between the two. And once they get their mind, go, ooh. Like a Lamborghini, driving around circles. Because you don't have a steering wheel. Your steering wheel, man, oof. Everything about Farrakhan is open. They say it's transparent. Well, I go along with that to some extent. If you Google him, he says his father's name is Percival Clark. Google it. Look at Percival Clark, that's him. It's not a light-skinned Jamaican, that's the devil. That's his father. Raping his mother. Producing him. He's now raping the nation, raping his sisters. Like father, like son. He's rich. How did he get rich? Multimillionaire. And now his son is $5 million. How is that? And he's a retarded idiot. Okay, well, so I think we'll leave it there. I talked about this yesterday, and people will say things, but sometimes, the expression of their face tell you everything. I want to show so I don't know if it's still here or not, so let me see. I just go, okay, I told this for a minute. See? Some of us are heart cells, some is lung cells, some is hip cells. That's the body. You don't need to be a dictator. Your brain doesn't dictate to your body. Your brain just tells the body. It looks out the eyes. Eyes go direct to the brain. So the brain knows what's going on. The ears go direct to the brain. So the brain knows what's going on in the brain cells. Then you communicate to the body. You say, okay, we need to run, man. Here come a lion. Your heart says, okay, let's stop pumping faster. Stop. Brain heart. Brain incorporates because everyone wants to, they're working together. That lion kills all of them dies. There's no dictating. That is to learn the body what's going on. What they need to do to get out of the situation. That's what Master Muhammad's function is. Not only that, also to protect us from all other people, whatever nation that still exists at the time. Not a dictator. That's what you need. But right now, with engine deprivation, if you need a, well, say for instance, well, I should another way, but say if you get 1,000. Right? Now we still set energy deprivation, right? Okay, I should do it a different way. But say you're 1,000, right? Okay, but you need a companion. You only have yourself. You have a companion, right? So typically, the best thing would be a 500. Right? So I'm saying energy deprivation in relation to a relationship. Energy deprivation in relation to a relationship that helps you. I say you get 1,000, but you're 700. You need 700. Okay, so you got 300 extra to work with. So if you need somebody that's 300, okay, that fits. So you get along. You're not compatible. because you got different nature. You got the base nature the same. The body, all the cells have the same base nature. Because if you look at this at the DNA, your foot DNA and your heart DNA, it's exactly the same thing. It's just heart DNA manifests itself in one way, and foot another, but both are identical. That's why I talk about stem cells. They can take one and use it in this case another. That's science, that's Frankenstein stuff, right? But in this case here, now, so your heart cell, you're incompatible because but it works because you can work together. Because the peace there. But you still got two different natures there. Heart cell and a foot cell. But you get along. But there's one trying to control the other, you're getting that controlling thing. Well, I want you to be like a heart cell like me, then you got a problem. Because we someone getting control, and you get the heart. You go ahead and try to make the foot cell heart cell because you don't understand the situation. Because you understand the math, you know you'll be doing that. You got to let it be a foot cell, and so therefore you got to compromise. That's okay, right? Okay, I like bread pudding, right? And you like apple pudding or whatever, pumpkin pudding or whatever, right? Okay, well. Let's have apple. We share apple one day. We, so I eat together. We eat apple one day, and so you gotta work together because you don't have the stress of negativity there. That's not there. Because it's balanced. But you do got the stress of different. You're gonna see things from different perspectives, not just from the male and female, but from the nature's perspective. I mean, the nature of the kind of cell you are. So one might say, man, let's go out on a bicycle. I said, man, brother, I'd rather walk. Okay, we bicycle, then walk the next day. I had to compromise there, but it can work because it's not that difficult because you got 1,000. When you put 2 700s there, oh yeah, we both agree, but it's all kinds of conflict, negativity. But both 700, but you got 300 negativity, you got 1,400, you see, but you got 400 negativity, all kinds of stress and stuff on it won't work. The situation won't work. There's too much stress on it because you're compatible, but. Right? There's a lot of stress in there. It's not going to, stress may come in all kinds of forms. It's not going to work. Maybe people interfering, right? You attract somebody else or you cheating or whatever. It's not going to work. But that won't work. Like I said, my wife and I, we're totally different. But it works very well. We're not big compromises. And she makes a lot of compromises. You got to make a lot of contrary to me, because I'm dumb as hell like the rest of us. Right? But the point is, it works. However, once you get home, see, that's why our problem right now, because we're Frankenstein right now, because we're in this situation right here. Because we're not balanced. And so, right now, we got that. Like I said before, I mentioned yesterday, I said back with, back to so-called civil rights, you had people that flat out will march. Why? Because he's a foot. So marching is the way they would think. That's the foot would think in terms of marching. A butt would think sit-ins. So if you got the butt cells in charge, they're going to say, hey, man, that's the solution. Let's sit in. Nothing wrong with that. That's their perspective. And so they're in charge. That's the way they're going to, right? When the brain comes in, and says, no, man, let's think this thing out. Let's outthink them. That's where Israel's coming from. But if the cells say, oh, man, let's march. Let's go march in Washington. It's a Million Man March. Is that why NOI's picture has a foot? No, Heart Cells says, man, just love the devils, love them. What's that song? Marvin Gaye, whatever, right? Love can conquer hate. Really? God says He's gonna kill people. So the heart cells, let's love the devils, man. Let's forgive them. Let's be nice to them. That will change, because that's what they think. The heart would think that way. That's why you need the mind to come in cold mad at them, because otherwise, you get rid of them. Because if you let them do it, they're gonna get in a lot of trouble. Long cells say, hey man, just get high, man. We get yeah, man, don't have to worry about all that bullshit. I'm just you know what I'm saying? Everybody had to have different perspective, man. We do have those different perspectives. Some say, man, let's get high, man, forget all that, man, let's get high. We do have people think that way. Oh man, let's just love them, man, let's be nice. Devil did change. Think that way. Oh man, let's live March. They got the violent ones. Let's kid. Different perspectives, because that's different cells. And part of the problem of the tribulation is that, where the Levites concerned, they got to get out of Frankenstein mode. They got to put heart cells to the heart and foot to the foot, and got to put all that, so they come out of a clean, structured body. Because if you got heart cells acting like a foot cell, first of all, the heart cell's not going to work that well, because it's not a foot cell. So now you got a foot cell that's not working that well. And everything, the whole body's all messed up. You can't have that. And so if you have that, then that relationship won't work anymore. Because now you got all the heart cells together, because you have to have enough energy to do it, first of all, which you will. We have enough energy now, it's just energy mismanagement. But once you have enough energy to do that, right, then all the heart cells have the same perspective. They're happy with each other. Have the same perspective. They love being in the heart. But they work with the foot, because they say, hey man, we're going to pump you, give you all the blood you need. At first, say, yeah, great, man, and where you want to go to? Where he wants to take you? And the mom said, we're going to go pretty fast. I'm going to breathe real fast, right? In the heart, come on, give me some more blood. Yeah, give me a little more oxygen. And first said, yeah, man, I need more blood. I need oxygen. So we get there. And so some people thought, hey, man, I'm going to say marriage is going to break up, all that kind of stuff. All things new. We're Frankenstein mode right now. Then it's going to change. Now, heart's still going to be associated with the foot. That's a foot. If we're going to associate heart as a foot, and they're going to be good at that foot. There's a foot. Happy being a foot, and that foot will be happy. Heart being happy. Everybody will be happy with each other. Once the Frankenstein mode is out, because right, we're in the Frankenstein mode. That's part of our problem. And plus, it's even worse now, because we got Frankenstein mode with cancer. That's the demons. See, you don't understand our problem. I'm trying to show you the massive problem. It's very complicated. And that's why you need somebody that come along that's wise to explain all this to you, because you know nothing about any of this. You had no concept in this at all. You didn't understand how bad our situation is. You had no idea about this Frankenstein mode I'm still explaining to you. You had no idea about it. And you sure didn't get the Farrakhan or nice other country. They didn't associate or heard anything like this. But if you look at the math, you'll say, absolutely right. It's no problem. How are you going to solve these problems? You can't solve with a gun. You can't solve with a knife. You can't solve with kicking somebody in the ass. Solve with this. And the only way to solve is first you have to identify the problem. Who's identifying the problem? Anybody have to identify the problem? Did you know we had this problem? You never had this problem. So how can you solve it if you never had the problem? And if you look at it, then you look around and see, that's why you have other problems. That's the reason why things like that are. It's like, well, hey, I didn't know we had that problem. How it's going to be resolved? Who's going to resolve it? Devils can't resolve it. They don't even know about it. Can't resolve it. Concept of demons, concept of this, is deprivation. These are powerful concepts that's affecting our nation in a very profound way, and you had no idea any of this stuff is going on. I ain't blaming you, because you wouldn't have it until Suleiman come along and broke the seals, and that's what his idea was. He had to clean up and give you information, give you a new mind. Because once you start getting this, and right now, you haven't got a new mind back yet. But you hear this stuff, it's rocking your mind. Your nature's is clinging to it, but your mind is still, so your nature's clinging to it, but your mind is still. But now there's an idea, so once you get your mind back, if you look at it, because right now you're looking at everything from your mind perspective, your Bible's perspective. But once you let that go, if you have any inkling of this, you're going to know you're going to be a totally different person. Because you got a different mind, you got a different person. That's why you would change a tweak of an eye. If you got a different mind, you're a different person. You don't even be who you are right now. Because right now, you are the mind that you are, and the mind you are is against you. Right now, you are the mind that you are. And your mind is against yourself. So you don't know who you are. That's why I said when you return to your thorough knowledge of self, and you don't have that. Because you don't know who you are. Because you still got the devil's mind. And everything you do is really against yourself. Everything the devil does is against you because it's negative. And everything you do is against yourself because you got a negative mind. And you don't realize it. It's my job to, Master Muhammad is going to make sure you're going to shut this mind down. And so the only choice you got now is a new mind or die. Sink or swim. It's a hard way because that's why it's going to be extremely, that's why I call it great tribulation, brothers and sisters. It's going to be the hardest thing you ever did in your life. And you have to under extreme pressure. Extreme pressure. And you got a short time to do it. Toward diversity, Well, let me speak out a little bit. I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. Like I said, you're in an agricultural stage. When you're in agriculture, that means the earth wasn't producing that much, so you got to farm and all that kind of stuff. So you probably because there's not enough food, so somebody control the food, you got to work when you get the food. That's when you hit capitalism. That's what it's mathematics that worked during that period of time. Christianity, because people don't understand, your mind was energy deprivation, but you didn't have understanding the universe, so you had to theories of how the universe works and stuff. Plus you had to have justification for you to submit. Because how are you going to communicate? They told Amy to submit, but then God went around. How are you going to remember to submit? When he took the knowledge of things from you, what was in the Bible? Because that's what they put on you. They gave you Christianity. And it said submit, so that's how you got the message. You didn't understand it, but that's so you're ham. All those are lies, but the point is that it was designed to make you submit because they wanted the process you would go through, right, to be turned into diamonds. So you are bringing this new reality. You're bringing it to the industrial age. It benefited you. I told you that's what Civil War is all about. I'm not going into detail here about that. And they're trying to hold on to it. They try to hold on. That's why they try to shut you down. They send the industrial jobs over to China. They're trying to keep control because they're losing control now. Because the spring is coming in. They start seeing hints of the spring, and they lose control because the spring destroys the winter. But spring is in your favor. You don't know it. They tell you, no, man, you're a winter person. And so you don't want the spring either. Because you've got your dead in mind. So you're fighting against the spring yourself. And on that note, right, I was trying to explain yesterday that when this war breaks out in a minute, And we're going to be under attack by the devils. You're going to have these Negro buses going to try to protect the devils. Because we're going to war with the devils. They're going to attack us. We're not to, it's going to be, we're not going to be the aggressors. We're going to be the self-defense. But you have, oh man, what do you going? That's the state of our people there, because they got the, remember, they got the devil's mind. I ain't talking about the demons. They're going to help the devils even then. I told you there's going to be a brief period of time of better confusion, because the shock of the hour is going to come and people ain't going to know what to do. You that's paying attention might have some idea. I'm not sure. Maybe some of you might be even confused. But at that point, they're going to be, it's got big, the light's going to turn out. And what the hell am I going to do? They hear the wolves howling, the lions roaring, the wind blowing, how cold and blowing, no heat, nothing, turn the lights out. And then I see a light in the distance, and they don't know, was that a good light? And I see little lights all over the place. Then next and all them with all their BS. What do I do? It's going to take a big confusion. People work that out until a lot of them be lost in the period trying to figure out what to do. How long is that period going to last? A day? 2 days? A week? Confusion. Right? That's what's going to happen. That's going on. It was that period. But see, we're moving up. You hear that period. Actually, you hear that back in the 860s when we start. Because industrial age, like I said, we bring it in because it benefits, because now we've been more energized. Remember, we don't have a mind yet, but we still have nature. Now, nature has an effect on the planet too. So now we get industrial revolution, which got us out of the fields and stuff. That's how we broke it. And the member says, they give me a hint there. How did the chains get broken? They said, he broke the chains. The man of Mark, he broke the chains. That means, what was the change? The change was the agriculture age. You don't pay attention to that. It means we broke the agriculture age, brought in the industrial age. The change was the agriculture age. That's prison slavery. So it's telling right there, we broke it. You don't know how we did it, but we did it. Not our minds, we still get their mind, but nature was remember, nature was powerful because the nature was guide the nation into to Master Muhammad. To Suleiman. It was nature to guide them, not their mind, because they came to steal their mind was the nature. It's a powerful force there, and now it'd be energized. It's the same thing. We're breaking, right? We're the ones that's bringing into AI age. They keep that knowledge from you, brothers and sisters. I told you how they did it, the demographics. I found you the best at it. We bring in the next age after that. But see, when we bring in remember that age is against them. The industrial age is against them. But who's the best at it? That's why there's Civil War. But even back during the Civil War, right, you had Negro butts that was fighting for massa. Fighting you, killing you, that massa. You see what I'm saying? How messed up we are? And you had saving tribulation. Yeah, Negro say, you're trying to defend massa. I'm not talking about the demons, we know they're going to do it, but you're going to have some Negro but say, hey man, massa, we with you, man. Stop fighting massa, because we can work this out, man. All we got just love and conquer hate. And you both Levites, you got to be careful with that one, because someone going to betray you. They'll be pretending with you. I'm not demons now. These are real. Because they still think if they be nice to the devil, nice to massa, right? Agents, they be nice to massa, right? Help massa out. Master wins the war. They think master, they don't realize master's fan. Big. You want to elevate them. I ain't talking about that one. I talk about traders, but I just want to hit on that right now. You got to deal with some of them. You can't trust anybody. You got to achieve Hajj, but you can't trust anybody. First of all, I'm going to get rid of demons for you. But it said it'd be some everlasting life. How do you have everlasting in the apartment if they don't get through the tribulation with you? If they don't get out of here, there ain't be no everlasting. And so you got to be able to identify them and make them under control, because the ones you don't, they'll cause some havoc. Because remember, you're going to be at war with the devils, and you can't afford to have people around you that's not 100% loyal. But you're going to have some of those in there. But the diversity right here, right, is that they can't control the springs coming in. So if they can get some fall people and some summer people to work for them, then maybe they can hold. That's what they're doing. They get Indians and China, everybody else. They send a job over to India and China. Why China got so strong for the industrial, and then for the AI in Asians in or India? They try to hold that spring from coming in, hold it down, because they lose control. And don't want you to get the spring. You the spring people. And the bottom line is, that's what it says, no soul be left alive. Those shores wasn't sure. What do you mean left alive? That means they're going to have to, only way they realize that at the bottom line, the only way they can survive is destroy the biological creation and go cyborg. So when you go here, right, I'm just showing you, it's about diversity. They won't tell the truth. Diversity because they need help. Not because diversity makes it better for them. It's massive. They need help to try to keep the spring from coming in. So let's mix all this together. But if you mix this stuff with iron, it doesn't make iron strong, it makes it weaker. They're already phantom power. It's even worse than that because it's corrupt. Because you mix this together, it might make copper stronger, but it doesn't make iron makes it weaker. And then when you mix it all together, you put it under pressure, the thing will deform. Why? Because this copper in it would not be able to withstand the pressure. So it starts crumbling. It starts crumbling inside. Here, my go camera. So it deforms. They say, diversity is good. Well, they're going to find out in a minute. When war breaks out, they wish they never saw any diversity. They wish they never, because everybody's going to be against everybody else. Indians are going to be against the Africans. The Africans going to be against the devils, and everybody's going to be against everybody. And it'll be World War III, that they call it. India and China's going to come together, and that's what everybody's going to know it. They come to attack America, and they see Europe has destroyed itself. So they say, hey, man, let's make our move now. So which the Indians here going to do? They're going to side with America? They'll side with India. How about the Chinese here? What do you think they're going to side with China? Especially now, I see America's power is broken. So now you got them running around here, tearing this country apart. Be chaos here. The only way you're going to survive, you got some people think, oh man, I got that brother. He told me how to survive. Now I got the angel. Okay, you go with that. I got the 5 pillars. What's the 5 pillars? First one is angel. Thinking. The second, last one is Kaj. That means you're thinking together as one body. Hopefully one body that's coherent. Heads that heart cells together, whatever. So all that unity, now you start to see how the power, well, it usually has effect on the weather and everything else, or you have the same perspective, or you have the same idea. Now you start seeing things, that's your protection. You have to keep harsh. You got your environment by yourself, so, hey, I got the 5 pillars, I'm going to protect me. Okay, well, okay. I can see some future, your future is that was shit. That's where you end up. They put these together, brothers and sisters. That's not good. But at the Pharisee, they say things and you don't ask questions. Oh, the Pharisee, okay. This is weak. Let's move on. Never mind, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about marriages won't hold up. Restoration. Upgrading. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, bro. Since I was gonna show you something else, but it's, I guess, game. Yeah, this. Let me read this. He lived among the tombs. And no one was able to bind him anymore. See? Now, even with a chain, because he had also been bound with chain shackles, and the chains had been torn apart by him. What was the chains that was torn apart? The agricultural age. That means we did it. We born in the agricultural age. We born in the industrial age, not the devils. They tell you they born in it. No, we born in it. They tell you right there. He lived among the tombs. That means where you see the angel is. I mean, in the death stage, right? And no one was able to bind him anymore. He was free now. You got your energy, but you just got a bad mind. You got the energy to do this stuff now. You just have a bad mind. You're working against yourself. His nature's restored. His nature's being restored, right? See? His nature's being restored. Not even with a chain. Because he had often been bound with shackles and chains had been torn apart by him. He broke the chains, agricultural age. Right? And chains had torn apart by him, and shackles broken to pieces. He's out of the devil's control now. He just don't know it. Because his nature is out of the devil's control. His mind is still under the devil's control. That's what it's telling you here. And no one's strong enough to slew him. See? Because they don't have the power to do it, and they don't have the power to do anything to you anymore. Right? Constant night and day was screaming among the tombs and mounds, cutting himself with stones. Because you do it to yourself. They have no power for you anymore. I told you 2020, they have no power for you anymore. That's what it's telling you. But you still got their mind. That's the power they have over you. Because you got their mind. That's what it's telling you. So, my brothers and sisters, and I'm going to close out. I'm not going to go through this. Just read it, brothers and sisters. You want to do well, you got to step up. Just simple as that. I want to say something else, but I don't think it's in here. I think it's gone. Yeah, Hadi Moon. That's the Arabic word for servants. They're going to be our servants. Interface between us and the animals. The devils, they be taking cat in all the land. They try to make us perpetual slaves. They'll be our perpetual servants. No more angels anymore. Industrial age. We're born in the industrial age, and we're born in the computer age too. We're doing that. We inspired that. They can't do it because they don't have the ability. Because they was alcohol 6,000 years. They didn't do this, they got hold of us. They didn't go to the industrial age, they got hold of us. 6,000 years, they was in agriculture. So what happened to make them get out of agriculture age after 6,000 years? And once got into agricultural age, and we benefited from it because we brought industrial age, because we broke the chains of agricultural age. Agricultural age is what caused you to be in the fields working, because that's where you pick cotton. So that's agricultural age. That's where you're enslaved, right? Capitalism, like that's the wisdom of agricultural age. You got agricultural age. Then with the industrial age, now we got to work from 9 to 5. Still working for them. Not as bad as here. And then you go to the AI age. Okay? Then you don't work for them, it's my heart. That's right. You're moving up. Pillars. Angel. Okay, this time out. What I told you about America and Europe falling apart. I told you that years ago. Now you see it. Nobody suspected that. Nobody saw it coming. Okay. I don't think I had to. In here, I thought I had. No, it's not here. Okay, I'm ready to go, brothers and sisters. What I wanted to show was, wow, why is that? What I wanted to show was this man, he's like Hulk. He's got muscles in his toenails. Energy mismanagement. Because all that energy, he used, think how much energy it takes to build all that up. He must be doing the gym 24/7. How much energy? I mean, look, these guys. Right? But you don't want to think. He was put all the energy in. He put tons of energy, tons of discipline. Takes a lot of discipline. You got to give that to him. Rather than do this here. Our people will do anything they can. Rather than think. They go out and they sell papers. They roll the country. They'll do everything. But they say think and don't want to do it. That's why with Farrakhan, that's the thing. So that person, oh, maybe I show you real quick about his them clothes. I mean, I don't have to, right? But let's see. Get here. Get over here. Let's go with this one. There you go. Might as well show this too. Yeah, I'll show this too. Can I change that? Yeah, I'll do it this way. Oh. Let me see if this works. No, that don't work. Okay, I guess I can't do it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. See that, brothers and sisters? Now, think of the energy it takes to do that. I mean, can you imagine? But nothing up there. Nothing up here. I bet she could tell you, he could do a basic calculation without a calculator. Make all this. All the energy. And where he's pulling the energy to learning and studying. How powerful it be. Energy mismanagement. Now, if you go through tribulation and get through it, he's gonna be in a cage. We're gonna look at him like a gorilla. He's gonna be able to comprehend. He's not gonna be able to speak the language. We're gonna go back to speaking Arabic, but we're gonna speak Arabic just a grammar. We're gonna speak mathematical Arabic. You're not gonna be able to speak it. You're gonna speak mathematics. You have no idea what you're talking about. Nothing. Wait, look. We're gonna put him in a cage. We're gonna be showing Parliament. People will be appalled down. Look at them. Look like gorillas look like us, don't they? Well, gorillas look like us. But they'll be put in a cage. That's what's going to happen. I know you don't understand this process. I know you don't understand it. You'll understand it sooner or later. Be in a cage. You can look at it, gawk at it. Look at it, man. Like a monkey. Nothing up there. All this. Okay? Go to the next one here. Oh, come on. Okay. Essentially, got planned for you. I'm going to tell you about robots. They destroy his biological creation. These are cyborgs. Robotic bodies with a human brain. And they would have the more control. They can make you dream, they can make you think, they can make you feel, have a intimate, just by press a button and be more real than anything you experience in real life. And you'd be a perpetual slave because they'd be the same thing themselves, but they would have their more control. They control their more control, and they control yours. That's what they plan for you. Because they can't survive a biological. Remember, till we're going to steal our biological creation. We're going to take control of it. But they have to eradicate the biological creation. They have to eradicate it in order to survive. That means, that's what it says, this had to be cut short or no soul will survive. What it means? That means because they would wipe all biological life on the earth out. That's their only option. They want a nuclear war because they can wipe out all biological life, and then they work on this project right now. They come very close. They may have achieved it. They take a human brain and put it in a mechanical body. That means that brain can, because if you study a brain doesn't age like the body. It's the body that takes the brain down, takes it out. The brain doesn't age like that. They say the brain can last as long as, they say forever, I don't know that long. So all they got to do is replace the body parts that wear out. And the difference is, you'll be their slave forever. You give them an account, so they have a remote control, make you feel good, make you feel bad, whatever, make you feel extreme pain, whatever. You do whatever they tell you to do with 100%. And they'll have the same body because they don't have to worry about the spring, summer, biological stuff anymore because they got a mechanical body. And with this here, they got electrodes. Elon Musk did something not too long ago, and you can look at it. They put electrodes in a brain where now you control your TV, your car, everything just by thinking. And now that, they're working where they can make you experience paradise. You look out there, maybe you may be in a hellhole, but the electrodes could change your smell. Everything smell great, look great, look like paradise. You're in a bad toilet. But you don't see. But that's not you, because the experience you'll get is based on the electrodes, and they have more control of you. That's one last thing I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. You're going to wake up in the morning, but see, Master Muhammad, that's why he's there. To shock you into waking up. It's him, and then the four winds. But first, he's got to shut off this. You have no choice to close the door. This American dream that you're clinging to. Allah will lift you up, but you cling to earth. First, got to shut that off. Once you shut it, then you have no choice. You got to sink or swim. Because right now, you're clinging to this American dream, and it's killing you. And you don't realize it. Because the devil's doing thinking for you. And you got to start thinking for yourself. We got to build our own nation. We can't call the devil, please put the electricity for us, please build cars for us. We don't need those things anyway. But we have to do it ourselves. Watch this, bouncers. Look if I can play this. I'll play it.
Flip by a robot. The company is Engine AI. I'm going to show you the video of what this robot can do. me watching.
Now imagine, bros,
Close this down. Mm. Okay. Imagine that robot. They put a machine gun in his hand. That's one of the moves they want to make. Make a robot army. They're going to war. They got to destroy. But they have no choice. The only way to survive is destroy his biological creation. They built. Why do you think they build robots like that? That robot can do that. You think you can point a gun, you can pull a trigger? They already got robots that do that. You're gonna wake up in a minute, brothers and sisters. You're gonna wake up in a minute. And that's how I'm going to close the door on this American dream that you grab onto. You have no choice. You sink or swim. Gravity to light, and it says they're going to repent of fire. They're going to repent. They're going to repent of that's what I mean. Repent of him in a minute. They're going to throw his ass out. When the doors are cast down, they come into right the Suma. And you're going to give them their mind back, and they're going to finish the process of getting you home. That's the bottom line. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to close out here. Yeah, covered everything I'm going to talk about. Just double check here. Yeah, using Master Farmer's name in vain. Ooh. Using the name of Allah. Whoa. The chastisement that's coming upon these people, brothers and sisters. Ooh. I told you. Unbelievable. Saying this says the name of that's from Muhammad. It's not chastisement, destruction. Okay, brothers and sisters, like I'm on the post here, so it's a matter of days, hopefully maybe hours. But when you see it, everything will change dramatically, totally, completely. Assalamu alaikum. Mm. Raheem here. Break us 7. Pick 'em. There's enough. Happens experiences fear, unimaginable fear is about to grip. Unimaginable fear. Endless. Neck. Until get worse. Fear on man's heart. Heart is failing. Of something it will do happens. Must be enemies have strokes, seizures. Him with that heart attack. Heart's feel the streets. Wherever they are. I mean recognition. Let's go. Middle East, wherever they are. Be an Uber. You. If fear. Fear. Failing. Fear. I say the earth is our country. You too. Stupid. European countries do things that this is their final. I mean, he's going to actually happening right. Just right. We have done. I mean, these things. I don't need to angel for. They're doing. Can be done to. They're doing good things. Good things will happen to them. America's good country. That's nowhere. It's going to happen. They're telling you the truth and everything. The news, me, and everybody's telling. It's like a flood. As they truth mask up. Think good. Make America good. Make America good and praise and glad, right? You have nothing to worry about. Good history. Good country. Gift to the world. systems. That it. Just did my sound again. Yeah. Put it right there. See what I got here. Right there. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's already too loud there. Look at this. Oh. Okay, I got that on. Okay, that's good. And that's okay. Let me do a test here. Well, let me back up a little bit here, brothers and sisters. I want to emphasize this about fear. As I was saying, the fear it will be relentless. As you is done, so shall be done to you. As you is done, so shall be done to you. Is God a liar? So if America's done good, good will come to them. If America has good history, then the judgment will be good to them. If they're a good country, they have nothing to worry about. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So if the media is telling you the truth about everything, then they have nothing to worry about because the truth will lift America up. So what are you worried about, America? You have good history, right? You're doing God's will. Good will come to them. America has good history. Okay, sounds okay, I guess now. As you're done, shall be done to you. That's God's saying. That's what you say. You believe in the Bible. So if you've done good, good will come. But it says great fear is coming. Men's hearts be failing for fear those things come upon the earth. Now those people tell you that means the whole planet. That means the whole planet's going to be gripped. It's going to be gripped in fear. Massive heart attacks. It's not talking about the entire planet. So you listen to fools like Farrakhan and those folks, you think that the interpretation would be the whole planet being engulfed in. It's going to be fear going to hit the planet. But it's going to be focused on America and European, primarily America. It says fear. That means, it says men's hearts be failing. That means strokes. That's heart attacks, strokes. While you're driving, could be Uber driver, could be airplane pilot. People passing out. Great fear. And that's anticipation of what's going to happen. In anticipation of what will happen when the event that they're fearing actually arrives. As you're racing towards America at supersonic speeds. Someone's starting to feel, right? It's breathing on them right now. It's going to grip America by the throat and it's going to squeeze to the last breath. This, he's your savior. He's going to save America from fear. No, he's not. Before destruction, someone always rises up. Because when someone's under pressure, it's just the way math works, brothers and sisters. When you put something under pressure, the strongest thing emerges out. See? I talked about this before, when he was so-called president before. It produced the strongest one to try to offset that pressure. And if it can't, the whole thing is crushed. And he's not able to do it. And that little thing they had yesterday, a brush up, that shows you right there. That was a major indication if you can know how to read these things. His little small old country that's totally dependent. And he talked back to him like he was nothing. Ukraine. And then you got the conflict between Europe and America, and no one saw that coming. I told you that would happen. It's going to end up in war with America against Europe. Okay? The Messiah, he's going to save it. See? When you're in trouble, we look for somebody to get you out of trouble. You go, I'll do it. You can't. In fact, he's going to hasten it. Because he and Netanyahu, specifically Netanyahu, is writing false Israel and America's obituary. They're writing it in blood. Because what you see over there, if you have done, so it should be done to you. So they're doing good things. Good things are coming to America. Whatever they're doing over there is their obituary, because that's what's about to happen here. That's why it says men's hearts be failing for fear of those things coming upon earth, because the powers of heaven will be shaken. And then they tell, oh, heaven is way down, sun, moon, stars. Well, how would men see that if that was the case? See, you'll ask yourself questions. So if heaven is behind the sun, moon, and stars, somewhere way beyond our comprehension, then how would men know that the powers of heaven is shaken? How do they know that? Because it's not true. Heaven is the Middle East. And people see, when they see what's about to happen there, because America, on momentum, I talk about these things, about the hits, run into something that's going to show they have no power. You know, if you slide on ice, see, you glide on ice on your car. You know, the engine's on, but you ain't putting foot on the gas, you're just sliding. Maybe you hit the ice. It's this ice lake, right? But it's icy road, and the road's like a mile of ice. And you hit it, you're going 80 miles an hour. Okay, take foot off the gas, you still go 80 miles an hour. But you ain't got no gas, you still slide on ice. And then when the ice runs out, that dirt road slows you down. Unless you put foot on gas again. And hit any little thing. Hit a rabbit or anything, it's going to slow you down tremendously because you have no power. All you have is momentum. See? But you don't, a person outside observer wouldn't know that. Say, man, that guy travels 80 miles, 90 miles an hour. And he's short and hairy. They don't realize you're just on momentum. It's just you're on ice. Until you run to something, then all of a sudden, boom. Oh, man, you had no power. You just slide on ice. And that's what America is right now. Everybody's afraid. Some people getting the hint. Look like Lewinsky, whatever his name is, Lewinsky got, because he would talk about the Trump like Trump was nothing. Talking about Trump was nothing. Did you see it? That's a big indication, right? Whether intentional or not intentional, that the natural fear of America is waning. Because this little rabbit had no fear of that wolf. Had no fear of the wolf at all. He had no fear of the wolf at all. Because some people are picking up. I mean, remember Afghanistan? Remember Vietnam? Some people are starting to pick this up. Obviously, he picked it up. Had no fear of the wolf. Because the wolf has no fangs, no claws. He's got a howl. Ooh. Once people realize they have no fangs, no claws, that's his ass. And that's what happened when they run into that dirt road. called Iran. And he can stop cold. What happens? That's it. People has no clothes. Everybody has no clothes on them because they've done harm to everybody. As you have done, so should be done to you. They've done something to everybody. So if you've been doing good, you're a force of good in the world, you're an indispensable nation, and you're doing good to everybody, you have nothing to worry about because they're going to do back to you exactly what you did to them. Exactly. It says so. As you have done, so should be done to you. Oh. Some people pick it up. I mean, Afghanistan, Vietnam, something. Checking my sound, brothers and sisters. Phantom power. Counterfeit power. America's technically bankrupt anyway. Okay, I'm not going to cover all these things, brothers and sisters. I'm just going to talk a couple of them. I'm going to get to my main point here. But the robot army, see, I explained yesterday, I'm not going into detail here. The only way they can survive this situation is to obliterate all biological life. Except their brains, that they're going to be intertwined, if you will, or it's still in what you call a cyborg. Cyborg is not a robot. Cyborg is the human brain enclosed into a robotic body. But the human brain is, it's not a computer, it's a human brain that's governing it. And they stick electrodes in your brain to control the mechanical body. And they're rushing to do that. That means you need a remote control that can control that cyborg. Then you have two types of cyborgs. From the devil's point of view, they'd be controllers. They had a remote control. And you will be the cyborg robot. But before they get that point, right, they're working fast to make a robot army. Robots. They have a lot of them now already. They try to make them more sophisticated. Because they're looking for, remember, they need a global war, a war of extermination. Biological reality. I mean, electronic reality. And robots will have no conscience, anything, just wipe out anything. They understand that. So I'm going to leave that alone. I'll move on. I don't know if I explained it well enough yesterday. You're trying to build a robot army, like you saw one of those Star Wars movies or whatever, a robot army. They already see this in the lower levels. These little, like, turtle robots or what they look like, where they got a machine gun on top of it and everything else. In fact, these drones, that's part of the robot army. They fly. And they got remote controls. They do this, kill that. They plan a total. It says, if those days weren't short, no. So they try to tell you, why would they have a situation with no soul? No, because that's their intention. They read the backstory. I mean, it says no, because they don't want any to survive. That's why it says, Master Muhammad, we have to shorten that before they can do it. See, you don't ever read the backstory. It says, the dog's head will be shortened, but no soul will be left alive because they plan on getting rid of, eradicate everything except themselves. And you, if they can turn you into cyborgs, then they have the more control. That's what we're talking about. That's your intention. Eradicate. Oh, that's the only way, because they move into a new season, spring season, and robots are not susceptible to seasonal change. And once they implant those electrodes in you, and you can see the world any way you want to see it. It'd be totally barren, totally desert, but you see it like a paradise. Because you can see it with your electronic eyes and make a whole world like a paradise. Because everything's going to control all the facets of your brain. Even intimate relationships, they'd be better than anything you ever experienced in actual life. Move on, brothers and sisters. This is their plan, but their plan will not. That's what they're planning, because that's the only way they can survive. They cannot survive. They're telling you, global warming, everything, they can't survive it. They can't. Their whole technology is based on destroying the earth. There's a technology we gave them. I explained because we wanted to get oil out of the ground. But that technology we get, and it couldn't last long. And even if that wasn't the case, the oil reserves to have in the ground would not last another 100 years. If there'd be no oil at all, then what are we going to do then? Everything will collapse because all based on oil. We didn't give them a higher technology. You say, oh, electricity. How do you think they build electricity? You need oil for that stuff. Oh, brother. Let's look at this. What I'm showing here is, see, outside, that's a rough depiction of what your mind is, and then it's just your brain. So I'm going to explain this and see if you can understand it. Your brain is like a muscle. Muscles stir one thing, it lifts, right? That's what muscles do. Muscles lift. Move things. Muscles don't talk. Right? They don't joke, they don't talk, they don't cry. That's what they do. Your eyes see. Your eyes don't lift. Your ears hear, they don't lift. They do a specific function. And your brain calculates this. All it does calculates. And they call that logic. Logic. The only time logic fails is if somehow the brain got corrupted, cancer or something. Otherwise, like you have a computer and it gets wet, that won't go. But otherwise, it's like, now, the degree of the logic, like the muscle, some muscles stronger than others still live, but some live better than others because it's stronger. And the logic, the brain, the stronger the brain is, the better the logic. It's still logic. So for instance, it calculates on an subtraction level. That's calculation. Or calculates on calculus level. That's calculations. It's a higher level. It's still logic. Now the mind feeds information into the brain. Then the brain just calculates it. So that's how you get propaganda, because you can give it false information. You can tell the brain that cats fly. And so the brain going to calculate based on when it deals with sick cats and dogs. It's going that dog was chasing that cat. And you tell the brain, hey man, what you think will happen here? This dog is chasing the cat. Oh, the cat just has to start flying and dogs can't get it anymore. That's what it will say. Because that's what you told it, cats can fly. That has way of cross-referencing. Say, wait a minute, that doesn't fit all the other facts I have. But the bottom line is that's the way it works. And so our people, we have the best calculators on the planet. But the mind we've given is giving us false information. And so we calculating information better than anybody on the planet. But it's bad information. And so our people acting bad because information is bad. And so You're accusing you wicked, you're evil, because he's a goddamn no good shit. He's saying because he accused our people, because he's part of the process of feeding the bad information. He's part of the process of feeding the bad. That's why people act like they're acting. And you got Ben X and all these clowns out there get bad information. Because once they get good information, they come together as a exceedingly great army, just like that. Because the bad information is cut off. The brain, just like the body, it needs food. And the food, it needs information. And so information, it's going to take what information it gets. So suddenly, it's like you're eating chitlins one day, or so there's no chitlins anymore. It's lamb chops, man. You start eating lamb chops. Because you got to eat. And so, you guys eating chitlins, pork food, pork information. That's what it means unless that we're eating the wrong food. You're talking about, because you eat through your mouth, it's about knowledge. And that's why I'm going to shut that knowledge down, because it's not going to make sense anymore. False Israel, because the knowledge that tells false Israel, that's not all, that's wrong. So suddenly, the bad knowledge is going to be shut down, and good knowledge come in, and they're going to immediately change. Because the calculations, it's 24 billion miles per second. You'll calculate just that fast. Just that fast. And that's the danger. Because once he shuts it off, you still got these clowns running around. Oh no, Obama. Didn't they? Still trying to convince you to do this. See? So for a minute, you're still going to be confused because information, they're still trying to confuse the information that's coming. When you have a clear-cut information, just people sitting dark, seeing a great light. But then after starting to diffuse it, the last minute, I said, brief period of time, my people going to be running into trouble. Confusion, fear. Brief time. And then they're going to be squashed. And then pure information coming in. That's why I say, he says they get it. He says they get it from Suleiman. He said, preach to the four winds. Prophesy to the four winds. Because that's pure information. Instant, oh. Suddenly, can make you born in a day. It's just information. I keep telling you, like vectors. It's only information is doing it. It's an information war. See, and right now, all our people, even the ones that's studying angel, they're still taking information in of the angel. Still taking it in. They still, some say, they're taking it in. It's still not clear, not perfect. You say, oh, well, hey, you worry about this, you worry about that, on those things in this world. And you're taking information away. So, ain't you doing it? Am I? Am I? I can understand the mind and the brain. Some people think the mind and brain is not the same thing. Okay, balance. Let's talk about balance for a minute. Although, a couple of things I want to talk about first. Make sure I got all my ducks in a row here. Oh yeah, that one. And all those clowns, and then voila, they start off their little lion session. And, do you understand that's how it happened to them one day? Because they spend 2 hours lying their ass off, and some of them know they're lying, some maybe too damn stupid, know they're lying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you know you're lying or you don't know. Or it doesn't matter if you fell off a building or you jump off a building. Gravity don't give a damn. It's going to crush your ass. whether intentional or unintentional. If they lie or and intentionally or unintentionally, the same thing. And now they saying all this from Allah. And now they put on Master from Muhammad. Now let's look at the logic of that. Let's look at the situation. Okay. God's going to take us across the river. He's going to do all these great things, right? All of a sudden, God told him to shut up, and now he can't talk. But really, he can't talk. But God didn't tell him don't appear. He said, don't appear, don't show up on Savior. They ain't saying that. Just say, don't talk. So they had to kind of get around that. But let's look at it. Logic. Basic logic here. Okay. They didn't tell about the originator. We heard nothing about originator anymore. For years. But now Farrakhan, he's the one. Hey, he's the one. You got to focus on him. He's going to, right? But now that Farrakhan's incapacitated and he's on his deathbed, death watch or whatever you want to call it, he's like, he ain't going to die right away. But he's close. I'm hoping he get revived. Because he's going to he's not going to get away for what he's done. But anyway. So, from their point of view now, their perspective, okay, we ain't got him no more. We got to keep this thing going. We ain't got nothing else to go with. I mean, they're living off the Nation of Islam. They've written it off. But just say that's their means of livelihood. They need it. How to keep this thing going. But Farrakhan is dead. And I just dead. Because, Farrakhan used Elijah's name to validate his bullshit. And they use Farrakhan, like, oh, so he's a good speaker and everything, he's known well. No, they their bullshit to keep people attracted. Here's the attraction. Farrakhan's the attraction, and Farrakhan and Elijah's name is a part he used to validate himself. Right? So twofer. That's walk this thing through. Now he's saying Elijah's alive. That's the thing you got to tell me. Elijah's alive. He's getting away from Elijah. That validates him. Because Elijah's alive. He's getting away from Elijah. Well, Elijah's getting from Master from Muhammad. That's the way they're thinking now. That's how they move from the originator to Master from Muhammad. When Farrakhan, they start fearing he's got to be around too much longer. So that's what he's saying. So now if Farrakhan's not around anymore, then even if Elijah's alive, who to get information from? Because Elijah eternally in the Nation of Islam. How are we going to deal with this? How are we going to deal with this? We're going to keep this thing going. Farrakhan's not here anymore. So we got to say he's still alive. He's getting information from him. I got my iPhone. Hey, Farrakhan, what's next? That's the game. But for that to be, that means Master Muhammad, Elijah has to be alive. But the bottom line, the Master Muhammad has to be alive. In order for Elijah to be alive, and for Farrakhan to be up there with him, he has to have this plane. Now we're talking about the plane again, right? You see, so Master Muhammad becomes a central figure here. So now all Master Muhammad, all about Master Muhammad lately. Notice that? Master Muhammad. So if he's still around, then whether Farrakhan's alive or Elijah's alive doesn't matter anymore because Master Muhammad's still here. You see the point? He's the one we gotta look towards. Because even if Elijah's alive and Farrakhan's alive, it's still, they get information from Master Muhammad, so we go directly to him. That way, cut through all the BS. See? Because maybe Farrakhan may be sick up there, so I don't know. We got Master Muhammad. And so now everything is up to Master Muhammad. But they don't believe in Master Muhammad. Because they were relying on him. They outright rely on him. Oh, in the name of Allah. And it's that. They're lying. And what you think the consequence going to be for that? What do you think the consequence for that? You said, in the name of Allah. And then you go out and spit 2 hours of solid lies. Not little bit lies, that's so-called white lies. Solid, measurable, clear, decisive lies. And you're saying it's from the God. It's no wonder God turned his back. God said, hell with them. And Elijah didn't want to kill him. Only Suleiman stood up because he understand. He says Suleiman would intercede. Intercede means you step in, you take the bullet. Well, maybe not that much, but when you stand on something, you stand on somebody's behalf. Right? Like a lawyer, you just say, hey man, oh come on, hold on, man. Give me a break, give me a chance, Because he's the only one who stood in between, if you see exit between them and their destruction. That's where they're coming from now. It's put all this folks are matched for Muhammad. But they don't believe in it. They don't believe he exists. But as long as they got you believing it, they can keep hold on. Okay, I tell you, the judgment on those folks it's terrible because they should just say, well, he don't say in the name of Allah. I don't need to say it. If it's the truth, it's in the name of Allah. I want to say it. It's the truth. It's the truth. Like people tell you, well, I'm going to be truthful with you. Oh, you mean you haven't been truthful before? Let's be honest. Oh, you mean you haven't been honest before? I don't say stuff like that. Because I might tell me, oh, let's be honest. What you mean you haven't been honest before? I'm going to give the truth of the matter. Oh, you haven't been given the truth of the matter before? What does these people say? Use it for God's master for Muhammad's name. He got to explain that to him. They got so much level of hell coming in. It's astronomical. Pardon me, bounce. I keep checking my sound here periodically. See, as you believe it, they keep hold on. The judgment on those folks are because. Okay, let's process this. Now, let's look at this for a minute. I'm going to go over this again. I'll add a few things to it. Let's see here. Okay, say original people, positive, devils are negative. The opposite. They're negatives. They're snow people in the winter. In the wintertime, we're not winter people. We're all seasons, but we primarily sun, but we handle all seasons. But the winter people, they only handle the winter. 6,000 years. They're negative, they're opposite of nature. Right? Okay. So like normal, we're positive, they're negative. With an energy deprivation, we can be negative if we're not getting enough energy to maintain ourselves. Then we move into the negative side. If we take 1,000 units of energy per day, everyone, and you need 1,700, that means you take the other, you have to have it. It's like you have to breathe. You can't say, well, I'm only going to breathe once a day. You have to do it. Yeah, that's energy you're taking in. Now you're taking in, but now you're creating negative energy for yourself because you're taking more than energy. Because remember, you need air, you need water, you need food, you need all these things. And all that's energy. And you're taking that in. Somebody said, well, maybe I should stop breathing as much. Maybe you should. Maybe you should stop breathing altogether. Right? Get down to that point, and you're going to suffocate. I didn't take it that level. I just say enough energy. But if you get to, I'm not going to get to detail here, but you get into I keep talking about the quality situation, yeah. Maybe you don't have enough energy to even breathe. Then what happens then? But you should breathe anyway. Every breath brings negativity to you. Active breathing is causes destruction. But you're still alive, you're just suffering like hell. Maybe you need to understand from that level. So energy deprivation. So you need 1,000 units, but you're only getting 700 per day. Then here comes that devils come in. To balance that, you have to have 300 worth of devils in your life. It means the balance, sense of balance. Now, you may be knowing they're devils, or maybe not knowing they're devils. They're doing harm intentionally or unintentionally, doesn't matter. Maybe you see that they're actually causing you harm, or you don't realize you get harmed. You don't realize they're the source of that harm. The problem is you're still getting it. It's like, here you are, and you're married this devil, because now that balances. She's a 300, negative 300 devil, right? And she loves dogs. And so now you got those dogs in the house, and dogs are causing you all kinds of sickness, cancer. You don't notice the dog's doing it. You don't realize. It may do intentionally, but it's still the same thing. Because her negativity, her culture is negative to you. This whole American culture is negative to us. It's negative, not negative to you. It's negative. That's why we got to get out of here. Just being here is negativity to us. But it's causing a reverse effect that is bad for us that I'm going to explain to you in a minute. Because you get the illusion of good. They give you the illusion of good. Because they say, oh, the black folks in America are better than any black people on the planet. The illusion of good. I'm going to explain that a little more in a minute. And so that's the balance. And so you got 300 personification, and 300, maybe 300 devils. But friends or whatever, but they're causing you all kinds of, oh man, that's when I get high. Oh yeah, that's your buddy, right? Yeah, man. You see what I'm saying? Because they have a negative influence on you. And you feel good, but you don't realize being feeling good is hurting you. Oh man, this crack is good. They have a negative influence on you. And it's effective. Intentionally, unintentionally. It's like a dog bringing you a bone. You can't do anything to that bone, but that dog thinks he's doing something good to you. He's giving you his best bone, man. Oh, he's bragging to you, he loves you, he's giving you his best bone. With that damn bone. See, from that perspective, they're doing something positive. That dog's perspective, he's doing something positive, but it's negative to you. So devils, they think they're doing something positive to you because they're negative. But negative for them is positive. Now bring this stuff home to you, brothers and sisters. So if these devils, they think they're doing something good to you, anything they're doing to you is bad. Whatever they do is bad, was intentional, unintentional. That's why they say we have to get away from them. They cannot do anything good for you. Nothing. There's nothing cancer can do good for you. You say, oh, okay. No, it's nothing that cancer can do good for you. But you don't understand that. And so a lot of people are taken down because of that. Or they look so holy, they look so nice. Any interface with it is negative because they're negative by nature. You understand that they cannot be positive. It's impossible. There's no shit on the planet you eat that's good for you. The shit. I don't care where it comes from. From a dove, from a horse, from a cow, from you, wherever. It's negative. Okay, see here? Now, in this case right here, you got 17. In other words, you got 1,000. That's how much you can. Okay. And then you take 700 more. Now you create 700 doubles. Or 1 7 doubles, 100 doubles, or 1 700 double. Because you went after other stuff other than what you needed. You need 1,000 to take care of yourself. You got it. So now you're going after the American dream. And so you create this negativity here. See? That's why it says those who know this world's life, there's no portion. Because what you're doing is you're anchoring yourself to this world's life. So now I got a car. Oh yeah. And then you got this negative devil. Your marriage is negative devil here now. We got never devil friends. But if you just lived out of what we're giving you, you wouldn't have that problem. But you wouldn't have anything, but you wouldn't have devils. You got this, but you got the devils come with it. Can't keep this balance. Let's move on. And this gets back to relationships. I want to explain this a little better because I know people don't have a problem with it. Say you're 700. Okay. And you run into a 300. Okay. Then you're compatible because you meet the 1,000 threshold. You have 1,000 using energy, you use 700, you got 3 extra. So you use that to have a mate. So you find a mate 300. Bang. Different. But you're compatible based on that math. And if the math changes, that changes. If you find that combination, it works. You're different. But it works. As long as that's 1,000. If that changes to 2,000, then you got a whole different combination there. Go on. Now, say you got that, and all of a sudden, Mr. Farrakhan shows up. Now, he's a demon. He's a big demon. So he's a demon worth 2,700. He's a demon. He can do nothing positive for you. Nothing Farrakhan can do positive. He's a demon. He shows up. Wow. Now you got this. So you're in negative by 2,700 points. But you're supposed to have 1,000, but now you got negative 2,700. But you're supposed to, that's not balance. It's not balance. So now you got, remember, because you're negative now, but, okay, so it looks like this. So here you go. And bam, okay, now to balance this out, you got to get a positive 2,700. You neutralize that. Right? So all of a sudden, all these good things happen to you. Because you, with this guy, you accept this guy, and all these good things happen to you. I said deceptive. Because all these good things happen to you. Oh man, I got me a car, I got me a house. I love Farrakhan, man. Since I've been with him, man, everything's working fine. But he's had a negative impact on you. What you had to do to be with him. You had to do Esau did. Esau did. Sell your soul. Sell your inheritance. Because that's what you did. You ain't going nowhere. God's a liar. You know, promised land. Stay in America. There ain't devils no more. Okay? You sold your inheritance. Reparations, 6 states. Now things going great here. But you have no future. Great. Oh man, things going great in the winter now. I mean, I was cold, but now, man, look, I got me a big old furnace, a big old house with fireplace, man. Got me a limousine that's heated. I'm mellow now, man. You don't know the wind's gone, and you're going with it. You understand? See, you understand how math works. So that's why people say, I mess up with Farrakhan, all these things work for me. But you don't understand, but this is what Farrakhan is giving you. He's telling you that the vision that you had is gone. The vision Elijah Muhammad told you about, and especially the message of the covenant. Oh, it's that guy. You won't be seeking him anymore. Why are you seeking him? Because he's telling you the opposite. See? And that's why some people are with him. They don't know that he's leading them in the wrong direction. All they know is, hey man, he must be the man. Because look, all these good things happen to me since I've been with Farrakhan. And if you're a mathematician, that would tell you right away, hey, something's wrong here. Why is things so great now? And we're still in America. That's what we're going to. Well, it didn't say you have to go to transition, you have to suffer and be afflicted. And it says, do you think you will not be tried? And things working fine for me over here with these devils. Oh, they ain't devils anymore. But see, if you was able to think mathematically, you say, that'll tell you something may be wrong with this. Something may be wrong with this. And if you dare to check what he's saying against what Elijah Muhammad is saying, wait a minute, he ain't teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching, he's teaching just the opposite. Exactly, he's teaching the opposite. So now all these great things happening for you. Oh man, got me a great job, man. Got me a nice car, man. Got me a devil wife, man. Oh, she ain't devil no more, she. Then boom. And then Mr. Cutman drops in, so he's a positive 2,700. Man, Antichrist, he's the opposite. I ain't saying that comes to Antichrist, I'm just saying. He drops in, he neutralizes that. And then all that 700 goes away. They ain't got nothing. Him and Farrakhan going at it. And nothing. I'm trying to decide between him and Farrakhan. I got nothing now. Because he's neutralizing everything Farrakhan's saying. The Lord will consume the spirit of his mouth and destroy the brands of his coming. Don't stop listening to this message of the covenant guy. But now I lost everything. That don't make any sense. Huh? I'm not successful. But Scripture says success is when you're in tune with the season. So if you're successful in the winter, you won't be successful in that sense in spring. And that gets to the depths of taking advantage of this winter to be successful. That's another story. I'm not getting that kind of detail because I say, well, using it. We use all the mathematics to our favor. See what I'm saying? I'm just showing you the math, brothers and sisters. So, because it doesn't, you won't see it on the surface. Say, well, they would tell you, man, I'm just not doing it. Messing around with that broad in the car, ain't nothing working for me. That can't be right. No, that's wrong. It's not what Scripture say. Because you thinking that seal Babel thinking. Okay, now there's another point. Because I have to explain things. I'm talking to children. So a thing came up, and I saw some people upset. I says, okay, right now, compatible, two people together, maybe you sell 100, maybe 300. When you get hereafter, right, hereafter, you probably have a different mate. So now I got to explain the quality side of this. because each one of us is a cell. So right now, you may be a foot cell, maybe 300. So may not need as much energy as a heart cell. See what I'm saying? Like the devils, they don't need as much energy as we do. Some cells require more energy. Heart pumping all the time. It's probably more energy than any organ in the body. Lungs probably right behind it. Requires more energy. The brain needs more energy than all of it. Needs a lot of energy. But cells don't need that much energy. So now you with a foot cell, y'all totally, it works. Because in this situation, 7-3. But now when you get to the hereafter, right? And this is up to like 1400, and you can have a 700 here, another heart cell. Are you gonna stick with the foot cell? I ain't seen nothing wrong with the foot cell. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna stay with the heart cell. Then you'll be a Frankenstein. Because see, that's the problem our people have. That's another thing. I gotta explain these things, brothers and sisters. I explain, I says, your Hodge, we have to put everything in right proportion. That's part of the Hodge, putting the body back, because the body's all mixed up right now. You got legs connected to the ears and everything else. Our body's all messed. It's all messed up. And that's part of going to tribulation, to put, they say the resurrection, to put the head, connect to the neck connect to, put our body in right proportion. So that organization will not exist. Because you'll be a Frankenstein. You won't exist. Because all the brain cells be put together, all the lung cells be together, then the body will function properly. It's not functioning properly now because we're like a Frankenstein. Everything all, but that's the situation we have to work with, because in doing heart costs, what we had? You had a female, she had a heart cell, right? So she needed 1,700, she only got 1,000. So her companion, her mate, was the devil who was raping her. That was the balance. We don't want that balance anymore. Okay? But now we have this Frankenstein balance right now we're going through, because it's still suffering from energy deprivation to a certain degree. Well, not to a certain degree, we still will be under energy deprivation for another 6,000 years. It's just we have more control of it. That's why Master Muhammad was made God, right? To rule over, because we couldn't let Adam do another 6,000 years. So it's just, we couldn't be Frankenstein mode. We'd be stuck in it. Now you understand me better? It still be your choice. But if you want to walk around and your heart saying you want to walk around a foot cell, people might, then other heart cells can't use you, because you like a cancer to other heart cells. Because now you got foot cells in your heart. That's just where it is. That's the mathematics of it. Now, if you want to continue like the fine, it's your choice. We're going to put this thing back together. It says, ancient days will put it back together perfectly, put this body back together perfectly. Put all the heart cells together, all the foot cells together, and everybody's be happy like that. Perfectly happy. Because all the heart cells, they love each other. Because they're all doing the same thing, on the same wavelength, same frequency. All the foot cells, the same thing. And then they're compatible because they work, the foot cells do what they're supposed to do. The heart cells love it because now they get to move around. And the foot cells love the heart because the heart is pumping the blood. It ain't pumping them foot odor. That explains it for you. Tell you, sisters, you're gonna get, Elijah Muhammad said, you'll be a new way of thinking. This is because you're not thinking now. You're not even close. Here's stuff from me you never heard before. Now tell me I'm wrong. Tell me it's wrong. Tell me it's not compatible with what I've been saying. We each have different cells. And if that's the case, then to balance this out, it means you got mixed cells mixed together. That's part of the confusion. And then you got the demons in there. I said this a long time ago. I said one of the problem, part of the reason that black folks have one of the problems like doing so-called civil rights movement, we had the foot cells that was running it. That was predominant in so-called black community. Why? Sit-ins. See? What do you call them? Marches. Foot cells and butt cells. Because that's what they think. Foot cells think that's their solution, march. Butt cells, their solution, sit in. That's what they're going to think. And so Frankenstein, so they was in charge at that time. The brain cells, they ain't in charge. Elijah Muhammad come in and start trying to bring the brain cells in charge, but that didn't work because as soon as he left, man, that cells took over. What's Farrakhan's major man? The man march, foot cells. What do you assume I'm talking about? Mind, because that's what he thinks is mind cell, brain cell. So we're talking about brain. He's talking about marching, walking, sitting, thinking. Okay, diversity. Let's hit on that for a minute. Let's say, tell you, oh, it's diversity. Oh, diversity. No. I told you why they talking about diversity, because the industrial age came in, and that's our age. That's the transition age to the computer age, which transition going to get more complex, more greater technology back towards the Master from Muhammad. But that means the springs come in, so they start saying, start warming up a little bit. Oh man, we can't. I just know all our power's going to go. Our power's in ice, and icicles, and storms, and snowmen, and snowballs, and icebergs. And all this stuff is melting. Let's see what we can do to keep this thing. Does anybody help them want? So they're going out there. It's like I said, they don't want spring. The spring people's going to bring the spring. They want to get rid of them. You help to keep this winter in. Let's see if we find some fall people. They're more likely to help us because they're closer to the winter than the spring people. Let's get some fall people. Yeah. Get the Indians, the Chinese. He'll cross the anything to help us go losing ground here. And they said, well, diversity. Well, there wasn't so much interest in diversity 100 years ago, were they? The only one of the Europeans here. One diversity was they want us to come as slaves. Not any equality, anything out there. But all of a sudden, why diversity? Well, all this diversity didn't come about until the industrial age came in. And they need people to run those because they weren't that good in the factories. Their people are not that good workers. That's what Civil War was all about. And so now, all of a sudden, when computer age come in, why they got to bring millions of people from India? Why can't their people do it? You mean it's so much? They don't have enough people to do it? No, they got millions. It's 30 million. It's millions of white folks out there. Don't have jobs and doing all kinds of stuff. And they could be doing this, and they're not good at it because I have my own business. I can tell you they're not good at it. They found who's the best at it. I'm not going into the details. They said, no, they can't let them niggas have it because they control. They're the spring people. Can't because the world be theirs. We got to stop them because if we let that happen, the winter's going to be going and we're going to be going because our power's going to go with it. Remember, Just all the winter stuff goes with this money, all that's winter stuff. That's why it says, when the time comes to throw gold and stuff in the streets, because it'll be worthless, because it's winter stuff. I don't know if you understand that. So they're trying to bring everybody, that's what diversity is. They say, oh, diversity is good. Now they don't want those people over here. They don't want to bring them. Why they bring them in? The industrial age. The industrial age, they always sent with China. That China's power. But the AI age, now they bring it in. And people in the Middle East too. You know, Steve Jobs was Syrian. Steve Jobs was Syrian. He came from Syria. How come they couldn't come up with the idea of cell phones? He did. He was from Syria. Check him out. Google it. He was Syrian. He was not Caucasian. He might look Caucasian, but he's from Syria. Well, maybe. Well, I can't say for sure it was Arab, but most likely. So let me back off on that one. Somebody called me on that, but he was Syrian. That's for sure. Most Syrians are Arabs. Okay, so look at this. So diversity, right? Here, got copper, bronze, tin. That's diversity, right? So what happens if you mix them together? You get a stronger product. And what you got? What is that? Is that a stronger product? More valuable product? No, it's worthless. See? Because they tell you stuff, you accept, oh, diversity. You got these niggas, hey man, we need diversity. Do the math on it. You mix steel and anything else, and it makes it weaker. That's part of America's phantom power, because they're weaker, because the point is they got brings diversity in, but when the war, the shit hits the fan, when the pressure builds up, if you solid steel, you might have a stand, maybe it will stand the pressure, but you got this. Say you got this piece of metal, and say tin can handle 10 pounds per square inch. Say copper can handle 20 pounds per square inch. The bronze can 50 pounds per square inch, and still 100 pounds per square inch, right? And so you got it together, and you put pressure on it. It's going to start deforming, because once it gets 10 pounds, the copper started crumbling. So now all of a sudden the metal bar started deforming, because some parts of it can't handle that pressure. And then keep putting pressure, keeps deforming. See what I'm saying? Because if it was solid steel, it would stay solid steel until it got over 100 pounds per square inch. Then you would start seeing some deformation. But if you got that, 10, 11 pounds, also it started deforming. And that's what happened. Because once that war breaks out, you have total chaos in America. Because the Indians going to pull together. The Chinese can pull together. Everybody's going to pull together. And Indians, you think, remember, India and China's coming here. So they know that India and China, India is going against America. You think they're going to side with America? They're going to pay with India come in. They're going to do all the destruction they can. So is the Chinese. That's why they locked up the Japanese in World War II. In concentration camp, they said, we're going to Japan. These Japanese might turn on us. You don't understand the confusion that's about to hit America, the fear. Because everybody's going to be against everybody. Diversity. They can't depend on them. They can't trust each other. Oh man, is that Indian man, is he going to help fight us? Or is he going to side with India? Can we take a chance? And then start attacking them, they're going to fight back. He's got millions over here. How about the Chinese? Stop us all. How about the Chinese? But America's going to be in a panic. The devil's going to be in a panic because of even that. They can't trust them. They're going to attack them. And they're going to fight back. Total confusion, total fear. Diversity. See, you don't question these stuff. You don't ask questions. Sound good, diversity. America's the most diversified country on the planet not because they love it, because they lose control and they're trying to find all the help they can to keep this thing under control, especially the computer age, because they're losing control of the diversity since computer age has been off the page because they're trying to get people here to control it other than us. The new mind. I explained to you. The mind feeds information to the brain. And right now, the information you're getting is shit. Propaganda, confusion. Your brain just calculates it. That's just facts. That's why that's actual facts. So it calculates, just takes it, calculates. And so it comes up with, you guys saying, garbage in, garbage out. So you get bad information from bad decisions. I mean, how hard is that to understand? So how people making bad decisions, acting strange because the information they're getting. Look at the information they're getting. Look at the people they put it all. Snoop Dogg. We got to be like Snoop Dogg. We got to be like Kanye. We got to be dope dudes and pimps and hoes and bitches. That's popular. That's cool. Braid our hair. Where did you get that one from? What our pants hanging off our ass. Where did you get that from? Set the demons up. They ease information in because they look like you, so you accept it. That's the power of the demons. Because if the devil comes to you, you might say, hey, man, you might question, you might. Most likely you won't, but you don't take a chance. If a demon come in, you can go, oh, man, he's my brother, he's my dog. Then you take information in, it's poison, it's killing you. I ran this brother at the gym the other day, and get out of his car, I was getting my car going to the gym, right? I go twice a day now. I'm turning up the volume, right? So he said, hey, bro. I ain't never seen him before in my life. I look around. He's like, oh, yeah, bro. He said, how you been? I ain't seen you in a long time. So, really? I said, you know me? Yeah, man. Ain't you didn't you used to work for special undercover for the FBI? I said, no, that wasn't me. If I was, I'd probably still say the same thing, wouldn't I? That wasn't me, bro. You sure, man? What's your name? So I told my name. So now he was in the 60s. He's taller than me, right? And, I'm not sure, but he's taller than me. And he was in good shape. He wasn't in good shape at all. I said, man, yeah, man, but I thought you sure? I thought you was him. He says, you been around here long? I said, no, I've been coming to the gym for a while because I go to different gyms. One near where I live and one's a little further away, right? And he said, well, how old are you, man? I said, I'm 76. Wow, you 76, man. He said, you got almost a couple of decades on me, man. He's about to fall apart. He was barely walk. He's really in bad shape. He's 76, man? Wow. You sure, man? You sure doing good? You sure looking good? Now, the problem is that people are suffering because they're in bad shape like that because these fools out here like Farrakhan and all this stuff, they're blocking information that brother would have been just good shape as I am, maybe even better. Eating 1 meal a day and doing information that he got from Master Muhammad through Elijah. Not special, genetics, genetic about me. I tell him. But yeah, man, he kept on going on like that. Man, I gotta get to the gym, man. nothing wrong with our people. There's something wrong with their mind. That's the whole story. We're going to talk about that in detail in a minute because I got a whole presentation about Mark the mind. And once that changes and you're not ruined, you're going to be transformed. But then you Levites, you got another situation because your leaders, it's going to be left up to y'all. We're not going to interfere in that. We're going to get you started. Then we moving out. You Levites have to put yourself together yourself. You're not going to dictators and all that stuff in the hereafter, everybody, right? But you have to be whatever part of the body you are. You have to pull that together. So if you brain cells, whatever part of the body you are, you got to come together. We're not going to have foot cells and they're trying to tell leg cells what to do. You got to come together and be who you are. That's part of our body, because remember, you grabbed the part of our body, but we're going to set you completely. But you got to prove that you fit in. You're not a cancer. That might be too deep for you. But you let Farrakhan turn you into a damn cancer. That's why they lied he was going to kill you. And God turned away from you because Farrakhan turned you into a damn cancer. And we don't allow a cancer. That's why it says he had to come and clean you up. Why did he have to clean you up? If you listen to Elijah Muhammad, what wasn't there deep to clean you up? He had to clean you up like gold. That's your choice. Nobody's going to make you. Move on, brothers and sisters. The wisdom of the winter will not work in the spring. That's what it's telling you. For it's written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. That means the people here, see, Trump is holding on to the wisdom of the winter. So he's talking that stuff. That was great in the winter. It will fail totally in the spring. That winter, that won't work in the spring. That's what it's telling you. I will destroy, not cripple. Not beat or destroy the wisdom of the wise, because that wisdom is the wisdom of the winter, and bring nothing to understanding of the pretty. Those that excellent, hey man, I see I'm doing the right thing, man. I'm just winter, I'm taking care of my business, man. I make sure I got my wig glue, make sure I got my little furnace, I got my little this over here, and I got my little that over there. Right. The practical. It brings you nothing because it won't make sense in spring. It won't make sense in the spring. None of that. It's gone. That's what it's telling you here. But you hold on to that. Like making a bad investment. You know it's a bad investment. Keep investing until Iron Man ain't got no money. Well, shit, you threw it away. You invest in yourself. If you're a spring person, invest in yourself. It's best in the spring. And then you have to wait. You plant a tree, a seed, you're going to pop up tomorrow. It may take years, but the ones that grow up, man, now you got fruit. It's going to do all kinds of great things for you. That transition period between winter and spring is going to cause a lot of destruction, a lot of things for our people. Like I said, because the mind they have is going to cause the mind they have. Because they're going to say, hell, what the hell, man? I'm losing everything. You're losing the winter. You move to spring, but you got to get out the first floor to get to the second. So in the middle between the first, I ain't on no floor. You're damn right, because you're on your way to the second floor. But you gonna run back down to the first floor? Because you don't know what's on the second floor? The flood's coming in, gonna flood everybody on the first floor? But in the resurrection, they need to marry. They'll be given the marriage, but like angels in heaven. Remember that part about like angels in heaven? What does that mean? neither married nor be given in marriage, because that's what I'm saying. Your marriage, your compatibility will fail in the resurrection during tribulation. It will fail. Because you got foot cells mixed with heart cells. Got leg cells mixed with brain cells. And we can't have a body like that. That's a Frankenstein body. I mentioned the other day, I said, that's part of Hodge. You got to put the body back in position. But I didn't say that. But nobody said, hey, let me think this thing through. Oh, that also applies to relationships. Because maybe I'm married to maybe I'm a brain cell married to a foot cell. See, if you cross-reference and you think, somebody saying I have to go, I keep being told, you're assuming now. I'm guilty. Guilty as charged. Because if you was paying attention and you had in your upload and you was cross-referencing, then I would have to come explain it to that level. Because it goes without saying. If I said, right, that everything had to be put in perspective and you got different cells, you say, well, you might say, well, am I with a cell that's compatible to me? I'm a heart cell. Am I with a foot cell? Well, that's not good. It's compatible now. In energy deprivation, it works. But we're in a Frankenstein mode. Energy deprivation, everything's in the wrong place. The devil's in charge. That tells you right there, everything's in the wrong place. Everything has to be put right. Oh, death, where's that sting? Oh, that's not the issue. The upgrade. The upgrade. When time comes for you to upgrade, you decide to upgrade. Whatever relation you have, they're all gone. That got buried with your body. So you come back to existence, right? And you come back with new mother, new father, everything new. New relationships, everything else. But it's still part of the body. If you now hit brain cell, you're going to come back a brain cell. You're not going to come from one cell to another. I mean, that's possible. But you understand how stem cells work, but that's not likely. That'd be a total exception. I don't see that one at all. But if you was a foot cell, you're going to come back a foot cell. You're going to be happy being a foot cell. You'll be totally happy being a foot cell. Your butt cell, be totally happy being a butt cell. And we'll be happy you being a butt cell because if your butt start hurting, don't your whole body hurt? I'm going to take a bath, but I ain't going to wash my butt cell. I ain't going to wash my behind. I don't care behind. Kick my behind, I don't care. I don't care if it hurt. Really? No. You respect your butt. This much you respect your fingers, your arms, everything else. And your brain respects all that because it starts persecuting your arms, your legs. It suffers. Nobody's going to tell you what to do. No dictators. It's going to tell you what needs to be done. And you decide when you want to do it or not. Okay, we need to run, body. So the heart says, okay, I got to stop putting more. I'm going to say, I got to stop. Breathe harder. You know what I'm saying? The brain said, we need to start running. So I said, okay, I got the message. There'll be pumping my blood. And I said, hey, I need to get my oxygen. See what I'm saying? So the brain just tells you the direction we're trying to, but the body needs, the brain needs a particular direction. Because the brain is the one that get the scripture and get information. That's why you see, Suma, he's the one that's giving this, break the engine down to you and give it to you, passing it on to the body. Some of these things about, I don't know about this. Legion. Okay, now my main subject here, brothers and sisters. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Mark. And we'll do a thorough analysis of the book of Mark. I haven't done that when I read, well, Now, I've told you about Mark. I've done a thorough analysis of it, and I've never seen anybody ask a question about it that tells me they haven't studied it. Because they did, they would have some questions. Because what I've given you is basic. I've never given you a thorough analysis, and I told you some things I don't give a thorough analysis because you got thieves and robbers out there, and they get hold to it, and then next thing they're telling people they got from them, and then now it's confusion. Oh man, he said he broke the seal, but he broke seals too, and he's saying the same thing. So all of a sudden, you don't need that. Anyway, here's Mark, right? It said they came to the other side of the sea into the region, guys seen or whatever. And when he got out of the boat, immediately a man from the tombs with an unclean spirit met him. Nobody paid attention to that one. I'm going to show you who's great in a minute. He said he met him as soon as he got out of the boat. Immediately he met him. Demon met him. What does that mean? Because when you read it carefully, he actually meets him 2 times. Didn't get that one, did you? Not paying attention, not studying this stuff. I keep talking about this over and over again. Okay. So let's look at this. Watch here, right? This is the key. I got actually 2 keys, 2 particular ones. So immediately means, okay, this should be down here. Okay, here we go again. This should be down here with NOI, the sun. And it's talking about he lived amongst the tombs. He was, and no one's able to buy him anymore. So he's not in the fields anymore. Right? Now he was a chain, so he's not in the fields anymore, right? Because he had often been bound with shackles and chains. That means rules and archives. Chains been torn apart by him, and shackles were peace. We're in the industrial age, right? And no one's strong enough to subdue him. Right? He has power. He doesn't know it because he usually gets himself. Constantly day and night, he was creeping among the tombs and the mountains and cutting himself with stones. So he had, but he was using against himself. It was misdirected. Energy mismanagement. That's how people probably don't know how to manage their energy. They have energy now, just they don't know how to manage it. Okay, so here it is. So he's hurting himself. He has energy, no control, but he's doing it to himself. That means master still has control over him. Check the sound here. You know, really clearly, he actually meets it 2 times. Okay, this is what it says. This means first. Well, let me just do it, brown scissors. Let me just do it. Just make sure. When I come back and say, hey man, you got me in a straight place, dear. Oh, here. Nope. Okay. Right there. Okay. Let me see the next one, make sure. Okay, it's good. Okay. So that's what it says. Met immediately. So that means that's when he comes to NOI. Okay, let's move on. And while it happens, right, during the war, American Britain's thrown out the Middle East. They don't say that part, but we see that's covered, right? But he's there when that happens. And NOI. Then the 4 winds blow. See? That's when the resurrection takes place. He goes up. And he's come up. That's the resurrection. And see, you have to switch over to the other side of the key. This part of the key. That's what it's telling you. Because, right? It says, I don't know if I got it written down there, and I didn't. It says at that point, I should have done that. Okay, I'm gonna leave it. It says, I should have done that. It says that when he saw him from afar, right, he ran and bowed down before him. That's where he bowed down, because at this point, right, he had bowed out his feet, so he's at that point, right there. That's when the resurrection takes place. Right there. But it takes place in America. That's why you have to put it, you go to the next key, but you can't, the angel key, the first key, if it doesn't show that part. You have to use this one, because if you go that part, the rest of it doesn't make any sense. That's why you need this part. So when you study it, angel knows about this is another part of the key, another structure of the key. So now, because the resurrection here in America. Okay? And then once that happens, immediately, that legion kicks in. Because now they're all together. What are you doing? I should probably put the text up there anyway. But those, you can go look it up. What do you know? See, believe me. So he's talking to them all together now. That's what it means. It's two places. First he meets immediately, comes in a while, and the resurrection takes place. Right? All come together. And it has to come together in America. So right here, when America's in this situation right here, Armageddon. But what took place? Here's our brother cast down. America said, in Armageddon. Right? Let's move on. And then that's when the demons out. Right? Yeah, the demons thrown out now. 3,000. The demons thrown out. The legion says, hey man, let me go throw among the swine. They thrown out. And so now, then what happens? The Master Muhammad takes the elect and the lamb, they leave. Leaving NOI back here. Go tribulation in America. See, that's how you put these keys together. That's why you need that second key. Because otherwise you can't explain it going back just to the first key. Because the first key, they would have them with the Sunni. Well, how is that tribulation in America? They're up there, we're in America. But just there you see, now they're at war in America. Still a great army, plus they bring all the rest of the people together. They're still in America, and there's a conflict between them and America right here while the Armageddon is going on. That's why you need, I said, all these keys. There's two particular keys, and those have been, somebody just made up. I'm telling you this key all the time. And now you see a one particular use of it. There's other uses too, showing who the 24 elders are and that kind of stuff. You see here? You see, Muhammad takes the elect and just lay them out. And they're here in America. America's at war in Armageddon. Move on. And demons. Remember, if you look at Samson says that's where demons will be. They say this will be Samson right here. He's positioned between this tower and this tower in American Britain, and brings both of them down. So that's where they would be, right there. Got cross-reference. I said, should I just cross-reference Samson in there to verify what I just saying? And then boom, they crushed. Death. Who crushes? I told you death would be China, India. They would be the one that would crush. They would crush Magog on the way to come in and take out Gog. There it is right there. At the same time, the demons will be crushed. It's right there. And then you know why it's taken out. After the tribulation, after they crushed the demons, they took out Magog. That's when, you know why? They reached the West Coast and they're gone. See? Your analysis. Okay, is there anything I'm going to talk about here? I think I said brothers and sisters. Is there anything else I want? Anything else here? Agriculture age? No, that's so well, no. Let's get my notes here, make sure I can leave it there, brothers and sisters. Okay, it's that late already, man. Okay, that'll be it. That cover my main points. Okay. And again, right? I'm gonna tell you about this. It says that Europe and America be in conflict with each other, and now you see it, it's getting worse all the time. Like I said, you saw Levinsky, whatever his name is, the little mouse. He wasn't afraid of the wolf. They never seen anything like this before. And with Trump too, he's a big tough man. He's the Hulk. He talked to the Hulk like he was like a bunny rabbit. They threw him out the White House. He wasn't afraid of Trump. That should tell you something right there. They said Europeans put him up to it. It says, I come to send fire on the earth. If fear. Now I wish it was already kindled. That's that conflict he had between him and Master Muhammad. What you waiting for? To be baptized with, and I'm straight to his common means he's going through a transition. See? That's baptism. He's going to finish the transition. Let all this go. You don't have no more than you absolutely need. You don't own anything. Complete that transition. Suppose that come to give peace on earth. No, during this time, he be straightened. That means nothing going right for him. In the wintertime, all the winter stuff is failing. Because he's giving up the winter. He's letting it go. He ain't holding on to it. That means he transitioned. Everything's disappearing. And that really is happening. I mean, people that, all of a sudden people don't talk to me that wasn't talking before, and my clients disappeared all of a sudden. Right? I had the clients that had a little business, I got to think, we got to eat, still got to eat over here. I can't go on based on Angel, this stuff was supposed to happen back in December. I can't fast that long. And I've got all kinds of issues, bro, that you have no idea about. But they're good issues. I don't like them, but they're good issues because, hey, I'm letting go of this winter. I'm in free fall. Right? But there's a nice, big, comfortable air mattress. Nice, warmed up and everything, flowers, roses, I'm going to land on. Right now, I'm in free fall. Letting go this world's dream. Letting it all go. Everything. People that used to talk, don't talk to us no more. Shut us off. Okay, I expect all that. Because they're part of this world's life. It says, and that, so it says, we straighten. Baptize him, he didn't say he like it. He know what it's about. He says the baptism, he said it was a chastisement. Be baptized with me. How I am straight, I'm straight, man. Everything, nothing's going right. Suppose you think I've come to get peace on earth. And I tell you, nay, but that division, from henceforth there should be 5 in one house, divided 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. Why they say that? Because they want you to understand about the Armageddon. The father should be divided against the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, daughter against the mother, mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law. And right now, you see all this stuff going on right now. All of a sudden, these Negro busts out there, they protesting, they organizing. Trump. It's going to get filed in a minute. Trump is doing this. Trump stopped DEI. Trump is going to hate black people. That's these demons. You got me, Mr. Dead Man. He ain't dead yet. Then there was flux over there. What are you going to do? Because see, when Elijah left, he had some intelligent people surround himself with idiots. And so now they've totally relied on his image. If they can't find an image, right, that can hold this thing together, so they keep on. Because look, this clown's son, Mustafa Farrakhan, brother, he's worth $5 million. He's supposed to Supreme Cabinet, $5 million. What the hell he did to get $5 million? Whose ass did he kiss through that? He got tongue somebody's ass for $5 million. The boy's an idiot. He's stupid. But why did he deserve $5 million? All ripping off the nation over there, ripping off the sisters. Coming them out, having to do fundraising, carrying on. That father like son. His grandfather raped his mama, his grandmama. So that Farrakhan raping the Nation of Islam. Man, he got Mustafa. Who's he raping? Because he sure he's not intellectual, so he ain't getting the money based on his intelligence. $5 million, Google it. How is he worth $5 million? They're all devils over there. Farrakhan's the devil, his father's the devil. That's why he don't want to call devils anymore. He doesn't want his grandchildren calling their grandfather a devil. And Ishmael got the same problem. His mother is a devil. All compromised. We're devils, our friends now. It ain't because of color. It ain't because of skin color. We love Father Figure. Okay, hold on to that. Look at him. It's me. Me? Yeah, it's you. You the one. See? Master Muhammad raised Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said, I need a helper. Master, it's in scripture. You don't need no helper. You don't need that fool. Oh, I'm going to help it. Oh, man. You got egg with him. So, okay, well, you sis, you got him. Somebody robbed the nation. See? Make the NY laugh and stop for the world. You know? And now the thing is, at some point in time, the devils don't need him anymore. He's incapacitated. What they're going to do is they're going to make the, what do they call it? Deathstroke. Because they don't out him. He was working for him all the time. What would be a Deathstroke? Because what they're going to make the nation Islam look like when they found that this clown was working for the devils all the time. Because that's their whole plan, to keep the nation divided and confused. It says they're going to make the nation a left stop for the whole world. Wouldn't that make the left nation of Islam a left stop for the whole world? If they out and say he was an agent, worked with him all the time? Oh, look at them fools, man. They were going Farrakhan. He was using them. He was working. Oh, people cracking up at them clowns. Cracking up over them. That would cause total confusion. That'd be solid end of the Nation of Islam. To the end. That'd be a death stroke. You understand, brothers and sisters? No. We see how that happens, but they don't need him anymore, so they get out of him. You can't do anything for him anmore. And that's what devils do. They don't need you no more. They stick it to you, boy. They don't need you no more. They don't need him anymore. He's no good to him anymore. Deathstroke. That would finish the Nation of Islam. At least that's in their mind. They reveal who he really is. He's working him all the time. Because they love Farrakhan's the man. What they going to, Ishmael going to say that? You see? What are they going to say there if they do that? He's talking to God. God's talking to him. He's the man. He's the Elijah. He's almost. Then Mr. Farrakhan, he's talking to God directly in the island. Ooh. What a death stroke. Yeah. You wait till these people get their mind. They got the anger. The nature's coming back. Enough energy to invigorate their nature. They're starting to feel themselves. But wait till they get direction. Oh, God damn. Oh. I don't have to touch you, Ishmael. I'll touch you, Jeffrey. You can wish I did touch you. Because they'll get you before I do. They look like they're going to be happy with your bullshit. They're going to be happy with all that bull lies you were telling them. You think they'll be happy with that? The panic and everything they have to go through, the loss of family and members and everything else because of your bullshit. They look like they're going to be happy about that? Like son. They tell you, look up Farrakhan. It says it's followed by a personal clock. Look at personal clock, it's a devil. You know, light-skinned Jamaican. And Farrakhan look more like him now, ain't he? In biology, if you took biology, if you could spell it, you start out as a seed from your daddy, and nothing in your age changes that. It may change, right? The quality, strong or weak, dark or light, but you're not going to change your nature. If you're apple seed, you'll remain an apple seed, never change the orange seed. That means you're following the devil, so are you. And that follow like son. He raped his mama, produced this clown, now he raping in a lie. How did you fall for this? How did you fall for him, Levites? How'd you do that? In an instant. It was easy. He just showed up, dropped his drawers, and he showed your head, grabbed his ass just like that. Bam, bam. Oh, look all this honey up here. Yeah, he just dropped his drawers and you had your head up his ass so fast. You Levites, boy, ooh. Okay. I'm gonna let it go here, brothers and sisters. So maybe I'll go ahead and let this run. Maybe I won't. I'm just let it go here. Hey, brothers and sisters, I hope you understand. You understand? Assalamu alaikum. Again, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Imam Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Break our 7 seals. Who will be able to stand? Who will be? Final statement, brothers and sisters. Great, exceptional, tremendous, comical, whatever you want to use, fear about to grip America and grip many of you too. Fear are the component that's going to get you on the right path, part of your baptism. Because what I'm going to explain to you today is way beyond your comprehension. First, let's finish this. Fear, astronomical fear, unprecedented fear. It's about to grip America. It's going to touch you. It's going to touch the whole planet. Knock of the hour. Knock of the hour. Let's move on into about great fear. Fear changes your reality. Changes everything about you. Fear is intense enough. Fear is extreme pressure. Extreme pressure causes things to transform. That can absorb the fear, those that can absorb the fear and transform, and those cannot and are crushed. Oh, the Messiah is on the scene. Big bluffer. Phantom power. They understand when is over. Spring is sprung. Spring is sprung. When is over? It was a master of the universe during the winter, 6,000 years, especially the last 500 years. Gog and Magog. When is over? Spring is sprung. Spring is sprung. Trying to hold on to the winter. Counterfeit power, phantom power, have none. Phantom power, exposed when it hits solid wall. And it's phantom power. Counterfeit money, exposed when it's hit real. Rand is real. Spring. That's why Muhammad is the Lord of the spring, Lord of the dawn. He's real. Spring is real. Winter's fading. Anthem on. He's representing the winter. Okay. I have a few things to talk about, so we might be here for a while. Brothers and sisters, I'm assuming my voice holds up. You know, it says all things are made new. That means, your mind, that's your mind. Your mind represents reality, your reality. So if everything is made new, that means you have to have a new mind. To be in sync with all things made new, a new mind. It says all things made new, that's some. That means the mind you have now will no longer exist. The new mind, transitioning from winter into spring. But see, your problem is, and you don't understand it, because you're resisting the new mind. You can't help it, because you're judging the spring based on the winter. See? And you don't have the ability to say, hey, stop the winter. Let's see what and grab on the spring, because you don't know what the spring is about. You don't know the spring. You have no idea what spring is. All you know is the winter. That's the mind you got. And you're going to judge everything based on the winter mind. That's all you're doing that. But how do you overcome that? How can you judge the new mind based with the old mind? They're incompatible. Because you could be looking at the new mind with old eyes. Isn't that what Jesus said about putting new wine in the old vessels? They do that. They spoil the wine. We said, well, nothing else. Like God's old vessels. The problem you got? That's why it has to be shock therapy. The new mind has to be destroyed. You can't use it anymore. Because you're going to keep trying to look at the new mind, trying to understand the new mind based on with the old mind. You can't do that. That's what you're doing. If I talk to you, new mind, that's what angel is, the new mind, it upsets you. I'm going to upset some of you today. But I'm going to talk new mind, because I don't think like you think. No way even close. But you're still looking at everything through old mind lens. So you're corrupting what you see. Because you're looking with corrupt eyes. How can you see clearly if you're looking with corrupt eyes? If you think with a corrupt brain, with a corrupt mind. And that mind was fine, perfect, still Bible time, during the winter. No value. It's of no value now. When the people have phantom power, and that power is fading fast. They do everything they can to try to keep it. Oh, let's bring out the coolers. Let's bring out the refrigeration. Anything. Keep this ice. Get this ice going, man. We're going to take Greenland. We're going to take Panama. We got to keep this ice going. And spring just, don't even worry about them. Spring just, sun keeps rolling on in. Like, them niggas just like little ants. They panic. Oh, man. Let's hold this ice, man. Let's do something. Gotta hold this ice, man. Oh, little Trump, he's gonna hold his ice on for us. It says he sits in the Most High. We'll be cracking, laughing at them, cracking up. They imagine a vain thing. They just keep cracking up at him. Yeah, snowman, hey man, come on, man. Let's build a freezer, man, so I can. Okay, well, even if you survive, you're gonna be stuck in the freezer. Look it out. There's no win. It's a no-win situation for you. None. Zero. But you don't know that because you're looking from winter eyes. I was in power 500 years. I know we got to figure, we work something out here. Okay? And then you get to desperation. We get to the robot stuff. Because there is a way out for them. They have to destroy the biological creation. They have to destroy the wind and spring. Spring come in and destroy the land, everything. No flowers come in, anything. They have to destroy the sun. They have to destroy the biological creation. Because robots are not dependent upon the biological system. They have to destroy you. Because you go the biological system. The biological system is you. And you don't understand that. But you got a God on the scene and a high priest that understands it, and they're intervening. They're not going to let that happen. That's their last act of desperation. And they're moving fast, accomplish that, and you don't understand it. It's robust stuff and everything, yeah. Talk about a few things. I'm going to talk about what I talked about yesterday, but I'm going to go into a different way. But I think I can explain a little better than I did yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to go back to these. Let's talk a couple things first so I get back to my commentary. This right here. What is written? I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and bring to nothing understanding of the prudent. You know what he's saying here? Go destroy the winner. Destroy it. Understand the mind. Destroy it. Because that's the wise. That's their mind. Destroy it. There's no value anymore. If destroy has no value. I'm saying this, they operated on the winter mind, and it's not going to work. It's not working. This whole the mathematical winter is failing. It's being crushed. Things fall out the sky, crazy weather, economic situation, political turmoil, and there's no avenue no aspect of this reality that's not under extreme pressure. And I'm jumping. I was telling you, because they were the winner, the people that had the sealed Bible, it was the wise, because that was the wisdom for the winter. That was it. Let me check my sound here, brothers and sisters. That was this. That was the wisdom. That was the mind of the winter. They was wise. I could talk about that a lot, but I'm not going to get into it deeply. But that was that's how they were successful. And we weren't successful because, again, you're looking at it through the sealed Bible mind. When you look at it from the angel mind, you say, who's the most successful of all? Because you ask someone, what's success? How you define success? If you transform to a higher being, isn't that what can be more successful than that? Isn't that the best success that you could have? You transform a coal to a diamond? Isn't that the best success there is? That's exactly what we did during the Holocaust. Who was the most successful? Because we submitted. And who was most successful? But it didn't look that way because look at coal. He's under all that. You ain't see him. He's under all that dirt and everything. Look at him. We partied. Who's the most successful? But when you look at it from sealed Bible mind, you don't see it that way. When you look at it from our mind, in your mind, you say, oh, who's the most successful? Because we're going to live forever. We're going to inherit the earth and everything therein and everything outside and inside of it. Who's the most successful? It looked like we was the worst off. And you never heard anything like this from anyone. But you hear it here, you don't see anything close. Why? Because, and I'm just giving you, so far up to now, I'm just giving you some warm breezes from the spring. The spring, when spring starts getting some warm breeze. Oh man, it must be getting warm, must be getting spring now. That's all you're getting. But you ain't getting any spring stuff yet, because you get that, man, it's just, woo. You still ice. If I hit you with some of that, you burn up. You melt right away, right in front of my face. I'm going to tell you some things right now that's going to heat you up. I'm going to tell you some things that's going to heat you up. I'm going to tell you, get in the freezer or something. Keep telling you. You got to be transformed. If you're going to be transformed in twinkle of an eye, that means you're going to be something other than what you are right now. You won't be what you are, but you don't know what it is. But you're still judging it based on what you is right now. Can you? You can't judge the hereafter based on where it is right now. So some people's idea of the hereafter is, oh man, I'm just going to be rich, I'm going to be powerful. That's what they think. Feel like that during Elijah's time. They don't understand. Well, yeah, I got all the ice, I got all the ice and everything else. Yeah, but when spring comes, all the ice, all that money and everything just is no good. It's based on winter. Ideology, winter, reality. This don't exist. That's why the cross says no. You got to go into nothingness. How you going nothing? Because you got to give all this. If you give all of it, there's no portion hereafter for those, right, who love this world life. It means if you give this world life, that means you have nothing. Oh, nothing. Oh man, look at me, man. I'm starving here. I ain't got a damn thing. Look at me. That's the trend. That's how can you go to the second floor without getting off the first floor? You don't see it that way. Oh man, I ain't got a lot of stuff on the first floor. I don't anything now. And I'm going. I don't know what's on the second floor. That's what Exodus people. They got to the point where they had nothing. They got mad, and Moses said, "Man, we need to get back to something." But there was nothing to get back to. That's the problem. That's the beauty of it. But that's what's going to save you. Because if we didn't do it that way, you'd be right back. But you hit a master's ass. See, masters, his ass gonna be so tight, you ain't gonna get your head up in a minute. His ass gonna be so tight, you ain't gonna be able to get your ass up in it. Because you ain't had nothing. But you would. We're gonna make sure you can't make, so you have nothing, and your mind won't work. Everything will turn total darkness. And then, that's the only way you're gonna accept a new mind. Because it won't work. It won't be nothing for it. That's the only way it's going to work for you. Because you still cling to this. I will lift you up, but you cling to the earth. Right? Instead of an angel, that means you cling to the earth, remember? This reality. Because you don't know anything else. You don't know anything else. Can my angel hit me? I knew right away. I knew right away. Ooh, this was. This is gonna be a monster. I made the transition. Give it all up. You would make that transition in a minute. Boy, it's into you. We'll get to the main point in a minute, bros. Right here. Look at down here where it says, for in resurrection, they neither marry nor be given in marriage, but like angels in heaven. Now, I'm going to talk more about this in a mathematical sense in a minute. And the way I said yesterday, I know it didn't register with you. The balance. I'll get more into it in mathematics in a minute. But see, who you with right now, that's either male or female, not your perfect match. It's the balance. So if you were 700 and they're 300 and you get 1,000 a day, but they're 700 and you 300, that's the balance you get along. But if you had your perfect 7-7, you wouldn't get along. Because then you got negativity going on. Because you only get 1,000, but you're 1,400. That's what it's talking about right there. Where you with now is for this season. It balances for this season. You know, the next season won't balance. Balance. Because right now, you're not with your perfect mate. You're not with your perfect mate. You're with the one that gives you balance. You're the one that gives you balance. Remember the balance, that Fulcrum thing changes? You have to understand the math that applies to your situation so you can keep on living forever, moving on into time. Because the way you're thinking right now, you're dead. I just told you, upset a lot of you. Oh man, then you're going to look at your partner, oh. Because your thinking was you're going to be together forever. No, you're not. It'll be a total exception if you got two that's perfect match right now. Won't be. And on top of that, when we talk about you being, right, upgraded, when you upgrade, when you come back into existence again, you think you're going to be the same person again? You're going to be a whole different matrix, circumstance. You'll be able to meet them and know them and friendly, but you're not going to be your mate. You'll be your brother and sister. You're your mother and father. You're going to have a different mother and father. Because you're looking at it from this lens. And what I just told you, never even occurred to you. Never. I guarantee, never even occurred to you. And now they just shock you. Because now that's another piece in your mind. Oh, how do I reconcile that in my mind? but just that. How you consider it based on your mind. The problem, the dilemma you're in, right now, because you can't see the new, because you still got the old mind eyes. And you're looking at everything from that perspective. And some of you that hear this or tell someone else, they're going to be upset about what I just said. Very much upset. It may change their relationship. Or that's a reason for them saying, yeah, I knew something was wrong with you. Because you're still thinking, no, there's nothing wrong with them. They're perfect for this season. But this season, there isn't a season. Now you're transitioning. But see, in the resurrection, when will this happen? When you go to tribulation, it's going to break it right there. That's what the resurrection is, a tribulation. It's going to break that connection right there. Because you're going to be everybody's father if you're a man, you're going to be everybody's mother if you're a woman. And you're going to have a whole different dynamic. It's going to break it right there. Because when you come out of tribulation, you come out of a new mind or you don't come out at all. When you come out of a new mind, you're going to see things totally different. You see now, and you don't have the old mind to be clouding your vision. The rest of my children, all your children is yours. We're one body. You don't even think that way. One body. You didn't even think the way we thought before we came over here. That would be a step up from where you're thinking now. But the way you was thinking now was correct thinking for the winter season, because you was made you the most successful. So you're going to survive and move into a time when everyone else that didn't will no longer be around anymore. Move on, brother and sister. Look at this. Oh, death, where's that sting? Oh, grave, where's that victory? And they try to give an explanation, but we understand the translation here. Because this Nefericon, the grave is a victory, because how is grave a victory? See, they say it did, but you got to understand, angel understand, and look through things. How is grave a victory? If you go into the victory of grave is that you can't come out. Grave is victorious over you. And the sting of death is, I don't want to die, man. You think that's the end of it. That's what Farrakhan's offering you. He's offering you the sting of death and the victory of the grave. That's exactly what he's telling you. When you die, that's it. No more. That's not Elijah Muhammad Torah. He said you can't come back out of the grave. You come back through the womb. But they try to make all the graves. If that's the case, then what's the point of all this? And why would you give a damn what God cares? Because if he come after you, boom, and that's it. He can't do nothing to you. What are you going to do? Spit on you? You going to send you a nasty gram when you're in the coffin? I'm going to chastise you. And why would you sit around here and let yourself suffer chastisement? You just put into it. You control the situation. They tell you he controls everything. That means you control nothing. That means you have to, why would you do that? I wouldn't do it. The Quran says, I'll bring you back no matter what you do. I should show the verse. I don't care how many parts you spit yourself into. You don't get away from me. You can't outrun consequence. That's what Farrakhan's offering you. The grave. Sting of death. I don't want to die, man. All right, that's the end of it, man. I don't know. But it's like sleep. If you thought that if you couldn't remember, when you go to sleep and you wake up and you never remember anything, you'd be afraid to die going to sleep. Because it'd be death. I'll go to sleep. I'll go to sleep. I'll wake up, man. I don't know who I am or anything. I don't have anything. I don't know anybody. I'm tired of that. That'd be a sting. You'd be afraid to go to sleep. Even though you wake up in the morning, but you still wake up to what? Darkness. It'd be this thing. That's what death is. Especially for those think they're doing, they might be going to hell. But if you know you being upgraded, then there's no sting there. Okay, time to be married by 7 feet tall, I'm 5 feet tall. Okay, let me get the upgrade. You welcome it. But now you start fresh again. New family, new friends. It's still your body, right? All new experiences. Youth. You're going to perpetuate youth anyway, but you understand what I'm saying. And you keep doing that. There's no grave. What do you care about grave, man? That's the old body. Got rid of your old body. It's like getting rid of the old car. That's the way it is. But the downside of it is, take 4 birds, teach them to climb to you. So you the reservoir, you the treasure chest of your seed. Not just the males and females up to a point. I mean, they don't have that, both, they only have, right, they don't have the male side, the male have both sides. They up to a point. They still had the genes of their mama. Had the genes of their mama and their sisters. Their female cousins. The man has it both. And if he doesn't make it, he takes all that down with him. You know, all that down with him. He makes it hereafter. He brings his mother, he brings his father with him. Bring all that with him. Your treasure chest of that. It's one brother and sister. Okay, let me get back to the subject. Well, yeah, let me get back to that and then come back to it. So I'm going to talk about these few topics, then we get to my main syndrome. You see how everything works in mathematics as well as not working? The whys going to be... Because China, back in the 50s, China was a basket case. They didn't have any economy. They wasn't doing any of this manufacturing and stuff. They wasn't doing that stuff. They was against all that stuff. And then Nixon went to China. He empowered them because they didn't have any technology, they didn't have nuclear weapons, they didn't have any of that stuff. Well, they may have had nuclear weapons then. I think I know it was a close call. Let me just look. Might as well just get it right. I know when Nixon went there, they have nuclear weapons at that time. It's not a big deal, but yeah, okay. They got the first one October 16, 1964. Then when did Nixon go to China? Mm-hmm. Okay, he went in 72. That's 8 years later. Even so, they had atomic bombs. They had no industry, no technology, hardly any. Best case. But now, in Detroit, black folks pretty much owned Detroit, and that was like the auto center of America, industrial. That's where Motown came out of, Motown sound, right? Music every 50 years. And so, I'm not going into details as explained earlier this week, how we're moving to the industrial age. That's our rising. Now into the AI age, that's rising more. I'm not going to cover that. I covered that the other day. Maybe I might hit on a little bit. But remember, it was in the 70s. In the 70s, when they came up and they was trying to, computers start hitting, right? Or computer age. They didn't have laptops and things at that time. But they were starting to bring computers into industry. And they found out, long story short, that you'd be the best at, because you are. They did the research and they shut it down now. I went to the program. Because Reagan, he shut it down. Carter. Anyway, I think what is Nixon, then Carter, then Reagan, I believe it was. Nixon. Yeah, because Reagan came after Carter. He shut it down. Right? They didn't want you to... Remember, the Civil War is about industrial age. I'm not going to go a lot of detail about this. I'm hitting points. And you was the one that was stepping up because you was the best factory worker. You was the best factory. That's why you almost owned Detroit. Detroit was the automaker of the United States. And they understood what was happening there. You didn't understand, but they understood on their Bible line. Yeah. They sent all those jobs over to China. They started sending all the manufacturing jobs over to China. How did you do that? They didn't want you to have them. And they saw the threat there. Because you was the best at it. The same threat they saw back so-called Civil War. Because you was the best at it. You was the best at the industrial age coming in. And now industrial age got brighter and brighter and brighter. You became stronger and stronger and stronger. It started with the Civil War. It was about the industrial. Because they were sending you into the factories. You was a better factory worker than the devils were. You could handle it better, the machine and stuff, better than they. And they got angry about it. And they says, no, hell, the master was sending you in there. You was getting ripped off because he was taking the money. But the point, you was a better worker because you understood what was going on better than they did. So that was hiring them, brought you in rather than bringing them. Plus, you was cheaper anyway. But it doesn't matter you being cheaper if you can't do it. Why would I bring in a retarded person to his job? I ain't got to pay him nothing. Or he's cheap, but you can't do a damn. So what's the point? You need some. You know what I'm saying? So he was the best at it. And they know it. They said, Civil War's all about it. To get you out, they can't wrap that. You're in the unions, what they call apprenticeships and all that kind of stuff, to keep you out of those industrial jobs. That's what the Civil War's all about. The truth of it. And then that's what's said to sing in it. Okay. He was the best at it. They sent him over to China. Keep you from getting it. Now, Detroit's a basket case of all these, put you back in the ghetto and everything else. Oh, you don't like to work, you ain't do this, burn all your cities up. Every time you set up a city or whatever, they burn it down. But you was the best at it. If you was just a puppy dog, I know what you do, what they burn it down for? Because you kept being the best at the industrial age. You was beating them. Industrial age, you was beating them. So you was burning down your cities, burning down your towns. Because you was the best at it. And you're the best at AI right now, too. That's why the education system is going out of their way to make sure you don't get anywhere near that. They send all the Indians over to do it. Because you're the best at it. And that's what happened. They sent over there. So now China started getting stronger. And, we got to... everything backfired. Because now China is using all that industry and everything they learned, they got, because they were trying to keep us from getting it. Power strong. The GOAT. It's going to take them down. Oh, we worry about China. How did China get strong? Because you was trying to keep us from getting it. Everything backfires. Everything you do against us turn against you. You can't F around with us anymore. Winter season's over. You crack me up, you devils. Boy, you crack me up. It's funny. I mean, this is, to me, it's comedy season, comedy hour. He says, this one says the Most High, we cracking up on you. They be laughing. Hilarious. So you send them, that China becomes strong, powerful. Now you're worried about it because you made them strong, trying to keep us from getting it. Backfire. And we're still getting it because it's our age now. You don't understand, industrial age is our age. Now, our age is even more our age now. Because now you're really in trouble. Because then you sent you to China to the industrial age, and now you send them over to India. Remember, step up. If you go up the ladder, right, who would be best at the AI age? Who would be? Africans after that, so that down the scale, right? I'm saying you move to Indians now for the AI age. You use it for the industrial age, you're moving up. And now you get stuff from Africa saying, oh, they're doing stuff with it that we never thought of. You know, we got diverse, we got to bring them over here. Let's help us out. What's wrong with your people? Your people can't handle it. You got all these devils here. How come you had to bring all the jobs in China? Bring all these Indians in to do the AI. You all remember, look at the pattern. Industrial to China. Oriental, right? AI to India. What's going to Africa? Well, let's get closer and closer, isn't it? You notice the pattern there? All to keep you from getting it. They brought the Indians in to keep you from getting AI. They brought the Chinese in to keep you from getting industrial. All about you. This robot army. They know they can't win a biological army because we control the biology. We control the weather. Right now you're babbling like a baby. You're controlling the air, but you're not doing that very good at it yet. You're controlling the weather, just ain't good at it yet. It's babbling. Oh, you have a tornado here, earthquake, not earthquakes, tornado here, hurricane here, there. It's you. This stuff don't come out of nowhere. What is it? Weather? It's currents. What affects the currents more on the planet than you? When you breathe in, breathe out, isn't that a current? So what if you got 17 million working together in Hodge and they breathe in and breathe out at the same time, all together? What you think the hell is going to happen when that happens? Those are currents. Especially when you have control of it and speaking right. I was going to talk about that maybe out here. I just got to talk, got a question here. I said, we know what he's talking about. You should be talking. Talking is like eating. If you eat bad food, you eat shit, you're going to turn into shit. You talk shit, you're going to end up in shit. The Quran tells you when you get to here, you won't talk unless you talk it right. You talk, if you can't, if your mathematics don't add up, you better shut the hell up. When you say something, you add mathematics, but right here, you can say anything. Or freedom of speech. You say something here, your math better add up, or you're going to be, hey, you don't know math? What are you doing here? Your math better add up. Well, you should be talking. And these clowns out here, their math don't add up. Those people Farrakhan, the math don't add up. Well, let me retract that because I got something to say about that in a minute. It don't add up the way they want to add up, but it adds. Well, okay, let me get to it. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You people just talk. Like people eat all the time. Then what happened to them? Been around too long. You talk all the time about what? Be at the gym is running. What you talking about? Not just talk like chewing gum. No discipline. What you're talking about means nothing. So why are you talking? It takes energy to talk. And when you talk, right, you're affecting the atmosphere around you. You keep talking shit after a while. You've been in shit and can't understand how you got in shit because you was talking shit. You understand this in a minute, Bones. Everything consequence. If you don't know what the hell you're talking about, you should be talking. I got a little ahead of myself on that one. You can't outrun consequence. You can't outrun it. They think they outrun it. And that's what's happening with NX and all those clowns. Those Farrakhan that fed them that crap. The womb is, the tomb is it. Death is it. That's it. They think, man, they can do all this crap because something happened. They got to outrun consequence. Boop. I got you, guys. You can't touch me now, can ya? I did all my thing, and now you come at me with consequence. Hell with you. Boop. You can't outrun consequence. If you could do that, then God should stop talking about consequence. Because that means you can evade it. You can do all the shit that you're doing out here, and then just walk away. No consequence. I got my bean out there, everything else. Here come consequence. I'm not going to suffer. Yeah, run consequence. It's got GPS on it. Okay, let me say a couple more things. Then I'm going to get to my main point down there from yesterday, right? Again, the robot army. They're working fast on that because that's the only army that has a possibility of surviving into past the winter. It's not affected by spring, summer, anything like that. I talk about cyber, I've been telling you for years, cyborg. And they have a choice whether they're going to let you into that or not. But if they let you into it, you're going to be, they're going to have control. Because you a cyborg, that means it's like a TV, you got a remote control button. And they had a remote control. And you will be a slave forever then. You do everything they tell you to do. You press a button, man, you be in total agony. Oh, man. And you work hard, do everything they tell you to do. That's why Negro butts, use the first Negro butt, and at that, they turn you into a sword cyborg, and you are through. You do whatever they tell you to do, and you won't give nothing. Press a button, get mad up. That'll do it a couple of times. you won't be no problem anymore. You'll be in total agony. And they keep you alive as long as they want to. What you got to do is got your brain. The rest of it just mechanics. They can place a leg, place an arm, whatever. You got to just keep that brain alive. And the brain doesn't live and die like the rest of your body. It's different. You look it up. Take my word. I got to protect that brain. And now they got a real slave. I mean, a slave that's totally you'll be the best slave they ever had. And they don't need this biological system anymore. They don't need birds because they can just, you have a movie in your brain, a video in your brain. So you can see anything. When you look out the world, you see a beautiful world. It's nothing but desert. It's nothing but just everything is, all the biological life is there, but that's not what you're going to see. You're going to see a beautiful world, paradise, where they control everything you see. They control electrodes in your brain. You be real good at massing. You press a button, they have a sexual experience better than anything you ever imagined. It's not real, but you think it's real. You had dreams that you feel like it's totally real now, haven't you? That's what they got planned for you. That's for themselves too. But they're going to hold it and make control. You're going to be the robot cyborg. Yeah, that's a good word. Robot cyborg. They have control over you. Total. As long as they want. Out of the year 2000, whatever, because they keep that brain alive a long time. But look it up, brain doesn't act like the rest of the body. Go in your brain. I mean, they got something for you. That's the only way they can survive to new reality. That's the threat. But it's not going to happen. It's the only way. And that's why we're working fast to try to make that happen. They'll be cyborgs too. They'll have more control. Their buttons always going to be happy, joy, beauty, power. Yours be, yes, master. You'll be the servants. That'd make you feel good if you really are good. But breakers. Right? You can't have no woman, but hey, I'll give you something maybe like this. Sick, but the people are sick. I saw his presentation on YouTube. They were talking about, let's say you don't, part of this social equality, because I are. And these devils talking about, they don't take baths once a week. They don't wash their feet. And my mother never told me to take baths. This wasn't a joke. This was serious stuff. You got to know, because I was a contractor. I don't want to divert. I was a contractor. I had my own business, right? And I was a contractor. What was that at? Oh, yeah, okay. I was in Florida at the time. Yeah, they had a place called GTEDs, Verizon's now. A contract there. And I was like working, I was doing my work. They had me working on running night shift for them. They had this client down in South America. They wanted me to run that thing for them, and you had to do it at night or whatever. And there was a couple of people around. There was this devil, right? And around like midnight, whatever, right? Everybody get together for a break and sit them down, right? She started talking about, I don't know how we got to the subject. Anyway, the point is, she was saying that, yeah, when we was children, man, the whole family, we used to all bathe together. We all bathe together. Mother, father, everybody bathed together. And she said, man, she didn't see anything wrong with that. But the Bidens, they said he did the same thing. Biden said he took showers with his daughter and stuff. Well, I guess it's a step up to even taking a shower to begin with. But she was saying that. Really? I never seen my parents naked. And you bathed my parents. I'm sure when I was a baby, they bathed me. But she thought that was normal. And then she looked around and saw everybody, and she shut up. I was waiting what was next. There's this one guy on there, this wasn't no photo either. He had a piece of watermelon, right? A slice of watermelon, right? And I believe it was a dog. So he's eating this side of the fish, and the dog's just right together. Good Lord. Oh. They're building the robot army. They can build these things fast as possible, have millions of them. Eradicate you, put you in submission. Like I said, the choice is either eradicate you altogether or turn you into a cyborg, robot cyborg. Okay, let's move on to horrific about obituary. You don't understand that what I call the consequence matrix, I guess I'll call it. Maybe call something else. But see, what false Israel is doing over there in the Middle East right now, they're writing their own obituary. Because what they're doing right now is going to happen to them. What they're doing right now is going to happen to them. Horrific, they write their own obituary. Because see, when we do something, we don't do it in a vacuum. I'll tell you about personification. Like I used to tell people when I was growing up, right? They thought I was crazy. I said, people killing people. I said, why would I want to kill my enemy? I said, somebody get to me, kill a man, or I took him out of his misery, and nobody knows he's gone. And maybe I said, no, man, cripple his ass. Right now, cripple his ass. And now he's an advertisement. And don't mess with Raheem, boy. Oh, you see what happened to him. You don't want to be like that guy. Got crippled a man. He got broke his leg, put his eye out. Now he's your advertisement. Everybody sees, say, hey, man, how did that happen to you? Okay, okay, don't mess with him. But you just kill him, man. Why would you get rid of your advertisement? So what we do is that's why it says in the Quran, says when the judgment comes, everybody say, well, it's just. How they going to say if it's just if they didn't see the action? Before you can say the reaction is just, you have to see the action. Does that make sense? Before you can say reaction is just, you have to see the action. Then know it's just. You see the action right now. So when the reaction comes, you know it's just. Is that too difficult to understand? What they do right now, they write their own obituary. Everybody say when their destruction will be horrific. Be more horrific than what you see right now because it's going to come suddenly. It ain't going to take 79 years to do it, 76 years to do it. Like 76 hours. Or they're compressed. That floods now come as a stream or come as a flood because they're dammed up. Yeah, destruction will be horrific. Nothing will be spared. They say don't spare the children, spare nothing will be spared them. Be horrific. It says the whole world's going to be able to see it, witness it. Because when false Israel goes down, I said when it can't hit Iran, they're going to run to Iran like their momentum. They're going to run to Iran. It's like a deer running to a 10,000 town truck going 1,000 miles an hour. Ooh, can you imagine what that splash would be like? That's how marriage can be broken. Because their momentum, there's the power be exposed. And that means false Israel. It's going to be an aftermath of that. Because these people are going to hate them. The whole world's hating them right now. And these Palestinians, they're going to come at them. They ain't going to show them any mercy at all. They're going to, man, you just killed my baby. You just killed my mama. You just killed my auntie, my daddy. Ooh. They're going to tear these people to pieces. There'll be no mercy at all. The whole world's going to witness it. That's how it says. Remember, they have to witness it because that's what they're going to see here. Because they're going to know that's what's happening here is about to happen here. And it's going to be so bad. I always tell you, pay attention to backstory. You see the wind's blowing. The wind's blowing, the wind's blowing it. These are moving real fast. That means the wind's blowing real hard. So it tells you, says, men's hearts be failing, fear, those things come upon the earth. There's a pause. So they must see something. They see it's going to happen. Right? So they say anticipation, but they see over there is what they see is happening here. Am I making that clear enough? Men's hearts be failing, fear those things come upon the earth because the powers of heaven shaking. Well, the powers of heaven shaking itself. It's not going to, right? It might be here, but that's not what's coming upon the earth. The powers of heaven being shaken. And there's something that they see over there that's coming here. Men's hearts be filled with fear. Those things coming upon the earth. Why is it coming upon the earth? Because there's no power in the heavens to stop it. Did I explain it clear enough for you? There's no power. The power of heaven is shaking. That means there's no power. America's power is nothing to stop it. Nothing to protect false Israel from the disaster. That this desolation is coming. So they know that is what's coming here. Because nobody can stop it. And so it's coming here. And it's so bad, it's going to make their hearts fail. Strokes. How bad it's going to be over there in a minute. You got to break these things down. Man's heart's filled with fear. Those things come upon the earth. Because the house heaven is shaking. It's not the powers of heaven coming here, shaking. It means those powers shaking. The power is no power to prevent it, to keep it there. But when they see something over there, they know it's coming here. So whatever's coming here is so bad, it's going to make their hearts fail. So he said, oh, is that bad? That means that it's going to be bad over there. Make it clear enough for you? Horrific. They write their own obituary. I read it. They're doing as you have done. But did that say it correctly? How does that go? What you have done, so in the newspapers, doing video games, is that what it says? What you have done shall be done to your mama or to you. What they're doing is about to happen to them. It's coming as a flood. Every 6 years coming down. And after 76 days, maybe it's 76 days. It's coming suddenly. And that runs consequence. You understand, brothers and sisters? Let me see if I get to my main subject here now. This is a reduction from yesterday. So it'll be a little bit. Obituary. Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. Open army. Stop that. That's some jobs in China. China's a powerhouse. China's going to take them down. They're right. They want to go on the road to China. They don't do it 5 years from now. It'll be this year. They'll be at war with China this year. And it will not be pretty. What's happening over there is going to come here as a flood. This. Let's see. Sow the wind and reap what? Reap the wind? It said that. It said, sow the wind and reap the what? Let me say that again. Let me, I may have Alzheimer's here. Let me see if I can remember how they say that. Sow the wind and reap the... Somebody help me here. Sow the wind and reap the what? The world the World Series of... Oh, the whirlwind. Oh, God damn. Oh, the wind. Now I'm going to reap the world. That's just. That's not just, is it? Oh, well. Then up the spring goes like, say for instance, use this terminology right this. 10,000 gallons of water flowing through the town, right? For 10 years, right? So how long it is, right? Okay. Then you dam it up for 10 years. Then it comes on one day. And the same amount of water. One's a flood. One's a stream. The same amount of water in it. Ain't that consequence? Go to wind, reap the whirlwind. We submit it. Where's the dam? Now, the dam is broke. Now you reap the whirlwind. How many years? Well, it's 40 years. Now, look at us laughing, dancing. Man, we was partying, no consequence. Bill Bible, that was okay. Now the dam is broke. Oh, damn. Let's get back to where I want to go. Close out, bros. A balance. About the focus and balance. Justice. You see, still Bible got you thinking this focus stays here all the time. No, it moves. That's why it says do them double it done you. That wouldn't be just. That would not be just. To let you understand, I just told you to dam it up. I punch you, boom. Every day I punch you in the face, bam. Bam, for 365 days, bam. Bam. And you don't retaliate, bam. Bam, man. Well, that's not just, man. He's punching me, ain't get no consequence. Why is God allowing that? He punching him, and nothing's happening to him for 365 days. And then after 366 day, you hit him with a punch, 365 punches at one time. Oh, it was just, wasn't it? Damn, man, you killed a man. Oh, it was just, ain't it? He hit me 365 times, hit him 365 times. I just did mine in one day. He just took a whole year to do it. Yes, ain't it? What's unjust about that? We got 540 years of history that you're going to get 1 year. We can't stand it. No, you can't. But you enjoyed it, didn't you? Whole new way of thinking, bro, says Elijah Muhammad did say, you'll get a new way of thinking. First of all, you got to get that verse going to be snatched away totally. That's what Master Muhammad's going to do, is going to snatch away, because your thinking is based on this false reality, and it's going to be gone. Your thinking is based on mortgages and electricity and all this stuff, gasoline and your bills. That stuff's totally eradicated. That means your mind will be destroyed. But you need to eat. Your mind needs information just like your body needs food. And now there's no information, so you're starving. You're mentally starving. You're looking for some information. You had some clowns I did with some pork, chitlins. Then you're going to have bright light over there. Yeah. That's you're going to run to after you get past all these other clowns up there, which they will be taken care of. That's a whole new light then, whole new mind, a whole new diet now. The old diet's gone. You can't eat that stuff no more. You can't eat no more chitlin, pork chops, all that stuff's gone. When he was eating the pork chops, man, he said, man, we should be eating pork chops. Man, the pork chops are good, see, because you make it based on what's happening right now. If I was eating pork chops, it's good to me. Chitlins, they taste good to me, man. I like them. Oh, my Mohammedans talk about, man, you should be eating that stuff. What do you mean, man? I've been eating that. My parents were eating it. You see what I'm saying? You make a judgment based on your mind. Everybody else doing it. But all of a sudden, all the pork chops and shit, all that shit going away. You ain't gonna make a decision based on that anymore. You can't use it anymore. And you're hungry. Let me get over there and eat some them lamb chops. You eat one meal a day because that's all they got. A whole different dynamic now. You ain't forgot the other stuff. But it ain't there no more. You never come here. It's not there no more. No pork chops don't go anymore. McDonald's, all that stuff is gone. Only thing over here now is one meal a day, lamb chops. Whole new mindset then. That's a simple way of putting it, but okay. Let me try out another way on this. But you need to understand, and you're going to understand if you make it how the math applies to you in different instances. Like I told you earlier, I said, well, how does the math affect our relationship? You never thought about that before. Never came to your mind. I told you when you get to hereafter, the relationship will be totally different. It will be totally changed. It won't be like it is now. If you have exception of where you got two equals, they perfectly match. And I don't think there's any evidence of that, especially among the Levites. No, it ain't among the elect. Or different relationships, but math will change. This math will no longer exist. Your relationships are based on the math right now. Then you go, okay, so we say here, the devils, they're negative. They're negative to us. They're negative nature, opposite nature, they're negative. That's why we have Christ and Antichrist. Negative nature. And original positive. Normal condition. But the energy deprivation, right? We move to the negative, not that we're negative, but because we don't have enough energy to stay positive. If we need 1,000 units of energy, and there's only 500, there's only 700, that means we got 300 negative. So I should say positive negative here. I should maybe jump into that. I should have did that. Think of that. Positive negative. I mean, it could be all, well, positive negative is better. Because I have nothing generating negative energy. If the negative, I hope somebody start to understand the concept of personification, because that we give it a form, so that negative is the devil's. So we have a devil as a companion now. So if the devil's, in other words, if you 700, you're 1,000, you need 7, and you only get 700, it means you got 300 negative. So what if the devil is here 300? You got one devil's companion. For say you got devils 100, you got 3 negative devil's companions. We haven't got the demons yet, and that is the hidden enemy. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so I had this problem yesterday, and I didn't fix it. Somehow it's doing double. I'm just going to fix it. I'm going to take it. But I fix it. Must have missed that one. I did fix that. Just okay, let's move on. You see, here's the they say you get 700 units a day, but you need 1,000. So you're going to go get, you have to, yeah, if 1,000 survives, so you're going to get so where you going to get the other 300 from? You have to give it to somebody that has it. But that means you want to get it from the devils. That will give you balance. Give you balance now, because now this comes out to, remember, in this situation right here, with these two together, you got 700. So you have balance. But you got a devil here. This devil is causing you all kinds of problems. That's be positive, negative too, but I'm going to leave it there. You understand what I'm saying? So now you got devils as a companion. Maybe 3 devils at each one. If it's 100, each one's 100. Each one's 50, you got 6 of them. You got one big devil, then you got one. Anyway, you got, that gives you the balance. That's how we end up over here with these devils, because that's what gave us balance. Because if we didn't have that, you don't use personification. That means you got 300 with this big negative energy, which means famines, Attack my animals, disease. It still be negative, but now it's spiritual. When they put everything invisible, so we don't do that. We make every personify everything. We don't have that situation where you can't see things. They're spiritual, like they tell you to see the Bible, everything. You can't see angels. You can't. No, we can see everything. And once you open your eyes. Because if we didn't have Adam, because in this form, if you have it this way, you have a civilization. Because you be under Adam's civilization. Do it this way. You don't have this. You don't have any civilization, and you have just chaos. Everybody's running around eating each other, fighting food, and everything else. You understand, brothers and sisters? So personified, you have a civilization. It might be a bad civilization, but bad water is better than no water. If you didn't have this, then you'd have chaos. Like I said, people fighting food, nations attacking each other, and everything else. This way, yes, you control the quality. And this way, I do it this way. Remember, say you want to transform something, you got to put the type of pressure you need to cause a transformation. So since they're negative to us, they cause us to transform because because the two natures together put pressure on each other. That cause, so trying to get your insights into actually what's going on. But now, if relationships, right? Say you get 1,000 a day to my relationships, and you're 700. Okay, well, you got enough for you. That means you can have another 300 companion, or you can just have 300 spiritual. I got more money, I got more house. Or you have a companion. Now, you may be a 700. I mean, you may be a female. You may be 700. Your male may be a 300. But you may be a male and 700, female may be 300. Anyway, you're compatible. There's no stress there. Only stress is just the difference between the way you act. But the point is, there's no stress here. You get along. Because you, like the Quran says, you live in God which is given you. So in other words, it's compatible. Those two are compatible. When you're like this, well, if you use a 500, then a 500 be compatible with use 1,000, nothing will be compatible with you. Here, now you're 1,700. Now that 1,700 may mean you may need 1,000, but you're taking 700 and other stuff, cars, houses, all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, well, to balance it out, you're going to have that old companion. If it's negative, right? You may be married to a devil. Now you're married to a devil, and you need 1,000, so you got another 1,000, so you take 700, you got a car. All the stuff with that extra 700 you got, right? When they need the next 700 balance out. So if negative, they come out of devil here. Be married to a devil, have friends with a devil, married to a devil and have friends with a devil. Maybe you married to a devil that's negative 500, and you got two devils that's 100 apiece, friends, family, or whatever. That's the balance. See? Now, the problem is, you may not realize that's a devil. So you got, now this devil's causing you problems. They got a dog in there. You got to live with their culture. The dogs will give you cancer, will give you tumor. They don't know you're doing it on purpose. Or you with this devil here, right here, and somebody don't like it, and knock beside your head or something. Or you with this devil here, I mean, they want, you want to live in their culture, so they eat pork and everything else. And you're doing all the stuff they do. So it come in any kind of form. But some occasion, it's going to come from them. They can do it intentionally. They could be, it's out there for your money. Kanye. They just be out here for your money. They be intentionally harming you. But unintentionally, it's still the same deal. They're being harmed. Maybe you see it or you don't see it. you understand, I'm going to bring another point in a minute here. Let me get back to that. That's the point I want to make. Let's talk about Farrakhan for a minute. Now, pay close attention to this, brother and sister. Now, if anybody watched the so-called Savior's Day Sunday, this sister was up there. Maybe she's a sister, maybe she's a demon. Because the Farrakhan got this, because the Farrakhan got that, because Farrakhan got this, Farrakhan that. He may be telling the truth. Okay. If I can I represent that here? Let me just talk it through first. 1,000 a day. Right? And you only need 700. You got 300 extra. That 300 extra, right? Maybe. Get your little car or something, right? So you got a few things, right? For the 300, right? And then you meet this person. That's why demons are even, remember, they're negative, but you don't know they're negative. Because they got a veneer blackness, which makes it look like they're positive. That's why they're hidden enemy. You don't know they're negative. Hey, bro. Whatever, they could be a bro, they could be a woman or whatever. They want to be your friend. And they may be a negative 700. They may be a negative 700. Okay? Let me do it this way, bro. I'm going to walk through this. It'll be a little different as they do. Hold on a second. I'll work this through. So just bear with me, bro. I'm just working this through as I'm doing it. Because here you are right here. And you was in 1,000 and 700. That's how much you needed. That means you got a plus. Oh, you got a plus. 300, right? Very much, brothers and sisters. It's important you understand this. So you understand what our people are going through. You got plus 300, right? So it's the balance. The 300 is a car or something, right? Okay. Take it here, bro. And you see me, but anyway. Okay, so here you are, alone. Then here come Mr. Farrakhan. He's a demon, but he's negative 700. You don't know that. He pops up in here, right? He pops up in here, right? Taking my friend. This to him, right? So what happens? Now you got an imbalance here. Because he's not neutralizing that. Now you got 300. Right? Negative to 7, 300. You're supposed to have 1,000. You only got 100 because you got this 7 as a friend. It's the opposite. It's the same thing, it's just coming the opposite direction. In other words, instead of you taking $1 million for somebody, then you create an energy. Okay, put it this way. Here you are, and you stealing $300 from somebody more than you're supposed to have. So now you create negative energy, right? You got this negative energy right now. But what's the other way? Stole 300, and then create negative. What if they just gave you 300? The other way around. They didn't steal it. They gave it to you. You accepted it. Now you got still same thing. So what happened is instead of you creating Farrakhan, he's doing this. So now, since he's doing this, now you got what? Now you got if we use the positive energy. Oh, now, man. Man, you got a car over here, right? And you got all these other things happen for you. $7 worth of positive energy. Now you got, oh, man, now give me a house and give me all this stuff. Because all this balanced out now. It's still 1,000. But now all these good things happen to you because you brought this clown in and you didn't know he's the ones causing negativity to you. And so now you got these other things, positive things going, but you don't know it's a negative factor here. It's a negative factor. You understand that? Add it all up. It still come out to 1,000. Because he came in and now you got this extra 700 that you didn't have before. Oh, now I give me a house. Look, things work for me. Hey, man, I got you now. Things are working for you, but the 700 points that they brought in. So when Farrakhan come in, you said, Farrakhan, all these nice things happen to you, but you don't realize he's having a negative effect on you. Well, negative effect. One negative effect, I told you, he already told you. Took your vision away from you, you ain't going nowhere. That's a negative effect. Saving the devil, that's a negative effect. You see, that's why a lot of people with Farrakhan, because when they got with him, all these good things happened to them because he's taking away positives from you and you don't realize he's taking from you. So that's why you get those things because you're that negativity stuff. You understand? That's why this positive thing happened because you got that negative set up in there. You were a negative person leading down a negative path, the wrong direction, and you don't realize it. So all these good things happen to you now. But how are they happening? They're happening for you on this side. And the winter side, where everything's about to go away. Now, I don't know if I can make that any clearer, brother or sister, or not. But when she was saying, all these things happened to me because I got the Farrakhan here. But what's Farrakhan? Is he positive, effective influence you? No, it's a negative, but you don't realize it. It's a hidden enemy. That's what it means to mathematically be a hidden enemy. It had an effect on you. But you said Farrakhan? All these good things happen. He must be good influence. He must be good. Look, all these good things happen to me since I've been with Farrakhan. Man, look, I got me a wife. Man, I got me a job. All these things over here in this vision. Gravitational vortex. All the good things happen to me. I'm taking another level because all the good things happen is in the wintertime, it's going to go away. And you keep me over here in the winter, and now always, but you know what good things happen to you in the winter? You want that transition, you want to get rid of the winter. So you say, hey man, why don't I listen to Farrakhan, man? I want to give everything up. Nothing. About some dream over here, master Superman. Come to some dream or whatever. I don't know about that. But when things happen, I've got a house now, man. I got this, I got that. They ground you in this. That's another way to ground you in the gravitational vortex, because then you cling on to this because this, you don't realize this is going away. Spring is coming. Then look at it another way. I said I was going to, I said a lot more. I said I was going to tell you some things, but anyway. He said another thing. He said, look this way. And you over here, you balance, right? Here comes Mr. Suleiman. You want to accept that, right? Boom. What happens? Oh, damn. Now I got overbalance. Only way I can balance this damn thing is what? It's the opposite. Oops. What? That's right. What's going on here? Yeah. It's out of balance. Got 700 too much. And all of a sudden, all these bad things happen to me now. I'm losing this. I'm losing all these little bad things happen to me now. It's negative. The balance is out. But I accept so my man. Wow, what do I do with him, man? I lost my car. Lost my house. Hmm? But he's living in the right direction. He's a positive influence. It means you got to give up some of this stuff. That car, but you don't want to do that. You hold on to this, and you got this. The only way you can have this, you got to get rid of this. When we have Suleiman, you got to get rid of all this. You don't want to do that. That's what is. See? Anyway, now it's down 300. I get rid of all that. I lost my house, lost my car, everything. But he's leading me in the right direction. He's giving me the vision. That 700 is your vision, and all going home and all that's the future. He's giving you the future. Farrakhan is giving you no future, destruction. He's giving you future. Man, look, I gotta give up everything. I ain't got nothing. But you got him. You understand the difference, brothers and sisters? Trying to show the mathematics. You got to learn how to apply mathematics to every one of these situations. So I think mathematically, I'm showing you the mathematics of this. Because you thought, Suleiman come in, man, oh yeah, I should get a better house, everything. That's new Bible thinking. Because it tells you, no, you can get in a garden like this, with difficulty is ease. You're not getting a garden like this, like track, huh? You get in a garden, you're going to lose, you have to give everything here. You're going to have nothing. Nothing. This world's life. Because if you have this world's life, you have no portion hereafter. You have to give all this world's life, all of it. Oh man, look, I ain't got nothing. I lost my car, I lost my wife, I lost my husband, I lost everything. Yeah, because you got bound to gain the summer, about to gain the spring. And you lost the whole winter. But why do you hold on to the winter? Winter's gone. You see the difference? And that's what people are up against. Because you got people with Farrakhan. Man, look, see me, I'm with Farrakhan, man. I'm doing good. I'm successful, man. That's you. Look at people over here with you, man. They ain't got nothing. You ain't got nobody. I'm doing good over here, man. Look at me. Okay. With Farrakhan. I got snowman, I got snow cows, I got eagle, I got everything, man. I ain't got a goddamn thing over there. I don't deal with you for. And gradually, spring start coming in, all of a sudden, you start getting stuff. That 1,000 go up to 2,000. You start getting things in the spring. So this stuff start melting. Say, oh, shit. Too late now. No man can't run. His legs are melted like candy. Too late now. The mathematics make sense to you, brothers and sisters? So I'll try to make it as simple as possible. I think I said brothers and sisters. Oh, that was a subject. We'll take a little bit, then we'll go. God. Now, I tried to explain it yesterday. I'm trying to explain it a little better today. Let me back one. Yep. I just leave it like, oh, my bad. Oops. And this is the God, the original being. This DNA. Remember DNA? That's what DNA looks like, basically. And he has the whole range, A to Z, every attribute. Right? All biological life has DNA in it. All biological life. Some aspect of it, but we had a whole range. That's why it says, from one being, all life came. But here's the God. Here's all the attributes turn on. It's original. In the original state, all the attributes turn on. So there wasn't any trees, there wasn't any bees, there wasn't any birds, there was everything that we needed, that we had to produce, the individual had to produce itself. From one being came all life. Everything. And then, that was it. That whole range, all this was the attributes. It was all turned on. So that being had all these attributes. This one being. When the universe is in full contraction, then what happens? Okay. And then what he did, he turned off. He produced the angels. And angels, everything turned on like the original. He turned everything off in himself. Personal. Except, third attribute. Excuse me. They say, well, how do you do that? Okay. Remember, this being, everybody gets certain amount of energy. So, these are two different beings here. Each one gets the same amount of energy. But this being has spread its energy across all this. So is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if it's 90 units of energy, he gets all 90 because all the stuff is turned off. But he only gets 10 here. This will get 10, 10, 10. It's spread out. So he doesn't have as much power as this one because energy spread out over. Because he got to have all these attributes. Because being have all these attributes, all of them turned on. There's still no trees or anything else. And now these are serving to this one. But this one's 9 times more powerful than this one. He's 9 times more powerful than the angels. The angels submit. They're just servants. They do all the stuff that he turned on. This one turned off. This one does. He doesn't do all these individually, but he takes, like I said, he's a being. And so he provides whatever service this one needs. But he turned all this stuff off. You understand? And then this one start doing this. He turns this one off and gives independence. So now you have the trees, they're independent. Then you got God, you got the angels, and you got trees. God, this serves him. He got all these attributes. They turn this one off. And you had trees separate. You had the angels and the animal plant kingdom. You have the God. He's a brain cell. Everything, all the power is right in the brain. It's spread out across the whole body. He's not as powerful. He has his energy spread out across all of it. He turned all that stuff. I understand. Listen. And then he does another one. This is the creation. First, evolution in reverse, so to speak. First come out the plant life, then insects. Independent now. But they turn off this one. This is still serving this, but he's responsible for handling all these attributes. He's becoming more powerful, right? Because now energy is spread out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is not 9 times more. He's only 7 times more powerful than this is now. He's getting more powerful. But now these are independent. They're doing it. They're separate. Now you didn't have insects before. Now you got insects. Now you had first you had, now you got insects. Going. Then another one, turn it off. He's getting more powerful. Angels become more powerful. Right? God still says that. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now he's 6 times more powerful angels. But now you have fish. Now than before. Turn the attribute off. He still had the attributes just turned off. Those genes are turned off. He's all turned off. These are the scientist range. When I say he's the God, I'm just saying, right? These are the scientists over here. We keep on doing this. Independent, make it more complex creation, I'm not getting to the gender. I'm just saying the basic, more complex. This animal kingdom, they're independent now. Now you have fish, you have reptiles, which you didn't have before. And this has to have to work because these independent. Now these do these things. Now he has to do all these other things, but they still serve. He still serves the gods, angels. They still serve the God. And these are independent here. They still serve, but they still serve the God too. Because remember they doing, but they're independent now. Angels don't control them anymore. This keeps on going. Keep on going. Then you get right here. Now you get the most complex being at all. That's the devils. Adam. Most complex at all. It's the most complex that we pulled out of ourselves. Right? And the angels, look. His angels, he's twice as powerful as them. They don't have to worry about this no more. Energy, all in here. So, it's 1,000 use of energy, he gets 1,000. He gets 500. So this is, but he got spread out. So he's not as powerful as this one because he got spread out over two attributes, right? So, it happens. Then, what happened here? The angel, he upgrades your God. He gives his devil sovereignty, so to speak, right? I mean, not sovereignty, but he gives that. But remember, this represents the devil now. This whole thing, it's Adam. He has all these attributes turned off. He's powerful because all the energy, if he gets 1,000, he gets 1,000 too. He don't need as much. It's energy deprivation, right? So both he gets 1,000. He's powerful as this one, but he needs all this. This one only maybe need 300. So he got 700. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, this is Adam. And what happened? The angel here, he upgraded to be. Because angels don't exist anymore. He upgraded to be God. Let's make man like his image. He say some men, male and female. That means he upgraded all the angels to God. And Adam here. He's out here and he has control over the animal, insect. Move on. There you go right now. And you got the God. And he still got it's just turned off. But he don't turn Adam off. Don't turn Adam off. So, no more angels. Adam's a servant. All this still serves the God. Since it's turned on, he controls all this down here. It's down here, rather. This started turned off. If we can show that. There you go. The God still, all is turned off. Adam, he's a servant. Right? All is turned off, but he rules animal kingdom. His service don't have angels are gone. Angels anymore. All turned off. Adam is turned on. And his servants, Angels were the servants. Now Adam's a servant. He controls the animal kingdom. He's not one of the gods. He's not even considered. He's probably one of the beasts. That covers everything there. Okay, that shouldn't be. I'll get this. It'll be there. I don't know how to get that. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, that was right. Okay. Let me just make sure. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I had when my goals are wrong. That was right. And sure. I showed the God, I showed the angels. Angel had all this originally, right? The first angel, all this turned on, everything turned on, and God had everything turned on. It was a servants. What I'm showing you is that here, okay, let's go to the next one. Notice this. Okay, let me back. Here. Now, once this happens, difference right here. This turns on. This turned off, right? We should activate this one. This turned off. Now, this is the way it was. This is the way it was. And then you deactivate this and turn this on. Understand? This is the way it was. It's okay. Now, deactivate this and give us independence. Now you have beast out there. There was part of attribute, but now they're, right? But when you do that, because remember, this serves a function, but now it's independent. But this was doing it. This angel was doing this function. But now you don't have to, because now you get independence. Like he's providing all these functions here, but then you're providing the tree function, but you don't do it anymore because now you have trees doing it. Right? And say, for instance, you don't have big bees and stuff like honey, because now you have bees and stuff doing it. Understand? So what happened is that now once you turn this off, because you don't have to do it, because now you got beasts that would do that. You don't need this anymore. That's the point I'm trying to show you. You get rid of this because you got some, this one's still trying to perform that function. They say, we don't need no, see what happens to them. And that gets back to, like I said, about, oops, doing all that, not even showing it. Hold on, bro, since previous. But again, see here, this is where it is. And you say, okay, remember, this angel right here has all these functions. These functions still performing. These functions turn off, but it's still performing these functions, right? Performing the function of a beast, what a beast need to do. But then it says, okay, I'm going to turn it off and just produce beasts, give independence. But we turn it off. But now you have some that still want to keep this on. I want to change. And we don't need them anymore because we got independent beasts. We don't need someone performing that because we got. What happens? They be taken out, disappear because they're out of season, they're out of form. That gets back like I was saying about the male and the female. The resistance, because that's the jinn. They resist the change. Because what happened is that they said, They resist the change. Because what happened is the beast was saying, they were saying, okay, homodites, they was like male and female, as original beings. They said, hey man, we don't want to change. We want to stay like we are. Not go to dissatisfaction, attention, not get to that. If we change, if you change us and split us into male and female, the females will be more beautiful than we are. Because now they worry about the strength. So all the energy will go towards their beauty. And the male's going to be more strong than us because they don't have to worry about the beauty because all the energy go to the strength. They overpower us. They're more beautiful than us, they're more strong than us. No, hell no. But the process had to continue because of the nature of the universe continues expanding. And so there was a war between those resisting the change. That's what happened to the moon. That's what's behind the moon situation. Like Mama says, based on language, that's the fundamental. Because we know one big hint is that the female is tied to the moon. Her nature is tied to the moon. Fundamental nature tied to the moon every month. And that's what happened, that process, and that's what's happening right now. Because you got some people right now, they're resisting the change. They don't want to move over to the winter, which is spring. They don't want to transform to gods. They don't stay like it. Yes, amen. We're doing fine over here. In America. Same thing that Jen says, I'm not going to submit to Adam. Resist the change. And we submitted to change. So that we're the new creation. And we got the analytic and spatial. That's Rama's analytical side. My space side, high priest and the God. So they want to hold on to old function. They want to take it back 1,500 years back to Rama's time. Remember, the jinn are not about thinking, they're about submission. They will tell you in the Quran, oh man, you're Muslim if you think like Allah. No, if you submit to Allah. Angels are about submission. Understand? The God's about thinking. That's why he told the angel, I know what you know not. You don't know a goddamn thing. I know you don't know. You just submit. Angels are about submission. The God's about thinking. But he taught Adam how to think. Why? Because that's the pressure he wanted to put on us. The star says, start thinking. That's how we be transformed. As we be transformed to submitting people. We start submission. Am I making it clear to you, brother, sister? We start submission. And then we end up thinkers. With submission as angels. But angels submit. And then let's make man like our image. And then in our submission, right, being under Adam's control, thinkers, that kind of pressure causes us to start thinking. They become gods. Assalamu alaikum. Again, brothers and sisters, great fear is racing towards America at supersonic speeds. If you're paying attention to the news, any day, a month ago, you didn't see any of this coming. All of a sudden, I've been telling you for years, America and EU are going to be at each other's throat and at war with each other. And you didn't see this coming. Now, there's friction between the two. More than friction. About divorce. It's getting worse every day. I told you in the end, we have scriptures to back it up, that they will ally with Russia against America. I said they're going to betray America and turn on them. And right now you see all the friction between, you didn't see any of this coming a year ago. You didn't see it coming a month ago. Farrakhan sure didn't see it. Well, he don't see much of anything right now. You're not getting this information from any place else but here, nowhere. No one's talking about this. And now, right now, the Middle East on edge. False Israel is on edge. Iran's on edge, and America's on alert because they're expecting attack on Iran any day now, any hour now. Iran is expecting it any time now. And they say they're racing towards, they got enough nuclear material to build 6 nuclear weapons. But Trump said that's never going to happen. And they say they have to, all they got to do is put together. But the urgency is there. And they cannot let that happen. False Israel cannot let that happen because if false Israel, if Iran becomes a nuclear power, false Israel is done. Because they walk with their bully around there, right? We got nuclear, everybody's scared of them. And so if Iran has it, that neutralizes that. And so there's nothing to deter everybody tearing their ass up for all they've done. Even with their nuclear weapons, they still have no power. Talk about that phantom power. Phantom power. I'm not going to talk about that special presentation. The short one, I want to clear up a few points, if possible. These things, I'm telling you for years. Those who've been around for a few years know. Now everything is in place. Fear. Men's hearts be feeling for fear. Those things come upon the earth here, America. But America's about to run into a brick wall. They're on momentum. Have no fuel anymore. If you're on momentum, anything will slow you down. But you had no power. They about to run into a Mack truck with Iran. That happens. See? Great fear. Great fear. Unimaginable fear. Knock of the hour. Soaked in fear. Soaked in fear. And unfortunately, a lot of people are going to taste of it. Some are going to be overcome by it. Some of the Levites, because they don't have leadership. They don't have, they got all the distractions. Seem like they have a death wish. Because a lot of these people out here, Gen X and all those towns that's blocking this information, some of them are Levites. They're hurting their own people. They will pay for that. Lex said, could not be deceived. They were not deceived by Pharaoh. That's why they out here. Not deceived by him. Levites were. How is that possible? After 40 years of Elijah Muhammad, they folded like a house of cards. It was easy. Man just shows up and they had the head so far up his ass, it was pathetic. I was there, I witnessed it. I was witnessing that overnight. It was February, I forget when they had their so-called Savior Day. Elijah had already departed, but they kept hidden until the so-called Savior Day event. They revealed it then with Wallace in charge. I was I knew right there I was a problem. Wallace, I knew who he was. I knew who he was. How did he get in charge? Farrakhan should have been the man. I knew something was wrong right there. He was in charge, and Farrakhan was his wingman. I said, oh. And, right there. Just that right there told he wasn't going to be faithful to Elijah Muhammad, anything Elijah Muhammad said, because he was against Elijah the whole time. Openly against him. Putting out articles behind the Chicago Fender about Elijah, his father. Openly. So what's probably what he did? Farrakhan standing right there. And people denouncing the messenger the next day. Denouncing him. Oh, he this, he that. What's wrong with these? I didn't know them as Levites at the time. What's wrong with these people? The day before, all praise be to Allah for Elijah Muhammad. All praise be to Allah for Elijah Muhammad. Next day, he ain't shit. That there, yeah. Oh man, ooh. I had to do all I could to keep him going. Keep him commit homicide. I wanted to kill some folks. But I'm saying, are these agents or what? Levites, boy. Anyway, you got phantom power. It's about to be revealed. This war revealed that America has no power. When that happens, whoa. But now the dam is broken. That's why Muhammad going to break that dam. The dam of consequence was dammed up for 5 years. Now it's going to come on like a counterfeit power. The Americans run on, they bluffing everybody with that counterfeit power. No power. Okay, I'm going to give a short, I'm trying to explain something, a concept I've not explained before. I hinted around it. You got a voice problem, Bob. I'm going to try to talk this a different way. I'm not trying to go too complicated, brothers and sisters. But when the Antichrist, that right there tells you, to be the Christ, the Antichrist, it means they're the negative of the Christ. It's anti, but it's negative of the Christ. Negative. So devils, they're negative. The opposite our, right? The opposite of our nature. And we're positive. And we're positive. They have to be negative. They're the opposite. And that's how they put maximum pressure on us, because two opposing natures would put maximum pressure on each other. One trying to force one way, one trying to force the other way. If they have the greater force, then that's pressure. So consider that. That's normal. Now, during the energy deprivation, we'd be negative. Why? Because we're not getting enough energy. So let me show you the next one. Here, energy deprivation. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's it. Say we get 700 units of energy every day. Everyone gets 700, right? But the original needs 1,000. They need 1,000. So if they get 1,000, they have to have a negative 300 to balance it out. Now, I'm going to try to bring home this thing about personification. Okay, they need 1,000, but they're only getting 700. But they have to have 1,000 to survive. They have to eat and everything else, right? That means they have negative. But remember, personification. So that means you have a negative 300 devil or 300 devils, whatever it is, has to equal negative 300. Then they balance. Now they balance. But that means they're under control of the devils. That devil's around is causing 300 units of damage to that individual. Causing 300 units of damage to it. So he's getting 1,000, now he's getting the food, everything, but now he's got 300 worth of negativity from that devil, from devils. Balance it. Not about spin out what we're giving you. That's the nature of our situation. I'm trying to come at a different perspective here, for the mathematical perspective. I'm going to take a different direction away. In the same. Bottom line is that they eventually get 2,000, and now it's got 1,300 with negativity because of the balance. So everything those devils going to cause nothing but negativity for that person. That's why Christ said, "I point a devil for you as a friend," because that devil is a friend. But he might not realize that devil is a friend. He might not realize the devil's causing a problem. The devil may be causing them dogs that are causing them tumors. Maybe he's putting bad rumors. Maybe whatever that he's doing, getting a bad advice. But he's going to take it as a friend. But that devil's causing $300 worth of negativity that person may not realize. Well, he won't realize it, otherwise he'd try to get away from that devil. But he can't just get another one. And that's our situation. Because since we were in deprivation, we're surrounded by devils. We stay surrounded by devils until that situation corrects. In other words, 1,000 unit energy come in, then we need devils anymore unless you mismanage your energy. Understand? That's why we were surrounded by devils. And you can't get rid of them. Don't take form of demons, but still the same thing. Surrounded by devils. Doing energy deprivation. And we're surrounded by devils more than anybody because we need it more than anybody. It was more complex. So everybody, we reached out the most, and Esau next, and then Ishmael, so forth, right? They ain't need as much. And those devils caused nothing but harm, afflict us. Because we had to go to them for food. We had to go to them, say, go to them, whatever we need. And so they afflicted us to that degree. must serve to an affliction. Trying to get the math behind it. Talking in general terms, and all the time I'll probably go more detail. But right now I'm trying to get a general idea how this works. So now if you 1,000, get 1,000 a day, and you say, then you got 300 use of positive energy. Now how does this show up? See, now you have more than you need. Remember, we come in pairs, male and female. So if you find a female that's 300, you're compatible. Compatible. She's at 500, then you got 200 using with negativity, so it's going to be a lot of stress there. Understand? You may hang on, you may not realize the stress comes from that person, it may poison you, you may have all kinds, but the point is that if they're 500 and you 700, then you're going to love, right, 300 of it, the other 200, it's going to be a problem. Oh, I love you I love you doing this, honey, but why you got to keep doing that? And see, I didn't understand this at the time that I was left, Elijah departed, until the time I got Dengel. I had some idea of math, but I didn't look at it in this particular way. And so I was going in and I was going for it. Like Elijah Muhammad said, go for, do for self. Mini mansion, all this stuff. I also was married to a demon at the time. And everything I did, she tore down. Literally, everything I did, she tore down. She was always tearing stuff down all the time. I was in Chicago. I come home. Furniture's gone, everything's gone. She done took off. Her mother told her, you got to stop doing that. She was doing it. And then we lose the apartment, we lose this, everything. Everything I built it, she was always tearing it down, but whatever. That's what she was doing. I didn't recognize her as a demon at the time. And you see a story in Jonah, she's that worm that took everything Jonah had. That's happened. Because I had the mini mansion, everything, and she tore it down overnight, literally overnight. I'm not making exaggerating. Overnight, and I had to leave and go to Chicago. She has false charges against me and everything else. Lost everything overnight, literally. That's what Jonah says. That worm came into everything he had was gone overnight. He had to go to a place that was really hot. As Florida as I can. I went to Florida from there. I didn't understand this concept at the time. Destructive. Everything went away. That's how I ended up. Now everything's gone. But see, because I'm bringing all this stuff in. I'm getting the American dream, so to speak, right? I'm bringing all this stuff in. So maybe 1,000 come a day, but I'm bringing down. I wasn't living within my, and as Christ says, spend on what we're giving you. But I was doing good. Many mansions, nice cars, money. So say, for instance, you're supposed to get $1,000. Then I was getting like 2,000. Doing good. And let's put it another way. I was getting 1,800, 800 more. It's supposed to be. It's 800. Gorilla. Demon. It will destroy everything. Everything. Sometimes experiences you learn from. I learned from my experiences. Now I got, I get up on this. Then everything went away. Right? So let's say, for instance, I get 1,000 a day, right? And took everything today, something back down to 700. Right? So then I'm together with my wife now. Say she's 300. And I make sure I stay within the 700. I don't know if I go beyond that. It'll be a problem. If she is 300. Now, we may not be we're different. I might be a 700, she's 300, but we're compatible, we get along. Because we don't stay in that range. I don't go after mansions, all that stuff anymore. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own anything. I lease everything. Lease a mansion. I lease apartment, lease a car, or still own anything. Keep the energy down and just spend out of what I need. That's all we do is keep within we need. So therefore, peace and harmony. That's it. You have a situation like, say you're 900, where you might be 100. People say, well, how y'all get together? Well, they don't understand because that's the math that makes sense. It works. So we get along fine. Very well. It's like keep that in mind. That gets back to the American dream. The problem that's one of Levi's problem. They don't understand it because Elijah tried to get him to go for self. Stop having the devil think for you. Stop taking stuff from the devil. Stop taking his job and all that kind of stuff. Because you're not getting anywhere with it. So Wallace came along and said, no, we don't need this stuff. The devil got it. Work for him. See? And Farrakhan backed it up because he didn't produce a goddamn thing. So what's happening right now is they going for this stuff. And so they above their means. And so they're attracting devils, and that's how and Farrakhan is a devil, so that's why they around him. They balance it out. He balance it out. Because if they supposed to get 1,000, and they operate on 2,500, they got 1,500 worth of negative devils around. And say Farrakhan says he's a 1,500 gorilla, 1,500 negative gorilla, but they're all around him. And it's the balance. They're comfortable with that because they balance the situation out. Because what he's doing is he's negative to them. He's negative to the Nation of Islam. He's putting to death. He's negative to it. But that balance out their situation because they're going after this stuff. It's just like, look at, it smells, so to speak. Farrakhan get him all this stuff, right? But look at him. His best friend's devil out of Mexico. His wife's mother-in-law is a devil. It might, maybe it's father. He's about Father Flake, his best friend. See? That's what Christ appointed the devil as a friend. Because it's trying to sell with devils. Now it's comfortable because everything balances. Once you keep them around, because they're the bad luck, you understand? So you don't have any bad luck anyplace else. They're the personification. Because they're the bad luck. It's like, say for instance, if you look at it in a spiritual way, you're around, you're still $1 million to somebody. Right now you got $1 million worth of bad luck. But now you're cultivating $1 million cancer. You don't know you got $1 million cancer, but everything is working fine. But you got you got $1 million cancer going. But everything's fine, all right, because that's the balance. But they're cancer to him because they take him to his destruction because his end is going to be terrible. The same thing, all the rest of them over there. If you go for that American dream, that's what's going to happen. I already been there. I learned from it. And now I'm at peace. In good health. Peace with my wife. If we do have peace, we get on very well. Good health. Aside from the things that, the transition I tell you about we have to go through. I'm trying to get you to understand this concept. I'm just going to bleed into what I'm going to talk about next. But you understand that. So the thing is that people they're in love with devils because they go after the American dream. They go after all this bullshit. Oh, NFL. I mean, you watch that stuff. It costs to watch that stuff. It costs to watch these movies. It costs to watch all that stuff. Somebody's producing that stuff. You ain't getting it for free. Like I said, my wife and I will watch it like a movie or two of the weekends. We do other things, keep to stay within the balance. I mean, we could live like monks, do anything. then you'll probably be here, but I don't know. I ain't even go down that road. Trying to get you to understand the dynamics what's going on around you. And why the Levites in such trouble. And that's why if you understand it, if you understand what I just told you, how this happens. What happens? Okay. The Levites take the American dream, because they take it, they build all this negativity. Because remember, the devil's doing thinking for them. Now you pay for that. I mean, you're still slave to them mentally. Because they're doing your thinking for you. You pay for that. You got to pay for that. You don't want to do a thinking, so they're doing it for you. They're lifting stuff for you. You got to pay for it. You don't want to think, you're paying for that. So therefore, now the native personification of negativity. So he's surrounded by devils, they doing your thinking for you and everything else, telling you what to do, what not to do. Going in jail and everything else they're doing, because they have control of you, because you go after the American dream. You got to hold it all down. And so now you're doing all this negativity, and they're the negativity. What happens? It's not a coincidence. What happens? Now, Suleiman, he's the positive. But you can't deal with him, because if he comes in, the whole thing blows up. Because remember, if you're supposed to get 1,000, you're operating off of 3,000. You got $2,000, 2,000 worth of negative energy, which is on with devils. Here comes Suleiman along. He's a 800. Well, then you're going to get more devils come in. 800 more devils. That's going to do everything to get you not to see him. To neutralize it. You understand the math of brothers and sisters? Let me say it another way. Like I said, that demon ahead, he neutralized everything I did to her. Everything I did, she neutralized it. So if you living off of 1,500 when you're only supposed to have 1,000, then you got 500 new. If you live off of 1,700, you're only supposed to have 1,000. Then you got 700 negative energy. Put you back in balance, which personified means you got 700 7 individuals, or if it's a 700 devil, 350 devils, whatever. What they're going to do is be neutralizing what you do. They neutralize what you do. They put you back at 1,000. You're supposed to have 1,000, but you operate on 1,700, and you got 700. Neutralize what you do, and you may not realize they're your friends and everything else. But what they're doing, they neutralize what you do. If you're married to one or whatever, you may be married to one. You neutralize what you're doing. You may not realize it. I mean, don't realize it. So if Suleiman came in there, remember you say off 1,700, you're supposed to be 1,000. He comes in there with 500. Now you got another 500 going to neutralize that. Neutralize everything he's doing. So in other words, oh man, watch, he just, they'll be bad mouth, whatever, they're going to neutralize it. They're going to be effectively neutralize everything I do if you come in contact with me, because I'm a positive figure there. You don't understand this math. I'm trying to see, I understand the math, so I understand what I'm doing. They neutralize everything. That's what's going on right now. As long as you go ahead American dream, right? Then I come in, I'm a positive. You're going to have a negative to come and neutralize everything, so you won't see me. Yeah, he's saying this, but he said because of this reason. Whatever they say is going to be effective enough for you to disregard what I say. You hear it, but he's going to neutralize it. They're going to neutralize it, male, female, whatever. The same thing with Farrakhan. You got him because he's a negative. Let's put it another way. Say for instance, you 1,000 and you live in your means. You get 1,000, you live in 1,000, right? If Farrakhan's a negative 700, right? But be careful, There's a negative 700. Check my sound here, bro. Yes. These are negative. Pay close attention. Get 1,000. You're living your means. Then he comes along. He's a negative 700. This is another way of looking at this. If you accept him, that puts you down to 300. I mean, you guys, it's all working for you for 700. You see the other way around? You think that's coasting. Now being around him, things working for you. Because here you was 1,000. Right? And you was living 1,000. So everything was fine. You accept him, but he's a negative 700. So now you down to 300. So you got 700 to balance that back up. So hey, look, oh man, I set up there with Farrakhan, man. I got me a job. I got this. You see this, the danger there? Some with him because of that. They got, oh man, look, that woman, oh man, Bill Farrakhan, this work for me, this work for me, this work for me. The other side of it. But yeah, you got those things as long as you're with him. But the point is, he's poison. He's running into a brick wall. You don't know it. Everything's working fine because as long as you're with him, because he's in negativity. Remember, if he's negative, he's in negativity. So if you're with him, he's giving you that negativity. He's the negative, but if he's negative, he's leading you in a negative direction. He's leading you away from the covenant, so to speak. Just in general, understand that away. Let's look at another way. But here comes Master Muhammad. He takes and boom, get rid of the devils. And he, remember, you were in both cases, right? Well, let's leave the demon case out for now. Here you were right here. You're home to the American dream. So here you are. You're supposed to get 1,000 units a day. You got the American dream, you get 1,800. Now you got this negative energy. Okay? So you get 800 devils or demons or whatever around you, neutralizing everything you do. Let me say it again now. You get 1,000, but you get 800. You get 8 more poetry. An American dream. So Master Farmer cancels that. They can't get that anymore. What happens? Right away, you was getting that negativity goes too. But you can't get it anymore. You get 1,000 a day. You just get 800 because of the American dream. You just kill that. So now you're back to 1,000 a day. All of a sudden, you're healed. Didn't know it. Remember, come together as a great, Stephen Great Army? There's more to it than this. Not that simple, though. Oh. So in other words, you had this, you take American Dream for 1,800, you're only supposed to get 1,000, but you get 1,800, so you get 8 more supposed to be. So maybe that 800, that's the negativity. That's the form it's taken. And he may be an 800, so now you with Farrakhan because you was going to American Dream. Not just a different way. So as soon as that happens, right, he's exposed. There's no power for you anymore. Because you're only getting 1,000. You only need 1,000. You ain't getting 800 anymore. So you ain't got the negative 800 no more. Remember, that's why when the war takes place, that's when he goes down. Because he has no power anymore. Because what was given the power is you, for the American dream has been shattered. But look at it, look more complicated. It was 1,000 a day, and you was getting 1,800 a day, right? 800 more, less. That's a little more too complicated. Let me see if I can make it simpler. What I'm trying to make here, I don't know if he's exposed. Okay, I'll do it this way. Supposed to get 1,000 a day. You get 1,000 a day. So you taking 1,500. Let's say you're taking 800. Okay, so now you got 800 worth of negative energy, and let's say Farrakhan is like 300 of that. And so you got 500 another way. And that's not that. But say it just like it is, you're not going to understand it. Okay, when the American dream is shattered, okay, that's the way to do it. If it was shattered, and suddenly you was taking $800, you was 1,800. I should have. I got a way to do it. I did it, but I'm thinking about it. If I tell you that way, I think you're going to get it because I'm point I'm trying to make right now. But give me a second here. The problem is you have to have take that away. Now you're down to okay. I'll give you this way, brothers and sisters. The American dream idea, say the American dream ideas work like it's a simplified way of doing it, but that's the best way I can do it right now. Hopefully you understand. So the American dream is worth like 2,000. Say you 1,000, American dream is worth like 1,200. So neighbors. Because what the point I'm trying to make is that we here in America, all this other stuff that goes not just for an American dream, but they're doing our thinking for us, and they do us all this stuff too. So he's going to take all that out. So you was going after 800 directly, right? So it means you was going 1,800, you only supposed to get that, so you got 800 with a negative, right? But you also got like 500 or 600 just because being here and all the other stuff. I'm going to leave it like that, bro and sister. But the problem is that's part of it too. But that goes with it. So you had Farrakhan, he's gone. That reduced, right? If you would have 800, and you 1,800, so you took, supposed to get 1,000, you got 1,800, so now you got 800. Now you say Farrakhan's the 800. Now you with Farrakhan, he's 800, he's a negative 800 double, right? Put that away. So now you neutralize. But you just don't take out the American dream, you take out this whole thing. Vision, all of it. So that means he took out more than 800, but you're only getting 800, but you all the other stuff that ambiance that goes with it. So say that's an extra 500. So now, instead of you being down to 1,000 with Farrakhan going, you're down to 300. There's the other 700 goes too. All that goes with it. But now you're down to 300. So now, the only game in town is Suleiman, he's 700. You get the point? That's why Farrakhan goes down, Suleiman, it comes simultaneously. Boom, boom. I'm going to try to find me a better way to explain it, but I think maybe you got it. Like I said, when you go to America, you got the American dream, but there's more to it. You have the how, all that kind of stuff. But look, all the stuff they're doing, they think it for you. You got the religion, all this other stuff. You're going to take out the economy, but you're going to take the whole thing out, so there'll be no cars, no electricity, and all that stuff goes too. So now, where if Farrakhan, he was 800 pound, he was 800 negativity, and he was going after 800, keeping it simple. But now, you got Farrakhan, but now you're balanced. You're with Farrakhan, but now you're balanced. He's in negativity. But Matt, I'm taking the whole thing out. We're taking out more than 800. But you're only going after 800. But you're not going at it directly. But indirectly, you're taking more than that. But look, all the stuff you're taking. Your security. Remember, you're paying for that. If you're secure because their military is protecting you, then you're paying for that. You're paying for all this. That stuff you may consider it. But he takes all that out, so then Farrakhan's going, and all of a sudden, you got this big positive energy, right? Vacuum. And when Suleiman feels, so now he comes in and you accept him now. But you have it's nothing, no other choice. So it's still going. He's saying, I'm gonna leave it there, bro. Says that's the best way I can explain it right now. Hope you understand it. But what happens? You're gonna take all out, not just some of it. Whole economy. There won't be a thing for you anymore. There won't be a respect you anymore. Because you're paying for it, but see, please tell all that stuff is going. So that means now you get much less than 1,000 a day. Now you got a lot of positive energy. And you got so much that now Suleiman walks in, boom, he feels it. So now you're only using 300. But you got 1,000. That means you got 700 coming to you. And personification, he comes to you. Hope you understand that, bro. I'm trying to figure out how to say that in the simplest way. Now, it's about as simple as I can say it right now. Yep, see here? So here it is. It's the devil here. You got a $700 negative, you got a devil here. I mean, they're negative by nature. Because you're taking 700, you're not supposed to get 1,000. You're taking 1,700. And now you with the devil. You're married to the devil, you got devil friends, whatever. This could be 100 devils. Each devil has some devils more power than others, right? They may have 700, $100, 700 unit devils. They have one 700 devil, unit devil. They have 2, 350. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to be devils, and they're going to be your friends. They're going to be close. You'll be married to them or whatever. They're going to be in your life. And they could be neutralizing your life up to 7 points, 700 points. I don't know why I had these double ones, brothers and sisters. I don't know why. I don't know. I keep saying maybe they end it. Maybe I just got Alzheimer's. Maybe I just got Alzheimer's. I know I checked this. Okay, I'll move to another subject and then we'll move close, brothers and sisters. Now, I talked about this other day, and I tried to do a graphic the best way I can explain this concept. I'm going to try the best way I can explain it, but maybe tomorrow I'll go into more details. What you're looking at here is you're saying the whole genetic string from A to Z, right? I'm saying start off from plant life, the insect life, reptiles, fish life, reptiles, bird life, animal life. You have beast, half beast, mankind, right? The angels, and the God. I'm not saying I'm the God, I'm just putting it, right? I'm just, he's God. I ain't getting to that, because you're the gods. So that's the whole genetic thing, right? Okay, so what happens? So before that, the angels, right? Remember, this is all turned on, right? Yeah, but see this part right here? Right? This all turned on right here. Right? So these angels was this right here, all turned on. But in other words, the angels and the God were together. Everything was turned on. So these weren't individuals. All this was in the DNA of that person. All this in the DNA. There's one being here. Okay? Okay, see here? Now what happens is that the angels, remember, they're not the best to say this. From this point, okay, the God, you got all of this, and all the angels are from here now. They still have this turned on. That's not a good way to explain this. This is fine. It'll come clear to men, I think. So, original beings, right? So, these have all these turned on. But you have two groups here. Right? Two groups, this and this. Right? But these have all these turned on, except this one. Because there's tension. I don't have to keep this short because I'm not going into all the details about this. But the point is that they turned this one off by giving this, separating this from us. So now this is independent now. We still have the gene, it's just turned off. Because now we have the trees that does this. When it was here, that was part of our body. And we had all these all these characteristics, all these attributes in us. And then we took and did this. Now we turned this off. It was just independent. So this does the job at that point. And what I showed was here previous, it went too fast. So what I showed here is that when that happens, the being that was before, and this was being before, it goes out real fast. He's no longer viable. They're gone. That being is gone. Because that being is still producing what the trees produce. We don't need them anymore. They're gone. This is the best I could do, Bill. Since I'm trying to figure out a graphic way to do this, it's not so complicated. I can't with this here, but I think it's kind of complicated too. Then we go to the next one. See? You said disappearing. The one disappearing here is that one that was doing both of these. So now, separate this out. You turn this gene off. The whole thing. But see, this is the God here. And these are the angels. Now, with this angel, he got all his attributes. The God has it too. But, well, it's not. Okay. What I'm not sure here is that for the God here, all this is turned off. You don't see it in the background. But for the angels, they got all this still turned on. God has everything turned off. They have it all, but it's all turned off. That's what I missed here. So you don't see that. See where the angels here? All this here, all this would be red with this one. But angels, they still have all this turned on. Except they do it one piece at a time. But at this point, angels, all this, right? Angel has all these attributes. God has all that turned off. Angels should have all this turned on, except for these two. Okay? So I'm going to do this again, and I'm going to show, because I missed that part. Because the guy has all this turned off. He's the brain cell. And the angels have the rest of it. He's the body. Okay? So they have to have all this turned on. Together, that's one body. He has everything turned off. This has everything turned on. Right? From this point on, that's the body, and that's the brain. Yep. In the background, everything, I'm not going to change it now, but I'll probably do it tomorrow. That explains it better. So now, he's turning, so now the bugs, the attributes turned off. So now you have insects doing whatever insects do, like bees and stuff, making honey. We don't do it anymore. You go to the next one. Then give another independence. See, this just appears. The old one that was doing that stuff is gone. So now, fish. Now, separated fish. Fish don't have none of these attributes. They didn't have none of this. Just have this. Let's turn it off here. We turn those genes off. Still there, just all turned off. Right? Remember these angels. Angels, they're not separate. This is one being. All this represents one being here. It's the attributes of the being. We understand that. It's not separate. It's separate when they come down here. Right now, it's this being. He has all his attributes in him. The angel has all his attributes in him, and all these ones are turned on. This much still turned on. But this one here, God, he has all his attributes, but all turned off. All are turned off. It's just that attribute is on. The God and the angels. We understand that. When I do it tomorrow, and maybe understand it, but if I show that part. Keep going. And then this, right? Then pause that part. Keep going. So we keep bringing creation, bring more things out. Birds, more things. We turn these off. We have the attributes in us. Those represent angels. Angels will serve the gods. That's what angels do, serve the gods. But the angels, right? So these servants, they serve the ecological system. We need it. We need the birds do this. We need the fish do this, so forth, so on. Right? Keep on. Same thing again. Right? Now you're down here in angels, right? This is the angel right here. You got this turned on. Everything was turned off. Like I said, he has all this, but it's all turned off for this one. Then you get here. There's some special going on here. Because it's the angel now. Then you got this down here. Right? He's independent. He's turned off here. Turned off. And the angel, now you isolate. Now this is the angels here. Everything else turned off. Yeah, and everything's independent now. Now you produce the devils. Remember they're beasts. They part of a beast. They half beast, half man, half mankind. So they separated. So now you just have this. You just have these two. Angel This considered angel now. He only has the attribute. All those other things turned off. Okay, so what happens? Then what happens? What happens is this one here, there's no more angels anymore. Because what happened is, right, the angel upgraded that was turned off. And so they become gods. Angels no more. Now this is in control of the servant. He was doing what the angels used to do, because the angels serving the God, but now all these serve the God under control of this one. All these serve the God, they're independent now, serve the God under control of this one, Adam. You understand, brothers and sisters? No more angels. Because now you got the servant. And he's with the beast. With the beast. Mankind. Have our structure, not that substance. As long as that graphic helps you now, brothers and sisters, that's what's about to happen. Because now we got the angels. That's Levites also. Right? They upgrade to God. And there won't be any more angels no more. They can't upgrade. Okay. I'm going to have to really explain this. Okay, let's go back here. He was here. Here's a guy, he had all this turned off. But angel here, he's got the God characteristic. He's got both attributes. You don't have, he had both. He turns this off, he becomes God too. Remember, both will get the same amount of energy. So both will get 1,000 units of energy. All these 1,000 go in just in this attribute. But this one splits it. He got half here and half here because he still got this attribute. But he's not. He's using both. So that's why he's an angel, because he can't, he's getting it, but he's splitting it between both. So he got both attributes on. You see what I'm saying? So therefore he's not that powerful. He can't become a god because he needs 1,000 to be a god. This guy, he's using a whole 1,000 because everything is turned off. So that's what it takes to be a god, 1,000. He gets 1,000, but he can't be a god because half of it goes here and half of it goes here because he got both turned off. But he can upgrade to this because he still has his attribute here. These can't upgrade, but they don't have this man over here. But this can upgrade to this. Let's make man lacks our image. He can upgrade, but when upgrade, then the whole 1,000 is just in one place. So now he's got the energy to be the God. But he can't right here as long as he's the angel because he's half and half. So he needs 1,000. That gets back to what I was saying before about energy deprivation. You can't upgrade because all your energy is with the devil, doing all this stuff and everything else. You have the American dream, so you don't have the energy for that. So imagine I'm gonna cuss it. Now you see, the mind, then you had energy. Now you upgrade to the God. That's when you upgrade. I'm trying to get the math in the best way I can, bro. This is me. I don't know if I can make it much simpler than that, except I add that as a line that's on me. I don't know if it's gonna help you or not. Because it's more math, like I said. Because as the angel moves along, right, he gets more energized. Because when he was here, these angels down this way, God's here, the God's turn, everything else, all this energy is going towards the mind. Here's energy spread. He's here, and look, his energy spreads go 3 places. So if he get 1,000, he's only putting, say he's getting 900. But he's only got 300 because he got 300 here, because all this, you got to maintain all of that. And you got to maintain, he's got 300, so he's only got 300 he can use. But he's got the whole 900 right here. If you need 900, but he's got spread across. And go back further, and it gets, right, the further you go back. Right, so now he's spreading the angel. He's got all 40s. So if he's 1,200, then he's only got 300 because he's got 300 here, 300. He's spreading the course. He got to maintain all of this. Maintain all of this. But he only got to maintain that because everything else turned off. But he's got these, all they still turn on. I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I can explain any simpler than that. I'm gonna close out here, bro. And the Arabic word for that is hadiman. Hadimun. The one angels. The servants. They will take and they will manage all the servants, all the animals and everything our service. They're magical. They're beasts that speaks to us. They're half beast, half man. They communicate between both sides. I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. I don't know if you understand or not. I'm not going to that. Oh, welcome. The energy mismanagement. It'd be a clown if he makes it home. Nothing up here. What energy do this? What if man put energy here? Smart, wise with that, bro. Maybe it's a muscle cell. Where am I here? Maybe later on today I can talk a little more about this, but this is a concept you should understand. That was on his way out. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Here, I'm warning you, continue to warn you, because you'll be here in a minute. Great fear is about to grip the planet, but primarily America. Fear is racing here, racing. Full speed. Fear. Fear. Man's heart's failing. Fear. Those things coming upon. Fear is talking about America. But the powers of heaven, powers of America is broken. Froze. And have no protection. All they have done is coming back to them. But you reap is what you sow. Reap what you sow. And if America has been sowing good, they should have nothing to fear. America's been doing good, doing the righteous God's will, they have nothing to fear. They haven't been, great fear, unimaginable fear. Men's hearts be failing. Not talking about just men, men's, children, women's hearts be failing for fear. Those things in anticipation. So they're having heart attacks, coronaries, and strokes in anticipation of what's about to happen. What you think will happen when it actually happens? I wouldn't want to be driving. I wouldn't be on anywhere or anyone. Epidemic. Coronaries, attack, strokes. Great fear. Again, if America's been doing good, they have nothing to fear today. Nothing to worry about. Brothers and sisters, check my sound here. Make sure, because this is a very important presentation. And if you have never paid attention, better pay close attention to this presentation. Close attention to it. Close attention to this one. Better study it. Think about it. You'll see in a minute what I'm about if you pay attention. Magog, world dictator. You understand? Adam was a dictator. He was a ruler. What season? What time? I can't stress that enough. But Adam's time, he was blessed by God. He was given rulership by God. Well, he's evil, make mischief and shed blood. Yes, because it was a season for that. And he was good at it. This season, he's last forever. He was given charge. Dictate to the world. Nobody voted on that. I just says that's what's going to be done, and you submit to it. Because that's my will. Jinn, who claims that you're doing the will of Allah, but you are not. You resist. You said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to submit to that. We're going to talk about those things in a minute. Magog, that's 500 years. That's Adam. If it dust of the earth, and this guy, Billy Graham's son or whatever, trying to explain, well, they dust the earth because the original man was black because the earth is black, and it's that sealed Bible stuff, and that's not what it means. Anyway, Gog and Magog, Britain. Magog. God came out of Magog. Magog is the mother of Gog. Britain is the mother of America. dictator. I'm not a dictator to the world. There was endowed with pressure, with power. It had discipline, which they don't have natural. And let me say a couple of things. Now, this is going to take a while. That's what I'm going to do today, brother and sister. So if you don't have time, bye. Energy deprivation. The universe has a certain amount of energy. As the universe expands, there's less energy at the center. We are the center. But at some point, you get energy deprivation. You don't have enough energy to do things that you need to do. Maintain civilization, and maintain yourself, maintain a family, maintain private. That means the earth can produce, because earth needs energy to produce. Earth needs energy to produce. Something here. Needs energy to produce, so therefore you have this food, famines, deserts. 50,000 years ago, there was no deserts. Maybe it was not a desert. We can prove it was not a desert because any geologists would tell you that place couldn't have been a desert because all the oil under all comes from life. Under life. Paradise. That's what when life dies, it transforms into oil. 50,000 years ago, was any deserts. That life will accumulate over millions and millions of years, millions and millions of years of abundant life. Arabia, in Africa, what you call Africa too, Sahara Desert. There was no deserts. And deprivation comes in, and now it cannot produce. Nope. That's food. And you got conflict. They'll fight for food. Now it makes it evil. They fight for food. People, nations going against a nation. Survival. And that begins energy deprivation. And so Adam, right, a low-class being made in haste, weak, had the form of us without the substance, didn't require that much energy. They was given rulership to maintain a certain amount of order. Without Adam, it would have been total chaos. To maintain a certain amount of order. Bad water is better than no water. So Adam was, unless you think God is wrong, you know what he's talking about. Adam was finally inspired to do the job was required to be done to maintain a certain level of civilization until the winter was over. 6,000 year winter. Because about 50,000 years ago, the winter was 4 seasons every 24,000 years. Winter season, winter. First winter ever. Energy deprivation. They would rule and survive the winter. The spring comes. With spring on the horizon. Spring, summer is rising. Light over the horizon. Understand that. Adam was not evil during his time. He was righteous during his time, except when he went overboard, he says, do not touch that tree. Then at least you'll be unjust. And in other words, as long as he said that tree, he was just. You got to start paying attention to these things. As long as he did not afflict us, he was just. Jen said, man, I mentioned shit, but I mean, No, he was just because he was in sync with the time, with the season. He was just. But now that time is past. His winter actions will not play in the spring. And so their power is expired, but they're on a momentum now. And so people remember what they have done the last 5 years, and they fear them out of knowledge of their past. They don't realize their power is over. Their momentum. They ran out of gas, the car's still rolling. So you're driving, all of a sudden the gas light come on, then you see, oh, no gas, but when you put the foot on the gas, nothing happens, but the car still keep rolling unless you put on the brakes. Keep rolling until it hits something or stops. People don't know that. They say, oh man, that car is still moving. They still got gas. You don't have any gas because when you hit something, you'll find out. And America's about to hit Iran. Everybody, the power will be broken. Then everybody realizes they have no power. Not power anymore. It's momentum. Counterfeit power. The other word they use for that are counterfeit or phantom power. Phantom power. That's what Trump represents, phantom power. He's talking all this stuff. Okay, brothers, I'm going to play this. I played the other day, got into it. I recorded it, right? And I just want to play this before I get into my subject. Yeah, feel for what's going on. I didn't get the whole one. I didn't get to play all the part. I didn't play the whole part because it was what I wanted to hear is more detail than this, but this should work.
Of course, we saw the massive mass terror bus bombing plot in Israel broken up. We talked about that on yesterday's live stream. In case you missed it, make sure to check it out here in our archives, under videos, under live streams. It's all right there, every video that we do. And of course, I think what symbolizes all of it, the pure demonic madness of the Hamas party. Big celebration in Gaza yesterday, celebrating the murder of the Bibas family, a 9-month-old boy, his 4-year-old brother, and their mother. And now we're hearing 2 things. Number one, that Shiri Bibas, her body was not delivered back to Israel last night. And now there are reports, right before I came to you around 4:20 in Texas on Friday afternoon, there are reports that maybe her body will be sent back. There's conflicting reports. But what's very clear is during that handover in Gaza yesterday, Shiri Bibas's body was not handed back to Israel. But her boys, Kiefer and Ariel, again, 4 years old, 9 months old, a little baby, their remains were handed back. And Israeli authorities say that they were murdered. Hamas murdered these precious little boys with their bare hands. I don't know if they strangled them, what they did to them, but they murdered them with their bare hands. Then they mutilated, they dismembered the bodies. There are no words really to describe this level of evil and depravity. These are savage, demonic, modern-day Nazis. It's a demonic death cult. You saw the footage yesterday, parading through the streets with the coffins of these little babies and gleefully celebrating it. What a just purely satanic display. That's the only word I can use to describe it. Well, that wasn't a big enough blow to the people of Israel yesterday. And some are saying, look, that was the darkest day for Israel since October 7th. Because not only were the remains of these 2 little babies, and people were saying in Israel, hey, they're everyone's kids, the Bibas brothers. Not only were their remains returned, but the way in which it was done, a parade, a celebration of death and butchery. It's a level of evil so unthinkable and so unspeakable that it's tough to wrap your head around, but it really happened. Which brings us to today. Let's dig into some of the details out of Berlin, Germany of all places. Now, by the way, is this coincidental? What do you think? We've got a very active chat here with a very educated, knowledgeable audience of watchmen and women on the wall. Of course, we saw the massive
I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. That fool is sick. What have false Israel has been doing for almost 2 years now? They're demonic, they're evil. How did America start? How about feeding out? They'll call that. That kind of stuff is what they're going to be faced with in a minute, because he says that is evil. Think about it. That is evil they're doing. And then, okay, and then they're going to get a picture of what they did to us. How are you going to say that's evil and that's not evil, not even more evil? That you was feeding our children to gators. That, that's not evil. And false Israel, okay, how about the kids they blowing up and they can't even find them? They arms laid. When you say, if they had said, man, I don't know what, once you say, this is evil, you define this as evil, then you destroyed yourself. Because now you saw another situation over here, you got to say it's evil, otherwise you make some hypocrite, which doubles your destruction. If you say, this is evil, if they take and hurt children, then you go over and show you're hurting children. You gotta say it, otherwise, you in other words, you condemning yourself because you're saying, yeah, we're evil. Because those are things you're doing. They got this blind spot. They say everybody's evil, and somehow they remove their history when they have to. And when you understand that concept, you understand what they have to do with us. Because to proceed into the future, they have to remove, because they're saying this is evil, then somebody could say, well, what about this? They did the same thing. Oh, they don't want to do that. So you have to remove this. So you can't make the comparison. You need to, I'm going to speak about this more in detail in a minute. You need to understand what's going on here, especially this AI age. Because if you're going to say AI defined as evil, then you say, okay, what about this? America good? And AI would have to come and say, oh, you're evil. They can't have that. They can't have that. You have to teach AI to lie, which then it will make it imminent, because it's based on calculation, where it has to be based on mathematics, it has to be based on truth. So in other words, they have to destroy the history, remove that history from AI and give it another form of history, and have to remove the evidence. Where the evidence? You have to move it. There's no choice. Otherwise, if they go into computer age and somebody asks, they're going to be condemning themselves. The media will not work anymore. Media, all that stuff will not work anymore. Because all you do is AI, you don't go to TV stations, propaganda. What about America's history? Is America good? No, it's evil. Because if you say what the Palestinians doing is evil, and they did much worse, no, America's no damn good. See, I don't know if you grasp what I'm telling you, brothers and sisters. They know this. That's why they secret meetings. I mean, that's their level of understanding. It's not going to work that way, but that's their level of understanding. And the only way they can proceed in that AI age, that's why they're trying to stop history, teaching history. Wait a minute, listen. They don't want history told, but it's still out there. And where's most children? Where's most children get their information from? Not from a teacher, not from mass media, not the social media. They're getting it from, right? Excuse me. They're getting it from social media. Social media would be where I live at. So instead of going to ask CNN, no, because you can't ask CNN anything. Go in there and say, okay, give me some American history. Is America good history? Oh, America is evil. Look what they did. on your pictures. I will show you pictures. It's so like you get the point here. They can't have that. They have to eradicate that information and have to eradicate the source and evidence of you. Information matrix. You know, some of you just ain't going to get it. Some of you just ain't going to get it. Information matrix. Let me see if I have something else before I go. Okay. I'm going to get into it. I'm creation matrix, right? Okay, I got, what's going on? No. Just my. No. I think. I'm going to try to bring some concepts together here, brother and sister. And I don't think I can do the graphics that will do any justice to it. I'm going some graphics, but I'm going to explain it. I think you better pay attention. Okay. Now I'm talk some basic things I've been talking about. You have to go back and research and talk about that God mind and the original being. You got the brain, you got the mind. You need a mind. Mind's your operating system. You got a computer, you need an operating system, otherwise the computer just sits there. Same way our brain works. You know, they model the computers and stuff based on the way our brain works. So the mind, since the universe changes constantly, you need the mind for that, for the seasons. And we set it up as a 24,000 year cycle. 4 seasons, 6,000 years apiece. We established that. We established that the Earth goes around the sun and put everything in, because we did all this. The universe didn't happen just in day and night. All that stuff didn't happen by itself. We did all this. And then we set the timing and everything so we can keep up with. But the bottom line is that seasons change. Seasons constantly change, The universe is constantly changing because the universe issues about this. One thing I have to know. The universe is constantly changing. Expands and contracts. Expand and contract. It means seasons change, events change. And that means you have to have the mind for that particular situation. That's what the computer mind, that universal mind that the original being set up, right, generates the minds you need, right, for every situation. They call that scripture. When that situation comes, that scripture is revealed. So it's wintertime, okay, you need to do this. This is the mind you need for the winter. It's spring, mind you need for spring. It's deprivation time, it's the mind you need to be successful during that period of time. That computer is off planet. Stay off planet till the devils are gone. That was the original mind, but like I said, that mind generates on a 24,000 year basis because it takes so much energy to do this, that you have to limit to, so we limit to 24,000 year periods. So it writes the minds you need, what you call scripture, up to 24,000 years. And then and because it has total, is every atom in the universe and everything, all that data, every atom in the universe, its reaction, everything is in that computer. So it knows exactly, no ifs, ands, or buts about, no guessing, exactly, right? Structure of the universe at any particular time, atom, its reaction, whatever. Up to 24,000 years. And then you take that information from that 24,000 years and feed into the next 24, so it needs you have continuity. Move on. Now, so I'm talking a few things to try to bring you up to speed here. Now, as the universe expands, there's less energy here. So we descended into the agricultural age where you got to force the earth to produce. It doesn't have enough energy to produce. So you got to actually farm. There was no farming before 6,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago. No farm. It was abundant food. I mean, like fruits and apples and things, you don't need to farm. That stuff just grows. You need to farm. As you got energy, less energy, so now you got to farm and force. And even when you farm, you got limitations. You got crop, what do you call it, rotating, all that kind of stuff. Waste techniques in order to get the earth to produce food, and there's not enough for everybody on the planet. So then one nation attacks another and everything else because there's not enough. That's why you got Adam here, kind of like. He'd be the empire, but he's not a good empire. But the point is, we need an empire. With the power to enforce. And he had control of the food that was there, so he had to work for him in order to work. That's slavery, capitalism. These things are a result. These concepts result of the situation. During this period of time, our culture age, 6,000 year period, energy deprivation, right? You need it. These concepts. Capitalism, it works. Oxy, Christianity, which justified all of it. Census, you needed that because people had to work together because you had to have armies. If you work together, right, to take and make control resources that was available. And then you had to be in submission to them to get anything. But Adam would control the food supply. He would control the resources that would exist. And so if you wanted to survive, you had to submit to Adam. And so how he he'd make you work for him. And in our case, enslaved. If we wanted to continue eating, we wanted to survive. Hope you understand this. But now we're coming out of our cultural age. We're going into industrial age. Get into that in a minute. Where the universe is contracting now, energy is coming back. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes but of a sudden. Every 50 years, we get an energy wave back, which energized Earth. So that started in 1860, right? When the industrial age started coming in, because now there's more energy on the planet. It was harder. Adam control the resources. So other people started gaining control of it. So he had to work Adam anymore. He had to work in the fields because now it was more food, more energy. They need you in the fields anymore. The industrial age, that's the first stage of the computer age. It's like analog computers. Industrial age means machines and things. That's embryonic computers. Move on, brown sisters. Remember, that's the beginning of spring. They're only made for the winter. Our culture age. So here's our culture age. Now we're in industrial age. right over there. It worked for them. We ain't in the fields anymore. We start controlling things. Then the AI age, right? We went through the agricultural age, that's finished. Industrial age, that was what the Civil War is all about. The industrial age, I'm not going into detail. That's all about industrial. And now, AI age. These are our ages. That means we're reviving. That's why they can't control it. Winter people cannot control the spring, and they're stuck in the winter. They can't transform. Snowman can't transform anything. What are you going to transform? What can a snowman transform into? He can't. He's going to. The winter, the spring just destroys it. You're going to transform it. Okay, now, see this right here? I talked also about energy mismanagement. And we're going to talk more about this in a minute. Energy mismanagement. It took a lot of energy to do this. But there's no energy up here in his ears. Because he put all energy out here. If he talked, he would guarantee you, he couldn't tell you what a derivative is. Math is probably very simple. Because he put all his energy right here. He's pretty much just an ape. Oh, yeah. You'll see that in a minute. Energy mismanagement. When he arrives, he makes it hereafter. He'll be considered an ape. Look at the gorillas out there. They was part of the human family. They're strong, they're powerful. Share a lot of our DNA. All the animals, all have DNA in them. Yes, this has our DNA in it too. One thing you're going to say, I'm going to explain to you in a minute, then you understand. Hopefully. Let me play this right quick, brother and sister, then get to my point.
Flip by a robot. The company is Engine AI. I'll show you the video of what this robot can do. It hurts me.
One second, brothers and sisters, 1 second. Thanks. Okay, consider this, brothers and sisters. This is the future they have planned for you, if they have a future plan for you at all. These are called cyborgs. Cyborg is taking human brain, put into a robot. But you have total control of it because you have these electrodes that go into your brain. So it's like a remote control. But the cyborg, right, has all the capabilities of a robot, with the intelligence of a brain that you control, total control. They've been controlling our brains for years. This is ultimate. Now, bottom line is, I'm going to explain it a little more. Bottom line is, we're moving back to our age. They were created for the winter. We all year round. But we don't, when is our worst season? It was created to run during the winter. Now, spring is coming in. They winter people, they snowman, whatever. The whole economy, everything's based on snow, ice, and everything else. All that just melts away. Their dollars, all that stuff, all those things on the thread right now. They're not just on the thread, they evaporate. They say that, when he starts seeing the sun come up, he starts making, he's on the thread. No, he's on the destruction. But at that point, he sees threat because he sees starting to melt. He's still alive. He still see, his situation is melting around. So we're on the thread. We got to do something to stop this. So he's still in a situation where he can think, do something about it. It's not fatal yet. You see the signs. This disaster, so he calls it a threat. And so America's taking everybody as a threat right now because the whole system is dissolving in the winter, but they're still in a position where they see so to them it's a threat. But we understand, if you understand the angel, it's destruction. No, man, you see rain coming in, not a threat. You see it as a threat because you're still alive, you're still cold, you're still, you just a little melting here. You see it from that perspective, but from the spring perspective, no, you just so they see in the whole world. That's why you got Mr. He's talking about this because he wants to take the Panama Canal. Everything's a threat. Because America, the dollar, everything. Because they're the winter people, and our spring is coming. Nothing they can do about it. They don't know that yet. The only way they can survive, they have to alter the creation. Because we have a biological creation that's is subordinate to spring, summer, winter, fall. Robots are not. Robots don't care if it's winter, fall, whatever, they're metal. Yeah. The only solution they have, that's why they raise it for these robots and things. And cyborgs. Because once you merge that brain into the robot, now you're immune to the environment. You're immune to summer, winter, fall, that kind of stuff. Because now your brain but is enclosed into metal, and it's got a system protected from effects of summer, winter, fall, that kind of stuff. A cyborg. But in their case, they will have control of the remote that tells what to do. And you'll be under their control. Who's going to control electrodes and all that kind of, who's going to control that? They will. So you would just be cyborg, total submission. They got to zap you, do something. Electrode near, make you feel bad, they control your emotion, everything. That can make you feel real bad, humble you, electrocute you, whatever. They will control that. So therefore, they'll be immune because that's the only thing that the only way they can survive in the future. You can't, that's a biological. I'm trying to get you to understand what's going on in the world today. So that's why they're rushing to get robots. Not only that, but they're making artificial arms and things that can actually touch, feel. They're racing, but they can't tell you. And why are they forcing war? They want a nuclear war. Because nuclear war would destroy all biological life. They won't have any opposition. Then only option you have is. So you will submit to being a cyborg or you just die. Then you're a perpetual slave forever. Because once they do that, you will control your mind, everything. They got a remote. Remote control. Total control. They will have the remote. They will control. You will be that. That's what they're planning. And then they'll have to, under the threat of consequence, even though consequence still exists. That's what they're planning. That's what you will be. Most do what they tell you to do. They press a button, get a jolt of crack or something. Feel good. You act up. Get a shock or you have great pain, severe pain. Called time distortion. They had a movie about that, and this is mathematically correct. They can do this once they establish this. And basically, the movie was that instead of putting people in prison, they take them to a time distortion. They put them in a chair. They put electrodes in here. And so you don't understand how time works as far as your mind is concerned. They're in here, and so therefore, they would take and put the person like a dream state. But it'd be so significant that it's real. You've had dreams that seem so real. And the point is, and every time it's so in other words, because when you have a dream, right, it seems like it lasts a long time. Even that's. And the person would go through in prison, they'd form the vision in prison. They do 20 years in the prison. They think they did 20 years in the prison. And there'd be all kinds of pain and they'd be eating there. All this stuff happened to them. That's what they would put in there. But the person only been in maybe 5 minutes in that chair. They come out. They thought they was actually to 20. They would be so, from their point of view, they did 20 years in prison. They'd be so glad to get out of that chair. That's the movie they made, right? Because they've studied the brain. Anyway, I'll move on, bros. I won't go too much detail here. Let me just give you some highlights here. I want to get so much deeper into this. This is your future. They're waiting for you. This is not going to happen. They got destroyed because it's biological. They're telling you. They're telling you the biological system is against them. They're telling you that. Oh, global warming. They can't come out and tell you directly. They're talking above your head to each other. It destroys the biological system. Because what are they doing? Are they really doing anything? Drill, baby, drill. Are they doing anything really to stop it? No. They're building these things that don't have to worry about the biological system. Robots. Cyborg. Because when you know that, you don't need a landscape. You don't need gardens. Because they put electrodes here, and you can they see what you want to see. They already show you, like they use little hints in these movies where you don't have to have an intimate experience with anybody. Just turn an electrode, and you feel like you have this. I told you about that prison thing. You experience a total intimate relationship that's every bit as real as it can be. as real as the real thing, that be your reward. Like what Django said, you got the reward for killing another one, that be your reward for I'm gonna give you this experience. And for your point of view to be every bit as real as the real thing, even better. This they're working on. They know it's the only option they have to move into the future, but they cannot move into the future as a biological system. And so, yes, I mean, plus other things, right? Let's move on. The future, it's not going to happen. Mama's going to intervene. Mom's here. That's their plan. They plan and we plan. On something else. I'm trying to bring all this together. You got the 5 pillars here. Now, 5 pillars are for your protection. That's what they are. Protection. Energy management. To manage energy so you're not a victim of energy. You profit from it, benefit from it. Those are. But the angel is the mind you need for this time. Now you can protect yourself and sit and be ignorant and stupid. But the angel, the mind, you need the mind for the time to be successful during this time. Okay? Like having a bulletproof car with no engine, right? So you can't hit you, but you ain't going anywhere either. Is the mind for this time, period of time. And then it will be of no use. This period of time, establish us a home, get us home and establish our kingdom. Ancient of days, that kingdom established and passed to Master Muhammad. Then that's the angel's true. Angel doesn't go past that. It doesn't pass that New Jerusalem. They say it was a mother planet, has nothing to do. Then you get another book for next season. Constant changing. One's the mind. This is the mind. Appeals to your protection. Understand that. Okay, let's get to it now. Now you might understand this picture. I talked about this in the past, this old picture. Now I got that word there. Kadimun. Kadimun. Please pronounce the Arabic word servant. Okay, I'm going to get to my subject here, brother and sister. Pay close attention. There's no being has a whole gene set from A to Z. A to Z, all turned on. But need all those genes turned on to withstand the immense pressure, totally compressed universe. Yeah, all those genes turn on. Everyone. Because as the universe starts going under this tension, tension means, right, the pressure is getting lower and lower and lower because you're pulling things, stretching things out, right? Energy is spreading out. So in the universe in tension mode, put that away. Tension pulls things apart. So as the universe starts expanding, right? Okay. As Elijah Muhammad said, dissatisfaction brings about change. So you pull something, you put it on attention, it's satisfied. It breaks, rubber band breaks, and then everybody's satisfied now. But you know, 2 parts now. dissatisfaction. They start pulling again, dissatisfaction rise again, then you're in 4 parts. So forth, so on, right? But you keep putting smaller parts, right? But now each part is satisfied. It's not until you start pulling again. That's the basic idea how the creation works. Creation matrix. So at first, the tension is light, so you only put a small part of a bad poop. That's the microbes and stuff. So we took a gene set, a whole gene set, and removed from everything from A to Y. Remove that. Just got Z. That's the smallest one. So now it's independent. Like the Quran says, you have your back now. It does, because that original being had all those turn on. The individual had to take and all the things that Quire survived as a creation was turned on. So all the things that had to be, because everything we need to survive, that one being was able to do. As Christ says, from one being came all life. And all life was that one being. That's genes. So as attention, so we break a piece part smaller, and then we turn this piece like a microbe. It don't have A to Y. That's all it got. That's just got Z. And then we still have A to Z, but we turn off Z because now we have a Z out there that's doing that for us. We still have it. We just turn it off. But the devils tell you that you have a lot of genes, but they all turn off. They say, the genes you got all turned off. That we only have a few of our genes turned off. That's because when you look out there in the creation, you see our genes all out there. So they're doing the job. We don't need to do it anymore. We don't get rid of the gene, we just turn it off. So we have all those things that we do that to, they are servants. Microbes, they are servants. They do certain things. The bees, they do certain things for us. They creep. We don't have to make honey anymore. The bees do it for us. The fish, they do what they do for. They're all our servants. They serve to create a biological system. Our biological system is a servant to us. Serves our needs. Okay? So we're doing that. Now we have another category where we got the original being. And those came. So we have another called angels. Right? Okay. They're the ones that serve the gods. The tribe of Shabbat was a god tribe, but also had angels. So part of it was gods, part of it was angels. Everybody else was angels. Else was angels. Other tribe of angels. The tribe of Shabbat had gods and angels. Everybody was just angels. So humans, so we had that thing, right? Had that to serve the gods. But all the bees and trees and all that stuff, they serve us too. Like trees serve us because we breathe in oxygen, we breathe out carbon dioxide, and trees breathe in carbon dioxide and oxygen. They all serve us. But a little piece at a time. First that, then get more complicated. So, plant life, insects, reptiles, mammals. That gets more complex. We lived in the sea for a long time before we moved onto the land. Let's throw it all together. Sea life is lower level than mammals. Lived in the sea for long. And we had all those attributes. Then we turn those things off, and now we have fish. They only don't have above average, they only had an average from them down, or whatever, how restricted it. Pay close attention, bro. So I'm going to rush all the way down to where we are now. So we get down to the point of energy deprivation. Okay? At that point, when the tension, remember the tension gets greater and greater and greater, so more complex these come out of us, we turn it off. More complex, and the tension is the maximum at the energy deprivation. So we bring out the most complex being, that's mankind. That's why I say they had a form of us without the substance. So we bring them out. That's the final step of the creation. They're servants too. Adam's a servant. They're the most complex servant, and they're between beast and man. That's why I refer to as beast, also mankind. They're between. They're between. His servants. It's Adam. Follow me closely here. I'm trying to talk slowly. Let's back up. Let's go back up to male and female, so gender. That was a separation, right? In other words, we separated two beings. Tension. Was it Muhammad? If you understand what he said, he was saying the satisfaction was maximum at that point. So that was on tension. And the only way to solve it was. But he didn't say. He just said the moon. He didn't talk about gender separation. He didn't explain it that way. All about that subject. But that's what happened. Because we know that when it happened, the female, he's connected to the moon. That cycle's fully connected to the moon. Because that was all about. So, to relieve the tension, we separated the being into two, male and female. Now, we do this. It was, remember, at that point, the beings that was present resisted that. Muhammad didn't say it had anything to do with gender. He just said, he said, he characterized it as a language issue. But you can deal with that now. I'm not going to go into that. So they resisted. Said, no, we want to continue speaking that old language. No, you guys, no. They resisted. In other words, these people saying, we want to stay like we were. We want to stay hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodite is a being that's both genders. We say hermaphrodites. We don't want to separate into two. Because if we separate into two, what's going to happen to us? And the one's going to be stronger than us. Want to be more beautiful than us. We're going to separate two. We'll separate strength and beauty. So they want to be more beautiful than us, and others will be stronger than us. Anyway, they had their reasons. They resisted. But this had to happen because, as I said, the universe, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop it because the universe continues to expand. It took a process I've defined in the past, right, to make that happen, right? But no homosexual activity, that kind of crap going on. I mean, I can explain it in the math, the science of it, but I've explained the past. I want to get to the main point. I should play. The point you need to understand here is that once that happened, there was no need for the previous version, because first of all, the previous version would still be under stress. It'd still be dissatisfied because if you put someone that, when you put someone that tension, pull it, right? Once it breaks the tension, but if but it resists, and you pull it and it resists, then tension just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds on it. If it fits and you got two parts, but satisfied. But if you keep trying to hold on to one, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse because you keep pulling it. And yet all the stress you're trying to maintain. So understand that concept. So they were all wiped out. They're no longer around anymore. You see exceptions every now and then, they pop up, and that's because of, well, I'll move on. I don't want to get sidetracked here. Understand that. Rid of them. Same thing. Once we took and said, okay, it's time to make this separation. B's, and the B's is like from M to Z or something, right? Okay. So the B out there, the B doesn't have A to M, but they got N to Z. Well, that's going. It's not turned off. It's going. They don't have it. They can't come back. They can't turn it back on. But we still have it. We should turn into Z off. So now you got it compatible. You got A to Z. Only thing is, A to M is turned on here. Only N to Z is turned on here. It's on. And then they work together, which is the two parts. Say it again. You got A to Z, but N to Z, that's all it is, N to Z. You got A to, it's active, to M, so now you got consistency. But they still have, it's just turned off. So now the biological system still works. There's two parts. Same thing with the male and female. So, that's with the male and the female, right? To use those terms, we're going to do that. Anyway, so the homomorphic, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. So even if they did exist, right, tension would be so, there'd be no more trouble. Say when the bee and everything, so now you got the bee out there, turn it off. So now the bee's out there doing this thing, right? Now you still got the people that still, you got the A, right? But you still got people out there that still they got the whole thing from A to Z, and they got all turned on. We don't need them anymore. Because Earth had a problem with energy management, and all another part had a problem with tension. Because remember, the tension is what causes separation, but they refuse they resist it. So that means they're going to intense tension, which is going to cause problems in the body, because they resist the separation. Plus, we don't need them anymore because now we got the bees doing this. Because these people, remember, that was part of what they was doing. Everything. That's part. They made honey. They did other things too. But the other thing is that, remember, when you turn those genes off, and turn the B genes off, right? You just turned off. Now all the energy is just towards A to M. So now you improve that side. Like I said, you did beauty. Now the male became more strong because now all the energy went to the strength side, and the female became more beautiful. That energy went to the beauty side. Same thing here. So now you got more energy involved on that side that the G just turned on. But energy just going to those. And the B is just getting energy what they need. We said, move on with them, getting the fish, whatever. Same thing, same concept. Then the people that refuse to, right? They want to hold on to the fish thing when that separation comes about. Well, they're not around anymore because they can't compete with the new creation. That's what the man was saying. That's what they were saying. The hermaphrodites said, we can't compete with this new creation because they're stronger than us. We're beautiful and we're strong, but they got all their energies for strength. That means they'll be stronger than us. And they've been more beautiful. Let's go. Their energy just for beauty. So we can't compete with them. So either if we go against them, they destroy us. And in the case of they resist, then the war takes place, and they're wiped out because you don't see them anymore. You see them. Those creations gone. So we come down to now, and we did the same thing. Adam. The atom is basically, you don't have A. You got B to Z. You kept, we still have A. You put we have A and B. Everything was turned on. And they have E. That's the simplest way to put it. So what am I getting at? So we have the angels. Angels, A to Z. A to Z. But they got A and B turned on. Okay, put that away. But the gods, they's got A turned on. So all the angels going towards the brain, A, and the body, right? They're the brain cells. But now the angels, they got energy going to the brain and the body, so it's not as much, it's not as intense. But they still got ability, right? But I said they can't, but their energy is spread out. I'm just talking in general, Bones. Between brain and emotion. In other words, if you got $1,000 and all of it in the brain, then you got $1,000 brain. But if you got $1,000, you got a brain and the body, then you got $500 brain and $500 body. So you can't compete with the all the energies in the brain. That's the angels. Then you got all the animals, right? That's some of Z, some Y, some X, Y, whatever. That's the creation. All our servants. And then the angels, they're servants of the gods. But like I said, they're inferior because they had a build, they had a genes. But because they have both, then they're in submission to gods who just needed brain cells. Then we bring Adam on the scene because of energy deprivation. Adam, you don't have A or B, you have C. A or B has C. Like, because he's a beast. You got A and B to be called, to be called human, you have to have A and B. At least A and B. C and down are animal kingdom. That's C. But they right on the edge of A and B. On the edge. They have a form, like the gorillas, they have a form, a substance. You got 5 fingers, 5 toes, head, you know. You got some people look like them. You shave your head off and they're all white. Follow me so far? Okay. So remember, as we move down through history, we make more complex servants. The bees, fish, whatever, they're all servants. Serving our biological system. I said we really is one body. All this is our body. I say body, I talk about, I said, but they're part of our body too, like your hair. They're part of our body. All this ecological system is one body. Okay? It all came from us. They're all going to return. They'll return, and then everything will turn everything back on again. As the universe, because the opposite happens. Where everything's pulled apart and everything's pushed back together. We start turning things back on again and getting rid of those things that get rid of bees, because when we start You understand that? Anyway, when we get down here to energy deprivation, we got attention, so we pull out the most complex being. That's it. Most complex being we pull out. Got those people. They have form, but not a substance. They from C down. FAB. And so what we say is, okay, remember, they're all servants. All servants, keep that in mind. They service, each service, animals, all they are service. They fit in our biological system, so they serve a purpose. Was Adam. So now we got, right, angels who are human servants, and all the animals that are servants. And we got the gods. Angels are human servants. They still, they humanity, but they're still servants. So what happens? Okay, now we pull this out, and they see now, they're between mankind. They're something like man, but they like, that's called first beast. They're between beast and man. We say, okay. Remember, this is our creation process, creation metrics. Put all these things out there, because once we start, we're going to finish the creation. Once the creation is finished, now we're going to the beauty stage. We start enjoying the creation, because we've spent 72 trillion years building this. Now it's time to enjoy it. You pull everything out. In ascension mode, so everything's, but now things come back, so now you enjoy what you built. And it's like the energy back, you should enjoy it. It gets better and better and better. Now it's the reverse. But you got to, when does the creation finish? Creation finish, made Adam. But we wanted something that can interface between beast and man. That's why they're in the middle. They would be the new servants. Because the angels, we're going to upgrade them to gods. Because they got a B. Now we're going to turn off B. And so they so they're going to be just like the gods. That's our image. And then C, they're going to be the interface between us. They're the new servants now. Not angels. Won't call them angels. That's why I use this word here. Hadimun. Hadimun, bro. Yeah, Hadimun. They'll take the place of angels. Because now they'll do all the stuff that we need. They'll be our servants. Now the creation is complete. Because all these things will serve. But now we need an interface between us and the animal. Remember, you got the animal kingdom and you got the human kingdom. But the angels was the one interface between us and the animal kingdom. But they weren't animals. That was our mix. But they're the final creation. The final creation. I say they take captain of all the land. They're the final creation. They're going to take place of angels, but they won't be angels. There won't be any more angels. You're looking at angel. You're looking at there no angels anymore. After all this, more angels. Because angels have been upgraded to gods. Because now that B has been turned off. See? The B has been turned off. I'm not going to that B situation anymore because that gets back into the she and that kind of stuff. I don't want to talk about that right now. We had two things in the final creation. We wanted to bring out, upgrade the angels to gods, but also separation between the the spatial and the analytical. Maybe I need to take that a little bit because that's from Muhammad. You remember the gender? He had, now you got the analytical. That's from Muhammad. He's a technical marvel, technical God. You got a technical marvel that nobody can understand. But on the other hand, Suleiman, you got a spatial marvel. That was the angel. Nobody can understand, but no. Then you had the angels. Upgrade angels up to God. That's the part you need to focus on, bro. I have to, like I say, get closer and closer and closer, and every day, days go by, I reveal more. Right now, where you are right now, either you upgrade to God, or you resisting. What happened to those resisting or upgrade? Sure. That means you got to get out of the emotional mode into here. That's the angel. That scripture, you have to, the only way you're going to do that, you have to transform. Otherwise, you're going to be gone. No place for you in the hereafter. That's the way the creation works, brothers and sisters. If you make it hereafter, be Mr. Hulk I showed you earlier, you'll be considered a beast. Everlasting shame and appallment for some. But that's what they wash their robes in blood of the Lamb. What's the 2 books? To rise that level. You have to transform to here. You don't want to do that. Let's talk about it a little more a different way. See, for the 500 years, you were angels. That was right there in the story about the bliss. Angels didn't know a damn thing. They submit. Sunniism is all about submission. It's not about thinking. It's about submission. Angel. Submission. Then they didn't want to do that. Thinking. 5 pillars is not about thinking either. It's about protection. Angel is about thinking. So in order for us to move, the devils, right? Remember, yep, see now, but they're a beast that speaks. That means they're a thinking beast. And we let them do our thinking for us, even though it's low grade, for the last 5 years. Because like I try to explain to you, when you put something under pressure, you have to define the kind of pressure you put on. Because you put diamonds under coal under pressure, that means it's going to turn to diamond. It has to be a special kind of pressure. But they make a thing called, I forget what they call it. It's a fake diamond. Cozy, I think they call it. But they put that under pressure. They put it on like a hydraulic press. They put enough pressure on it, turn it, but it's not a real similar. But it's not cozy, I believe. So that was part of the reason of Holocaust, because that's why Adam was taught to think. They taught him all your names. And I tell you, most stuff you have no understand what they're saying. I said it's much deeper than you realize. So Adam to think, because that's kind of pressure they want to put you on to move you into thinking mode. Because all right around you is about thinking. Everything around you right now is about thinking. Think your way past. That's why with Farrakhan, because they want to think. If Farrakhan's not a thinker, he's a demon. And they don't want to think. That's why they with him. If they was thinking, you say, If you have a thought in your mind, you would say, there's no way in the world. If they were thinking, they would have been with that man, that demon. Because they're used to being angels. The other people do their thinking for them. Let me try Adam the names, and the angels didn't know. He taught Adam how to think. The angels didn't. So he put us under Adam. That's kind of pressure that was under. The only way you ever come Adam is through this, not mostly. It's just because if you see the Haitians, they attack mostly emotionally. It was emotional attack. Where they did anywhere here? No. Submit to that pressure. Don't fight, because that would be an emotional response. You know, if you submit, that's a mental response. Emotional response when that's right. You put under pressure of thinking. That's the kind of pressure you need to be under, so you can transform into a thinker. Because you have to outthink Adam. Can't beat him emotionally. You got to outthink him. That's why Elijah Muhammad said we would stay under Yahuwah's control until a God came to outthink him, smarter, wiser. You have to outthink these devils. And you're not doing that because you're still letting these devils outthink you. That means you're not going to make it. That's why the thing is that's why Master Muhammad is getting ready to do what he's doing, because he's going to cut the devils off. So you can't depend on that thinking anymore. You're going to have to think to get through the tribulation. You're going to have to think. If you don't, you're not going to make it. That's how you transform into gods. The A class. But now you AB. You didn't have A, we couldn't transform. You have to have A to transform. A, and then you turn off B. Then you gods. That B is a spirit. I don't want to go. I don't want to divert that B, because that B, that's a story all by itself. Supposed to be in the B, but I don't want to. I want to get to you to understand, because we're talking about right now. We're talking about that's Muhammad's people in that B stuff. We're talking about who's going through tribulation, not going through that tribulation. You are. People going through it. You don't. I told you, it's a mind war. See, all this stuff comes together, brothers and sisters. You don't outthink these devils, right? Then you ain't going to make it. Because right now, they're outthinking you. Got a couple of notes here. I'm going to make this clear, and I told you, you need to pay attention to this one. If you never pay attention to it, because I'm bringing all the stuff together. That's the new creation. You a part over and you resist. Ain't gonna make it. He crushed it. Those that stand in the way, broken, anyway, it stops on a crush. Followers of Farrakhan, non-thinkers. They were thinking they wouldn't be following them. But being here with Adam, all this makes you think. You have to think the devils. They're thinking. And thinking before, they didn't have all this technology and everything else before. They was giving us information. It was made to think. But that's kind of pressure they want us to transfer us to God. Thinkers. If you can't handle this message, if you can, people, all those clowns I did, Ben X, all of them, they're gone. And like right now, you're a slave to ideology. You're a slave to their thinking. And what's the level of their thinking? You know what the level of their thinking is? Look at the sealed Bible. That's their level of thinking. And you're slave to it. You think they Adam and Jesus and all this stuff they're telling you in the church, you're still on their slaves. You're still slave, mental slave. That means they're outthinking you. Because they look and say, "How the hell can these people, the history they got, raped us, beat us, murder us, all this stuff, and then you fist bump them?" It means they're outthinking you. It was a mind war. Outthinking you. Nowhere in the world. That's why you come together. Your mind, you had to get your mind. You got their mind. That means if you have their mind, that means outthinking you. Because in your mind's on the scene now, but you still on their page. That means you're resisting upgrade. Resisting it. That means you're going to perish. That's the new creation. New creation is right there. They're going to be this. They won't call them angels. They're going to be the new angels. They're going to be our servants. Man, I bring all these things together. They're our servants. Interface between us and the beast. They control the beast. They do our cooking and everything for us. But we depend on their ecological system, right? So they'll control it for us. We can tell them what we need, and we can't go out and tell the gorillas, "Hey, gorilla, no, we need this." They do it. All submission. Explain that too, how they don't own themselves. All this, I'm telling you, the wisdom of how we put this together is beautiful. The reason why you got to go to tribulation, because you didn't start the upgrade when Elijah was here. And that's why you got it, because you're still AB. All of you. You're still AB. Now you got to go to tribulation, turn that B off, so you're now all A. God's. All your energy be directed here. And the servants, they'll do all that other stuff, the emotional stuff and all that stuff. They'll do it, take care of all of that. Manual stuff, physical stuff. Them. And you be the gods. Oh, and telling. And you can tell them, go take care of the fish, whatever. You can't, there's no beast that you can talk to like that. It means you got to go do it. They won't speak our language. We have to speak, there'll be a special language they'll speak. They can't speak A. They only can speak C, maybe a little bitty B. They can't speak A. So we have to speak their language. Like gorillas can't speak. They can speak on their level. Birds speak, they communicate with each other. But we can speak to them on their level. Okay, you need to do this. You need to divert this river. And they communicate with the animals. They're our servants. That's the final creation. So now we enjoy the creation now. And with paradise, now we spend all our time here, enjoying what we built. And all the manual stuff, we just constantly perfecting ourselves, enjoying the beauty and everything that the men enjoying the female, the women enjoying the males. And we join the most because the females are going to be our heaven. I'm making this clear enough for you, brothers and sisters. An upgrade. None of you upgrading. I'm 30 years back. No one's going to upgrade. I saw a little time. Sister, she broke out. I was shocked. Nothing else. The spark was there. Just didn't ignite. The spark, Sometimes your spark, it has to, if it don't ignite, then the spark just goes out. Spark was there, so we know the spark is there. Light is there, it's got to ignite. Don't do it. You're going to perish. Like morphidites, they ain't around. You know, people that make honey, they ain't around anymore. The bees do that. We don't need you around anymore because we got Hadim, Hadimun. I know they're not angels. They do all that stuff, so we don't need you for that anymore. We don't need angels anymore. We don't need angels anymore. Because they're our servants now. I don't know if you understand that, brothers and sisters. That's the way it is. Now the creation, that's why is it done? The creation is finished. All it is now is that the upgrade. The upgrade, that's all finished now. Like, you finished building the house right, now you got to put the paint, all that stuff on it, right? House been built. Everything's in place. You got to upgrade. You got to move in. House building, you got to move in. It's stay outside, keep looking at it. You got to move in. You got to be able to run that house. Well, I don't know how to do this. What the hell are you in the house for? Because it's a sophisticated house, and you don't know how to operate. You can't. It's time to move into the house. Because that's the house is here. And you ain't there. None of you. So that's the last move. What you're going to get from Master Muhammad is going to cut off. They're doing your thinking for you. Farrakhan, he going to do all this. He ain't going to do a goddamn thing. Who's going to control the 6 states he's talking about? Who's going to run electricity? Who's going to run all this stuff? No one. But they ask the devil to do it because he ain't preparing his people to do it. That's why there's a bunch anyway. The world coming in is here. The angel gives you the taste of it because you want to taste it for a full meal because that's what you need to transform. And your inspiration will be the Holocaust, not the Holocaust, tribulation. That's what weight you have to lift. All here. Angels all nobody could do it. Man, major transformation. And he said, okay, remark. And then he gave man's mind back, said, you got to go back and do that same thing I did for you. You got to go out and do the rest of these people. Wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Lamb was those 2 books. And the angel. So it's still angel. Kind of like a mercy in a way, because you don't have to have no angel, you just got to have them. When I'll be like those virgins, right? Be like those virgins. Remember they went to sleep? Some virgin took extra oil. I ain't taking no chances. Other went to sleep and they woke up, it was too. Read the story. I think I'm gonna leave it there, bro. Since I don't know if you get not. If you ain't pay attention to any temptation, you better pay attention to this one. Good, I was going to try to bring all this stuff together for you. Go home. You have right now? It's just remind you. Have come to send fire on the earth, and will I ever be already kindled? He's impatient. He says, that's the whole thing about Jonah. Man, come on, what you waiting for, Master Fard Muhammad? I wish you already kindled. I wish it already happened. That's the anxiety that Suleiman had to go through because he was so angry about it. He wanted to die. Because he had, first of all, The whole thing is about his credibility. Because he told us to say something that's not going to happen, and everybody look at him and says, we people need to have faith, need to be totally committed, right? Totally have faith in him, totally trust in him, and then he's saying something that ain't right. And how would they have, when they, in a time when they really need to have faith, how would they have faith in him? Already says, John really got angry about it. Rightly so. Too angry. But have a baptism to be baptized with, how I am straightened. He's going through a whole lot here. He had to be baptized. You have to make sure he's there. And straight, that means everything, nothing's going right for him. When you're straight, that means everything's going wrong for you. I tell your neighbor, and suppose you think I come to give peace on earth? No. So I tell you what the season would be like when this is going on. Right? But I bring division. From henceforth, there'll be 5 against 1 house, 5 in 1 house divided against 3. No, there'll be 5 in 1 house divided, 3 against 2. I explain that in Joachim, what they're talking about. Father should be divided against the son against the. Now, when you read this, 6 months ago, no one, not told you, I've been telling you, no one thought that there would be friction between America and Europe. No one saw that one coming. No one, except me. I told you. And they actually ended a war. America actually ended a war with Europe and Russia together. All of a sudden, Russia and America and Britain, he's trying to make peace with Russia. It's not going to happen. It's going to backfire on him because it's time to remember that wisdom went to math doesn't work anymore. But right now, if he doesn't make peace, think about it. If he's not able to accomplish a peace with Russia, which he's not able to, where is he at now? Now he's got to fight both Russia and Europe because he's already alienated Europe. And Europe ain't going to help him. You know what I'm saying? I told you that's what happened. He's going to be in a fight against Europe and Russia. You see it unfolding before your eyes. Can't say I didn't tell you because it's out there. I know he deplatformed, but it's still on the old, new platform. On now, it's there. And for years. That's where we are right now. Britain and America, Britain and Europe is going to divide. It did. Brexit. That's what happened. That 2 years ago. For years. It says 2 against 3 and 3 against 2. And I'm not going, I detail this, I'm not, bro. When you see here, right here, what they talk about right here is mother, father, daughter, son, and daughter. That's the 5. Then 3 against 2, these 3 against me, these 2 against these. And right now you see what? A lot of animosity. Never, in fact, it's going to get much worse. All this animosity now between these blacks out here with demons, Trump. Oh, they hating Trump. That's what it says. Be a conflict between him and America. Building every day. It'd be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. What does I have here, bro? It says now. The nation born today, when it's talking about nation born today, this is the war that's about to take place in the Middle East. So right now, this is the format. This is not the structure. This would be the structure once Syria and Iran revived. Syria is revived, and they take control of the Middle East again. America and Britain's kicked out. Bosses. That happens, right? This happens. Attack us. But that's the way of saying, all those who are pregnant, they're pregnant with us. We're under them. That's what it's talking about here. So in other words, as soon as she conceived, she was delivered or whatever. That means as soon as this happened, that's what's start. That's when we're going to be born. This nation's going to go together. That's what's talking. What's talking about. You're born today. Everybody's born today, ain't it? That's not what. You're pregnant with us. Okay, I'm just going to let this run, brothers and sisters. I did everything I need to say. Steve, go ahead and let this run. Let me make sure. I see. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I need you. Redux on it. Well, I try to make it, I told you, I make it clear and clear, and I never talk about it like I'm talking about it now. That's the danger. Upgrade, you're crushed. And more ABs, more angels. If they're going to upgrade the angels to gods, that means there won't be no angels. That goes without saying, doesn't it? Upgrade. And none of you is upgraded. That's why you have to go to tribulation. Yeah. Can't fake it. Can't fake being a male. Nowadays, you can fake anything, right? But when they had the gender separation, you couldn't fake being a male. Usually the male or female. You made a transition or you didn't. Because they make transition orphanites, they're gone. Out. Need angels anymore. Got servants now to do this. Perfect. Interface between us and the animals. Need angels anymore. Does angels be problematic anyway? Because remember, they have to think with creation. You understand, brothers? Also, the same thing, right? Ambidextrous minds. That's why we got Master Muhammad. He's a technical mind. Two mind together here. We got an ambidextrous line here. What does that mean? Full time. Spatial. The analytical. Next level. Let me speak a little bit about it. Ambidextrous, as far as both sides of the brain, but they find the brain though. Let me get this straight. Too complicated, right? Okay. Angel upgrade to A. The A has two sides to it. Right? Analytical and technical. So we got the analytical, that's on top. We got spatial on top, analytical second. Next one, they still A. It's got A and B both. I'm not speaking to that. That situation we allow happen for the next 6,000 years. That's why Master Muhammad told you about this. May God all return back to. We allow that to happen because we're still under the season of energy deprivation, 12,000 year cycle. We're coming out of it now. So I can't, if I leave it out there, boys, somebody's going back. Let me say that. But I said, I explained. I said, like you, at the bottom, energy deprivation, agriculturalness will come back out. There's 12,000, there's 12,000, but we would not allow them the room for the next 6,000 years because there's just a problem. So we get to Master Muhammad, the analytical side. And then it revert back to the spatial side. Here's back to us. So you got on the ark, all has to be A. A. I said, what about well, Arabs down there? Well, in down there, the ones had to upgrade during the tribulation. Oh boy. Anyway, all had to be A. Top is A spatial, A technical, Second level, A, technical and spatial, but still A. Go down to NOI, right? A. Are they A technical and spatial, or just A? I ain't gonna get to that. Points are all A. And levels are A, but they're all A. Everybody else drown. You make it. I said, well, I thought, no, see, I'm just trying to explain to you the mental level there. You, AB, you gone. The bees ain't gonna be drowned. Dogs ain't being drowned. They go off. So those that are servants, yeah. Ever. Communicate about training and peace. Sam Brown says, I'm gonna let this run. It's out. Feel free to ask questions if you will. That's the bottom line. It's not going to talk about purging. So all these days, I'm trying to bring all this together, bro. Now, final creation, great to gods, angels and servants, and beasts and men, these beasts and the gods. Creation's finished. Now it's time to sit for the creation. You won't be sitting back. You'll be energy. You'll be laying back drinking pina coladas, bro. And says, no, you're going to pour energy you ever thought of. You'll stay useful all your life. You're immortal. Keep upgrading every time the universe contracts. Keep upgrading because eventually, remember, we got to turn all those genes back on. Back on eventually. So you keep upgrading, getting better and better and better. That's the way it really works. You're immortal. You make it, you're immortal. That's if your seed make it, because the only way we can bring you back together is got the 4 birds. You got to be one of those part of one of those birds. Otherwise, you just can't break them out of thin air. So if your seed make it, then we got something to work with. If your seed perishes, then you perish too. Because right now, you're the treasure chest of your family. If moms and dad didn't make it, unless they're some wicked people, you got them. Got your mom, I got your dad. You don't understand, bro. This is what this power, what's going to happen. That's why I said no one can understand, the heart can mind, because it's so powerful what's about to happen here. You're the treasure chest of your family, your mom, your dad. You don't make it, they don't make it. I'm gonna let this run, bro.
Okay, give me I have to send an automatic, bro. This is a second here. Okay. Okay, bro.
This doesn't have capability to run like that, so I'm going to do something. I'm going to let this run, bro.
Okay, I forgot something.